Hired Hunter is Book 2 in Zoey's Revenge. Written by Maggie Shaw. AI narrated by Google Play. Copyright owned by Harley Romance Publishing. Chapter 1. The downside to receiving a lot of money after you almost die is that it feels like guilt money. During the fight against the Black Mage, I was badly injured, and when I woke up still alive, I left Finn's mansion and hadn't gone back. After I got home, an embarrassing amount of money had landed in my bank account, and now every time I peeked at my bank balance, I was flooded with pain. In my mind, all I could see was Finn lying flat on his back under a rocky ceiling, slowly being tortured to death. I saw Olivia's red-tipped nails forever still against her lifeless body. We'd both survived, but I hadn't recovered. Not physically, and certainly not mentally. I shuddered and wrapped my arms around my knees while I sat, curled up on my couch in my tiny apartment. My cell phone vibrated in my pocket for the 10th time in the last hour. It was barely 9 a.m., and Finn continued to call, even though I'd told him to leave me alone. After my last night at his mansion and seeing Saul in my dreams, I'd left. I made the excuse that I needed to get back to work, my real work, and fix the damage I'd done between the chief and me. Despite whatever I felt for Finn, the office was my home, and had been for 15 years. The fact that I couldn't go back cut deeper than I wanted to admit. My phone vibrated again, and then a series of dings followed. I stared down at the screen to watch a barrage of text messages cascade in a line. Obviously, because I wouldn't answer Finn's calls, he'd switched tactics and now resorted to text message. 2 words. Every single message said, "Call me." I flipped the silent switch on the side of my phone and tossed the device toward the corner of my desk. It clattered against the department store plywood and remained still. I folded my hands on the desk and lay my cheek flat on top of them. I'd been awake since 4 a.m. Every time I shut my eyes, I saw Saul. A fresh wave of acid turned in my gut. How could I tell Finn about his sister? He might be happy for 5 minutes, thinking she was still alive, until I told him she contacted me through a sending. 1 minute, the warm morning light was seeping through the window next to my desk, and the next, cool mist rained down my arms. It took a second to get my bearings, standing around the same forest from my dream. The scent of peat and moss pressed into me, along with trees. So many trees. Miles and miles of them. Evergreens and oaks, redwoods and other species I couldn't recognize by sight. Why did I keep coming here? If Saul had mage power, then why didn't she escape this place and come home? It was obvious her brother loved and missed her. The fact that she was now a power-sucking mage might throw him off for a second. But if he faced her standing in front of him, I was pretty sure he would work around it. Or at the very least, learn to live with it. I opened my eyes and I was in that dream again. Shit. I pushed off the ground and brushed the pine needles from my pants. After the incident at the Black Mage's compound, my clothes fit a little looser than usual. I stared through the trees, trying to figure out where I was, and instinctively looking for a way out of here. But from what I could see, there were no roads, no sidewalks, no trails, nothing but chirping in the trees and the rustle of the limbs as the wind broke through their branches. A flash of purple caught my eye and I spun, trying to spot where it had come from. I crouched down and attempted to get a view from a ground angle, to see if the purple returned. It had to be Saul. She was the only person I met in this place. Something about the vibe of this place rubbed me the wrong way. Another flash of purple. I stepped forward and then ducked between underbrush and a large oak. There she sat, cross-legged on the ground. Her honey-brown hair, the same shade as Finn's, hung down to mingle with the fallen evergreen needles. Even her eyes were the same crystal-shot blue as her brother's eyes. I swallowed the wave of longing pressing into my lungs. Saul. She waved me forward. We meet again. I keep trying to reach out to you, but you are getting better at blocking. I approached slowly, carefully, unsure. Well, I'm here now. What can I do for you? I tried to instill some of my usual sass into my words, but the guilt and anger which had eaten out my insides for the past few days made it impossible. I couldn't even muster a smile. She shook her head. No, we can't talk now. You have a guest. I glanced around the eerily empty forest. Maybe she'd fallen off her rocker while under the Black Mage's care. Then I was back. Awake. A shot of pain kicked up my side as if to remind me I was still healing from the injuries I'd sustained when we'd gone up against the Black Mage a few days ago. My heart took up a heavy thump, then I jerked upright in my apartment. Everything in my body was on high alert now, and someone was pounding at my door. I took a few deep breaths to settle myself down, then pushed off the desk, using my furniture to brace myself as I made it to the door. I opened it, expecting Finn. But it was Hawk who stood glaring on the other side, arm raised to give my door another beating. "Don't you answer your phone," he grumbled. He wore a black t-shirt and jeans, heavy boots, and a glower he reserved only for me. His biceps barely fit into his shirt. I shrugged. Nah, I stopped answering it. Means people show up at my house and annoy me in person instead. I've been calling you for 2 days. He scanned my features, no doubt catching sight of the yellowing bruises and purple smudges across my arms and neck. "You look like shit." I opened the door wider and gestured for him to come in. "Ah, Hawk, you big softy, you always know just what to say to make a girl feel good." He entered and assessed my apartment the same way he did my face. Then he spun to face me, enormous arms crossed. "When are you coming back to work?" I glanced behind me like he'd been speaking to someone else. Did you miss the part where the chief fired me?" His eyes narrowed. "I was there, remember? You deserved it, but the chief misses you. I hate seeing him mope around and pretending like your desk doesn't exist. He won't let anyone else touch it. You know you're his favorite. So why couldn't he come here and tell me that himself? You his emotional support animal now too?" He threw up his hands. "I know you have to be the biggest bitch in the room, but I can see you are wrapped in something you can't handle. Let us help you so you can finish the job and come home." He plopped down into the oversized chair by the window, dwarfing the dark gray piece of furniture I spent most of my time in. "I'm not leaving until we figure this whole thing out and I convince you to come back." I sagged and then winced from the pain it caused in my ribs. I took the couch opposite him and eased myself into it. "I'm on a case. You know that, but it's not that I can't handle it. It's that we went into something and it didn't go as planned." "And how often did that happen when you were at the office?" "Never," I mumbled. He didn't even bother making me repeat myself so he could gloat. "Exactly. Let us help you. It's not that simple." Hawk leaned forward and braced his forearms on top of his knees. "Look, if it's about the money, you know the chief isn't going to let you starve." Even when I actually might have starved, I didn't ask for help, I said with a glare. "This isn't about the money. To be fair, it sweetened the deal, but now I just want to see this bastard in a noose." We stared at each other, the silence tense and uncomfortable, but neither of us was willing to break it. Then he slapped his beefy hands on his knees and stood. With a sharp nod, he walked toward the door and opened it. Before he left, he turned back and met my eyes. There was something soft there, something gentle when he looked at me. It gave me another pang for home. I couldn't let him walk out the door like that, not without a bit more of an explanation. "Hawk, it's not that I don't miss you guys or miss the chief. I can't bring myself to come back, not after what I did, not without finishing this first. If I come back now, I'll never leave again, and I'll always wonder if I could have avenged my parents' deaths." Hawk nodded and walked out the door, closing it softly behind him. I sank back onto the couch and scrubbed my hands down my face with a long groan. Despite what I had said to Hawk, I really had no idea what to do next. Not without Finn. I heaved myself up off the couch and went back to my desk. Papers littered the surface, invoices and bits of scratch paper on which I'd scribbled addresses and phone numbers. I'd been trying to get a hold of old clients, call in jobs, and generally find anything to distract myself. There were some harsh realities I wasn't ready to face. The fact that I missed Finn, the fact that somehow I had mage powers and Saul was haunting my dreams. I went back to my bedroom, shoved my legs in the first pair of jeans I could find, and grabbed a pink t-shirt from my drawer. A quick check in the mirror revealed bruises everywhere. Not even makeup would hide most of it. I grabbed a hoodie from the closet, zipped it up, and flipped up the hood to hide my hair and most of my face. It was the best I could do for now. At least if Hawk returned or the chief himself showed up, I would be more prepared. I went back to my desk, sank into the old chair and stacked the papers into a neat pile, then I shoved them into the first drawer where there was room and surveyed the clean surface. There wasn't exactly a wiki page for fairies or their family trees, but the mystery revolving around Saul and her appearance in my dreams needed to be my priority, or I'd never get a good night's sleep ever again. I grabbed my laptop from its black leather bag next to my chair and set it on the empty surface of my desk and turned it on. Then I leaned my forehead on the edge of my desk while I waited for 5 million years of updates to take hold. Once the updates finished, I pulled up a search engine and typed in Saul and Finn. As I expected, nothing related to the siblings popped up. I tried searching for Finn alone, and I got a few hits on his philanthropic works. Pictures of him in tuxedos with beautiful women on his arms shouldn't have made me so angry, and yet my teeth were cracking under the strain of my clenched jaw. I'd been one of those women, and he'd left me for dead, so I had to guess the women in the pictures meant nothing to him either. I held onto the anger and dove deeper down the rabbit hole. Finn spent most of his money on charities and hosted various events. An idea struck me. I typed in Esteban's name. The same type of results popped up as they had for Finn. It looked like our Black Mage spent a lot of money on other people and enjoyed giving lavish parties. I wondered how many of those in attendance were mages, or were they just clueless humans hoping to rub shoulders with fellow rich people. I scanned the search results but couldn't find information on Esteban's family, his origins, or anything at all useful. Everything about him was fluff and pandering. I checked the reporters' names for the society pages on the articles, and the same woman had written them all. Tasha Mackey. Something warm bloomed in my chest. It was a start. I searched for the reporter's name and found a heap of fluffy society pieces. The woman liked to attend parties. Her social media was equally vapid. I wrote down the contact details for her publications, including all her social media handles, and made a note to go through them later. It sure would be nice to have Finn's security right now. Many of them were trained in intelligence and could hunt down things faster than I could. I scribbled out a few more notes and tucked the papers and my laptop into my desk. My muscles ached, and it felt like everything in my body had been set on fire. I needed to take a walk to try to clear some lactic acid out of my system so the soreness would improve. That was lesson 1 when I started physical training. Even when it hurts, just keep moving. I grabbed my keys from the side table and opened the door, expecting to encounter the flickering light that the superintendent kept promising to change in the hallway. Instead, I almost walked into a 6.5-foot fairy. Finn, I croaked. He caught my shoulders in his graceful hands and held me still. You're not answering your phone. Why did people keep pointing out the obvious to me? Funny you should say that. You're not my only visitor today saying I refuse to answer my phone. Did you happen to consider that we have a point? I crossed my arms over my chest. No, this is way more fun. This way I get to see who really wants me. He stepped forward, walking me back into my apartment, and closed the door behind him. We need to talk. I pulled from his grip and spun to face away from him. If he saw the look in my eyes, he would know something was wrong. I thought me leaving would be a strong hint that we were done working together, I said. You almost got me killed. Yes, but I thought we worked past that. I sighed out loud and schooled my features before turning back to face him. Yeah, well, the thing about trauma is it can pop up whenever the hell it feels like. He took a step forward and I retreated. The soft lines of his face hardened as he surveyed the way I tensed and backed away from him. Zoey, I'm sorry. I really am. But you're the only person who can help me find my sister. I need you. Tears lined the bottom edge of his eyes, and they had to mirror my own as I stared at the ceiling so they wouldn't fall. Just give me a minute, I said. I went back into my bedroom and slammed the door, then I sank down against it until I sat on the floor and cupped my face in my hands. I couldn't say no. We had to save Saul and put an end to the Black Mage, and we had to work together to have any hope of succeeding. That hope, however, was increasingly smaller by the moment. Regardless, Finn wasn't going to back down, and neither was I. I was going this alone. I didn't want his help anymore. Even if continuing on this path would get me killed. Chapter 2. Get off the floor, Zoey. You know he's not gonna wait for you forever, I mumbled to myself. I hauled my ass up carefully and braced my hands on the wall. Sharp stabs shot through my body. No more sitting on the floor with healing ribs. I limped into the bathroom adjoining my bedroom and splashed some water on my face. Hadn't I just been thinking about how much I missed Finn? And now that he'd shown up, I ran scared. I dabbed the water from my skin and tossed the towel on the edge of the sink. Then I took a minute to stare at my reflection, hoping I could intimidate myself and grow some balls. I didn't run away from anything, though it felt like I'd been running from Finn since the day we met. Maybe my body knew something my heart had yet to grasp. I heaved a long sigh. Finn wouldn't leave until I talked to him, and if I were honest with myself, I would admit I didn't want him to go in the first place. Time to get back in the game and figure out all this shit. Time to stop running. I exited the bathroom and stepped into my bedroom, then jerked to a stop at the end of my bed. Finn lay flat on the now freshly made coverlet. I rarely made my bed, and usually only when I put on fresh sheets. The bastard had made my bed before he lay himself down on top of it. It took a minute for all that to sink into my brain. Then I picked up an empty soda bottle from my vanity table and chucked it at him. The green plastic bounced off his t-shirt-covered abs to land beside him on the bed. "If you're trying to hurt me, you should have chucked that paperweight over there," he said, not even looking at me, still staring up at my popcorn ceiling. "How did you get in here?" I locked the door behind me. He scoffed. "Really, that is your question? Obviously, I'm not going to let you hide from me when we desperately need to sort some things out." I waved at the door and stepped toward him. "And you couldn't give me 5 minutes of privacy to gather my thoughts? Why are you so damn controlling?" Before I could think better of it, I picked up the closest object within reach, a jar of loose powder, and tossed it overhand at his head. It stopped above his chest. He plucked it from the air and tucked it in his hand. The man had the audacity to tisk like I was some kind of petulant child, unwilling to learn the lessons he desperately tried to impart. He sat up and leveled one of his patented glares at me. I felt like my head might pop off my shoulders in anger. "Get the hell out of my apartment." He gracefully turned on the bed, put his feet on the floor, and stood to his full height. "I understand things are tough right now," he said. "Tough? We passed tough a long time ago. We passed tough when I had to get a blood transfusion. We passed tough when I didn't murder you before I left your house." He took a couple steps forward, crowding in my space, but I refused to back down this time. The man was not about to bully me in my own home. I took a step forward, meeting him toe-to-toe. I said, "Get out. I don't want you here. I would have called you back if I wanted to speak to you." He reached out and lifted a few strands of my hair, then tucked them back behind my ear in a move so gentle it shocked me into stillness. Probably a move created so that women would stop throwing inanimate objects at him. Either way, my heart took up an unsteady rhythm, and I didn't want to think about how my toes went numb in my sneakers. "If we talk about things, will you leave?" I whispered. How did he always push me into giving him his way? He gave me a clipped nod, and I took a second to settle back into my own skin. I skirted around him, careful I didn't touch him, and went back to the living room. I took the desk chair so that there was no chance he would crowd next to me. He surveyed my desk, then set the jar I'd thrown at him on the surface and turned away. He folded himself gracefully onto the old couch and propped his arms back like a king surveying his court. I cleared my throat and dove into the first thought that popped into my head. "To be honest, I devoted too much time to your job anyway." He narrowed his eyes. "To be honest? Is that what you are going for? Because I call bullshit." It was disconcerting to hear his perfect mouth say bullshit with his slightly crisp and posh accent. I slid my chair a little closer. "While we're discussing honesty, why are you in my house? Don't you have some kind of etiquette for forcing your company on people who don't want it?" He narrowed those peepers at me again. "And now you're trying to deflect to a new topic. It wasn't even a good attempt. Do you want to try again before I form a rebuttal? Do you want me to start throwing office supplies at you?" He blinked once, then a slow smile spread across his face. Again, I was struck with the urge to batter him. Instead, I took a deep breath and stared at his shoes. "Look, I can't keep working for you. I appreciate the job you gave me and the time we spent together. Well, right up until I got beaten black and blue. I appreciate you paying my medical expenses and all that. It was really nice of you. However, I think you should continue the work on your own. Have you decided you don't want to catch the Black Mage? I assumed when you woke, we would continue our search. Fucking hell, he wasn't making this easy on me. Of course, I still want to catch him. But I don't know if I can continue this work with you. Suddenly, he entered my field of vision. He reached out and tilted my chin up so he could meet my eyes. Tell me, what has you spooked? You were sincere when you forgave me for leaving you at the party. I know you can take a few hits. What is it that makes you run away now? How could I make him understand? The moment I'd found my parents dead was locked, burned, and branded into my memory. Anyone involved in their death, anyone there that day when I was carried away screaming. The chief and everyone I met in his household would be with me forever. I feared being that for Finn, a reminder of what he'd lost and not a celebration of what he'd gained. Above all, I feared losing him, so I did what I always did in the face of too much emotion on my part. I pushed him away, and I would keep pushing if he let me. But the man knelt on the floor in my shitty apartment, a foot in front of me. Something told me he would not let me push him away, no matter how hard I tried or how good at it I'd gotten over the years. Damn him for this. I tucked my chin and clutched my forehead. He slid his warm hand over my neck to rest on the top of my back. A gesture without demands. It simply said, "I'm here." And I let him be that for me, just for a moment. I couldn't remember the last time I'd allowed someone to just hold me, with no expectations on either side when the comfort ended. I didn't realize how much I wanted it. Needed it. He pressed his cheek into my hair and hugged me tight into him. It was so good to feel his solid arms around me, to let him hold me up. If I didn't think too hard about what this could mean later, I would stay here all day. Soak it up, and save it for later when I found myself alone again. Finn needed me for a job, that was it. I couldn't afford to forget that fact whenever he turned his gorgeous eyes on me, or touched me so tenderly. I pulled away and looked up at him. "Talk to me," he whispered. "I will not run, no matter what you say. Just tell me whatever you're holding back." Just as quickly as I shouldered this secret, I wanted to release it. I sucked in a long draw of breath and let it out slowly. He pulled back only enough to meet my eyes. "Here goes nothing. Good news, your sister is alive. Bad news, I know this because she's been visiting me in my dreams. Every single night. Ascending. I had the first one before I left your house. It's why I ran. I wasn't sure how you'd handle it, and I wasn't in any shape to pick up the pieces like when you fell apart the last time. If you crumbled so easily for an ex-girlfriend, how would you react to your sister?" I couldn't look him in the eye now. I'd said way more than I intended to. He lifted my chin again, forcing my gaze to his. If any other man had done this, I would have slapped his hand away. "Is that it? Is that it?" I echoed. "What?" I pulled away to look at him better. He waited, face serious and composed. "Why aren't you freaking out right now?" I asked. "Because up until a few seconds ago, I thought the Black Mage had killed my sister. This is good news. It means she's alive out there, and all we have to do now is find her." I didn't trust the way he stood there taking all this, as if it meant nothing more than his morning coffee order. I gave him a once-over. "Who are you and what have you done with Finn?" The corner of his lip quirked up, and he shook his head at me. "I'm glad you're feeling better." I climbed to my feet and straightened out my pants before meeting his eyes. "It's not that I feel better. It's just that I wasn't sure how to tell you what happened. I know how much your sister means to you, and I didn't want to break your heart all over again." I strolled back to the couch and threw myself into its worn embrace. Finn took the chair across from me, crossing one leg over the other before resting his hands on his knees. "You haven't broken my heart," he said. "You've given me a gift, actually." "Even if Saul is now a mage?" Finn shook his head. "I love my sister. I've always loved my sister, and even if she's a mage, we will figure it out." "Was there anything else that you learned from the sending?" Wow, what a question. To be fair, I tried to pay attention to my surroundings whenever Saul visited me, but we always seemed to be in the same empty, misty forest with her at the center. How could I explain that to him without ensuring we hunted through every forest on the continent until we found the right one? I let out a long exhale and slowly drew breath back in, calming myself. Not a lot. She's in a forest, but that's all I could really make out. Nothing else. Are you sure? Really sure? I pressed my palms into my thighs, fighting my annoyance. Of course, he would question me to death. Why wouldn't I have taken that into account before I told him the truth? I am positive. I've dreamed of her every night since we left the Citadel, and she's all I've been thinking out about during my waking hours. I don't know where she is, but I promise if I see her again, I'll try to figure it out. He nodded and pushed off the chair to wander into my kitchen. I followed him, giving him a look until he started rummaging through my cabinets. I cleared my throat and he glanced back at me. What do you think you're doing? I asked. Looking for a snack. Don't you have snacks at your house? He shrugged and continued his perusal through my kitchen. No. I drew the line. I grabbed his arm, tugging him back into the living room before not so gently pushing him toward the front door. You can leave, and we can continue this conversation at another time. He shook his head as he opened a box of crackers he'd found in one of my cupboards. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stay here until you have another sending. He dug out a few of the no doubt stale saltines and shoved a handful into his mouth. Like this, he almost looked normal, like any other guy hunting for snacks in someone else's apartment. It was all too easy to forget about him being Phi, while he stood in my living area dressed in jeans and a sexy smile. Way too easy. I shook myself. That is a hard pass, because I would have to be asleep, and there is no way we are snuggling in my bed. My comment earned me a sexy little grin that I ignored before opening the door, shoving him into the hallway, and slamming the door in his face. I spun all the locks, and waited a few seconds until his footsteps thudded on the stairs below. That didn't go as badly as I'd expected. Now I just needed to figure out where Saul was, and where the Black Mage was, and how I was going to get both of them. Easy. No pressure. Chapter 3. I woke up the next morning, feeling better than I had in the past few days. In fact, I couldn't remember my dreams, or even if Saul had been in them. I took a long moment and stretched my arms wide, pointed my toes, and let out a long relieved sigh. Once I snuggled back under the covers, my first thought was of Finn, until I gave myself a mental scolding because Finn was not mine to think about when I woke up first thing in the morning. I'd been awake about 5 minutes when I noticed the smell in the air. Usually when my neighbors cooked certain foods, mostly spicy stuff or curries, I could smell it in the hall, and sometimes the scent drifted into my apartment. But this was different. The scent of bacon hung heavy in the air, making my mouth water. I shoved back the covers, grabbed a knife from my bedside table, and tiptoed to my door. I opened the door and poked out my head. Movement came from the kitchen, a slight rustle, and now that I focused on it, the sizzle of bacon. Someone had broken into my house to cook me breakfast. I gripped the knife in my hand and tiptoed down the hall past the dining room to peek into the kitchen. Finn stood in front of my small stove, turning slices of bacon with my rubber tongs. He wore gray sweatpants that hugged him like they had no right to, and a black t-shirt. His hair had been French braided tight against his skull, with the tail of the braid tucked against his neck. Anger flooded me. I gripped the knife and tossed it, before I even thought about it being a good decision. It whizzed past his face to find a home in the cabinet over his shoulder. He didn't flinch. He didn't look up or look at the knife. He simply said, "Good morning. You missed." I focused on keeping my tone even. I wasn't trying to hit you. I was simply making sure you knew I was awake. He turned around, leveled me with a glance, then resumed his work on the bacon. How did you get in here? I asked. Furthermore, where did the bacon come from? Because I know I didn't buy any. Third, I didn't realize you knew how to cook for yourself. He maneuvered the bacon in the skillet. I've been cooking for myself for a long time. It wasn't until I inherited my family's estate that I allowed someone else to cook. And that was mostly because I needed to feed the staff, and I had never cooked enormous meals before. Holly does a great job of taking care of everyone. I honestly need to give her a raise, and maybe some more kitchen staff. It's been ages since I cooked bacon. I forgot how long it takes. I refrained from telling him how much I missed Holly and her cooking. All I would end up doing was give him an opening to lure me back to his home. Likely she puts hers in the oven, since she has to cook her bacon in bulk with a testosterone squad lurking about your castle. And my other questions? Like a few pieces of pork could distract me. To answer your questions, I got the key to your apartment from your landlord. He is very nice and, as far as I can tell, doesn't have many friends. Humans without friends are by far the easiest to gain things from. All they need is a little attention. As for the bacon, I bought it from the grocery store on the way to your apartment. The idea of him at the grocery store was disconcerting enough. But the fact that he might have gone to the dinky-dink corner market I'd been using for ages ate at something else in me. Damn. Him encroaching on my life wasn't something I'd prepared for. I hadn't even considered what my life looked like after the events at the Citadel. Maybe this was his way of apologizing? Or asking for my help without the coercion he employed the last time he got me to work for him. I shoved through the kitchen, jostling him as I passed, yanked the knife from the cabinet, and resumed my place by the door. I'm going to throw this again, unless you tell me how you got a key to my apartment from my landlord. He shrugged. I flirted with him. It took me a few minutes to process what he'd said. My landlord, a mid-40s banker who invested most of his rental property earnings. My landlord, who wore sweater vests and glasses too big for his face. I couldn't picture Finn flirting with anyone, let alone Mr. Talmadge. You flirted with my landlord when you could have just used your powers to make him give you a key. I wasn't going to bring up his questionable taste in men. He had to know that about himself already. He smiled and focused on the bacon to flip a few more pieces. I don't always use my powers. But while we're on the topic of powers, why are you using a knife when you could just use your powers on a potential intruder? My potential magical abilities were not something I was ready to discuss this morning. If I ever was. That is none of your business. He lifted some pieces of bacon to set them on a paper towel-lined plate before adding more to the pan. I watched despite my anger, fascinated with his precise movements and the way his firm grip maneuvered the tongs. I bet he was a good knife fighter. Damn girl, you need to get laid if you're looking at this man cooking bacon and thinking about how hot he is. He cleared his throat. Well, unless you know someone else who can train you in how to use your magical abilities, or whatever you're describing them as, then I think it is my business. I shook my head and backed out of the kitchen into my living room. Before I could give more of my attention to Finn, I booted up my computer and scanned through a couple of emails. A few were from clients who had responded to the emails I sent the day before. We aren't finished discussing this topic, he called from the kitchen. I chose to ignore him and his haughty tone. I even opened up a few of the messages in my junk folder, just to give me a little more time. Finn had invaded my life. That was a fact. I doubted I could get rid of him now that he'd burrowed deep. And if I was honest with myself, I didn't want to lose him. I liked Finn, even knowing from the moment I met him our friendship would end badly. All of this wasn't something I wanted to think about while he stood in my kitchen wearing those damn gray sweatpants. No, I couldn't allow him to do this to me. To take over everything and get in so deep, I would never get him out. I stood up from my desk, but the second I turned toward the kitchen, Finn was there, a plate of bacon right under my chin against my sternum. He met my gaze with those gorgeous crystal blue eyes and nodded toward the plate. Eat while it's hot. We have to discuss a few things. I stepped away from him and his bacon offering. I thought we discussed everything yesterday. Besides, I'm still angry at you for breaking into my home. I had a key, he said. He threw himself down on my couch, the plate perfectly balanced until he settled. Having a key you practically seduced out of my landlord is not the same thing as having permission to be here. Seduced is a strong word. I sighed and sat on the chair across from the couch. What is it going to take to get you to leave? It was right then I remembered all I had on was my long gray Henley nightshirt, which didn't even reach my knees. His eyes tracked up my bare legs to the hem of the shirt, and then to my face. I wanted to tug down my shirt, but it felt too much like a retreat, so I gripped my hands together and waited for him to answer. It took way longer than I was comfortable with. I'll leave once you agree to help me find my sister, he said. What about the Black Mage? My sister is my priority. I know the Black Mage has her. Maybe we'll get lucky and get them both at the same time. Although, with our run of luck, I doubt the gods will favor us in this. I snorted. No, I told you I'm not helping. I'll give you any information I can provide about Saul and the sendings, but I don't want to end up in another hospital bed. He placed the plate on the coffee table and leaned over his knees to put him more on my eye level. Then you tell me, what would it take to get you working for me again? Name it. Anything at all you want is yours if you agree. Why me? Obviously on our last go, I ended up being bait more than help. His brow furrowed and he nudged the bacon toward me. You forget you saved my life. If your powers hadn't awoken, then we'd both likely be dead now. I don't like that you think what you did means so little to me. Maybe I wasn't completely over the almost dying thing. I'd forgiven his part, sort of, but the trauma of it still haunted me. I shook my head. No, I wasn't going there today. Finn, I understand you want my help, but I already gave you my answer. No amount of crispy bacon or gray sweatpants is going to change it. Gray sweatpants, he asked. My face flamed hot. Never mind. I said no. Can we just leave it at that? No. I'm not walking away. I need you and you need me. We can help each other here and both end up happy. I waved at him. That coming from a man who is much harder to kill than me. Have you considered, with your newfound gifts, you might be equally resilient? That your power might have come with healing abilities, or just good old-fashioned immortality? I did not want to consider what immortality would mean for the life of my student loan debt. I hadn't finished college, and yet I still had racked up a hefty sum. Then I remembered Finn had just given me a ridiculous amount of money. I could pay it all off, all my debts, and still have more than enough. I kept forgetting about it. Not because it meant nothing, but because my mind couldn't wrap itself around the sum in my bank account quite yet. I stood, snagged some bacon, and glared at him. Eating this is not my agreement. I'm just hungry. I went back to my room and dressed, thankful he didn't follow me to continue his sales pitch. With his payment, I had enough money to live for a while without needing to take any more work. But if I sat out here in my apartment all day with nothing to do, would I be content? Not until I rip out Esteban's teeth one by one with a rusty pair of pliers. I shoved my feet into a pair of sneakers and brushed my hair up into a ponytail. Finn sat exactly where I'd left him, chewing on a piece of bacon while he surveyed my apartment. I sat across from him and he smiled like he was happy I'd returned. Say it. Anything you want and it's yours, he said. I snagged a couple more pieces of bacon and shoved them in my mouth. It was a bad idea to negotiate on an empty stomach. There is something I want that I didn't get the last go-round, I said. He raised a perfectly arched brow at me but remained silent. I want the Black Mage. I want to rip him apart with my bare hands. I want you to teach me to use my magic so I can claw into his brain too. I want nothing left of the bastard when I'm through with him. What he did to my parents was terrible, but now I have my own personal experience to layer on top. He's going to pay for every scar. Finn nodded. He's yours when we find Saul. But not until we find her. Can you live with that? I took the last piece of bacon, daring him with a look to contradict me. I can live with it. I'll help any way I can with her, but I'm also going to be training however I need to bring him down this time. I wasn't prepared before. Anything else? I shrugged. $1 million and a 2-carat diamond. He shoved off the couch to grab a jacket I hadn't even noticed by the door. Underneath lay a large glossy white box. He carried it over to me and lay it on my lap. All I could do was stare up at him in confusion. Then he scribbled on a slip of paper that he pulled out of his pants pocket and handed it to me. A check made out to me for $1 million. Shit. What would I even do with this? Can I actually put this in my account? Will they just laugh at me? He shrugged and recapped the pen he'd had in his jacket pocket, along with his checkbook. The old codger. They might laugh, but legally they have to try to process it. It might give them a little shock when it all goes through. I swallowed and stared down at the box. And this? I glanced back up at him, towering over me. That is for tonight. Instructions are inside. Don't be late. I wanted to groan out loud, but I kept it inside as he walked to the door, gathered his keys and jacket, and opened it. "You can leave my apartment keys here." He turned, winked, and exited, taking my keys with him. Chapter 4. The dress in the box didn't contain an order to wear it. I considered, briefly, putting on my favorite sweats to attend to his grace at his convenience. But in the spirit of continuing our working relationship, I wore the dress. It was black cotton with a slight sheen to it, with cap sleeves, a modest waist that gave me room to breathe, and surprisingly hid the wrap around my ribs as I healed from Esteban's attention. It cut out into a bell shape over my hips and modestly stopped at my knees. I wasn't sure if he'd invited me to dinner or a job interview. I pulled my hair into a tight chignon and pinned it in place. With it up, I tucked the pink ends inside the twist. I almost looked presentable. The black SUV that Finn's instructions had said would arrive pulled up outside my house in the evening. I arrived at the mansion after sunset. The guards were in place, all stony-faced and not glancing my way. I couldn't forget that too many of them had seen me flat on my back, unconscious. I hated that. The inside of the house was the same. The Phi royalty version of Downton Abbey. All polished wood, gold leaf, and soaring ceilings. I found Finn in the dining room. He sat at the long table next to a single empty chair with his phone pressed to his ear. He checked his watch when I entered, then scanned me from my simple black ballet flats to the crown of my conservative head. "You're on time." I took the seat to his left and settled into the chair. "Is that a question or are you making an observation?" He held up a finger to me, which I debated slapping away. "The captain says nice dress." I pasted on a sickly sweet smile and said, "You can tell the captain to get pegged by a stalagmite." Finn cleared his throat. "Zoey says hello," he said into his phone. Then he hung up and shifted in his seat to face me. "You do look lovely." Oh, I knew, and I was about to get some payback. "Why, thank you. I brought something for you too." His forehead wrinkled as he scanned me, looking for the mysterious item. One guard brought in a white box, similar to the one he'd given me, but this one was larger. Confusion and amusement warred on his features as he took the box, set it on the edge of the table, and lifted the lid. "You brought me clothes." I picked up the already poured wine glass by my plate and took a sip. Observation or question? He blinked at me a few times, then closed the lid. I used the glass to wave toward the door. "Please take your time. I'll wait." "You want me to change?" "You get to dress me like a Barbie. Turnabout's fair play. I recently came into more money than I need." This seemed like an entertaining way to spend it. His hands flexed on the box. Part of me wanted him to fight me on it. The other part of me wanted to see if he would follow my instructions. A few tense seconds passed, then he stood, buttoned his black suit jacket, picked up the box, and left. I laughed when he disappeared out the door. Definitely points in his favor. Just how much did he need me to work with him that he was willing to put up with this? How much did I want to be here, that I put up with it too? 10 minutes later he returned, and I took my time savoring the look of him in a fitted, navy blue suit, white shirt and black tie. A pair of star-shaped cufflinks glinted as he walked, and he'd braided his hair the way he had at my house. "Do I meet with your approval?" he asked, as he resumed his seat. "Oh, this dress-up thing is for approval then?" Wariness entered his eyes, causing them to crinkle at the corners. He'd realized his misstep. "No, of course not. Thank you for the thoughtful gift. How did you know my size?" I sat the wine glass on the table. "I'm observant." He adjusted in his seat a few times, and I could tell he wasn't sure how to take me dressing him for a change. "It's actually impressive how well it fits. Did you steal one of my other suits?" I cocked my head and narrowed my eyes. "I don't have to steal your suits when I know the name of your tailor." Thankfully, Holly arrived with dinner before he could dig himself into more of a hole. As usual, the spread was huge and delicious. I ate as much as I could and watched Finn from the corner of my eyes. He settled about a minute into the meal and stopped fidgeting so much. His willingness to wear what I brought him thawed something in my chest that had frozen over since the night at Esteban's ball when I was almost killed. I did like Finn. I liked him a lot. As dangerous as that prospect would be for me, I decided to enjoy it while it lasted. Finn refilled my wine glass and settled back into his seat, while I dug into the cheesecake Holly brought for dessert. "You look better today," he said. "I'm glad you came." I shrugged. I had a million reasons to be here. His gaze racked over me, the crystal shards scoring my flesh and leaving fire behind. I ignored my reaction to him and focused on my dessert. "Is that all I am to you? Money?" It was my turn to rake him with my gaze. "What am I to you, Finn? Your friend? Your employee? There is nothing wrong with a relationship built on financial gain. It's called working. You should try it sometime." Now I didn't even want the damn cheesecake. I sat back and crossed my arms. "Why do you ask? I want to be your friend, I think, but a tiny part of me still has a hard time trusting you." He tucked his chin. "That is understandable, given our past. I want to work on repairing that trust. To be fair, I have never completely trusted you. What happened at the party just steamrolled over the bridge we'd started to build. Why did I care so much? As I'd said, he was a job. It wasn't like I'd been daydreaming about his lips, or what his hair felt like between my fingers. He was some kind of royalty amongst his kind, and I was apparently a half-breed mage. Above anything else I knew about Finn, I knew he hated mages. By their definition, mages absorbed magic by killing or destroying people with magic. The Fae had magic and a mage could take it. His fingers curled gently around the stem of his wineglass. "Why are all of your metaphors so violent?" A chuckle burst out of me against my will. "I don't know if you realize this, but I'm kind of a violent person." Thankfully, he let that one go without a colorful comment. He stood and held out his hand. "Should we discuss where we are in the investigation and how we should proceed?" As it turned out, he hadn't put me completely off the cheesecake. I shoved the last bite in my mouth and stood. But I didn't take his hand. I refilled my wine and headed toward his office. He trailed behind me with a quiet chuckle. His office had heavy dark wood walls with books lining two sides of the room, and an enormous window the backdrop to his desk. I turned one of the leather chairs in front of his desk to face the other, plopped into the opposite one, and slung my feet up on the one I'd turned. "Please make yourself at home," he said. I saluted him with the wine, and flipped my shoes off at the heel with my toes. He took the seat behind the desk. "Have you seen any activity from your sources on the Black Mage?" I angled my face so I could peer over the desk at him. Nothing on my front, but I wasn't exactly digging. The image of Saul sitting on a boulder, legs crossed under her, purple tulle pooling over the rock and moss below, popped into my head. Finn's calm acceptance of all of this had been nagging at me, and I would not be able to review things until we cleared some of the air. Only his, of course. "Before we do this, I need to know why you're taking things so well. Your sister makes ascending to me, which for you viewers at home means she has to be some kind of mage now. It seems like you don't even care." His Adam's apple bobbed in his throat a few times, and then finally he raised his gaze to mine. "Because I don't think my sister is the one who is contacting you." The words assimilated in my head, and I dropped my feet to the floor and spun to face him. My heart burst to life, a burning ember beating fast and furious against my ribs. "If your sister isn't the one tinkering around in my head, then who the hell do you think it is?" My voice had risen to a higher register. "More importantly." I stood and gently sat the wineglass on his desk, away from the edge. Then I walked around, turned his chair to face me, and met his eyes. "No, there is no more importantly. Who the fuck do you think is mucking around in my brain when I go to sleep?" His eyes softened as he met mine and captured my hands, still clutching the arms of his chair. "Who else can assume someone else's visage?" I jerked away. "Esteban. The Black Mage." The words sunk in and I spun away as bile rose in my gut. The food I'd eaten, the wine I'd enjoyed, surged up, and I caught the trash can by his desk right on time. Everything came up, and I sank to my knees to stabilize myself. His cool hands met the back of my neck, and he dug his fingers in and massaged gently. The wave of nausea dissipated. I closed my eyes and sank all the way onto my ass. Finn continued a slow roll of his fingers against the back of my neck, and someone came and removed the trash can from my grip. It would seem the Black Mage kept finding new ways to brutalize me. "Can I get you anything?" he asked, his face way too close to my ear. I shivered and said, "Some water, please." He left, the warmth of his body behind mine going with him, and he returned with a glass of cool water. I downed it all and sat the empty glass on the floor. I held out my hands, and he gently hauled me to my feet. A little voice in my head told me to apologize, not to lose this opportunity. But fuck no, I wouldn't own a single bit of guilt here when it all belonged to Esteban. Finn guided me to the chair and sat across from me this time. I'm sorry for being so blunt about it. I'd assumed you'd come to a similar conclusion. Was he fucking kidding me? I surged to my feet and spun away before I did something dumb like slap him or kiss him. I shook away the thoughts and swallowed another wave of nausea. Don't you think I'd be trying to stop the dreams if I knew? I would have come to you. The only reason I didn't stop them was because I thought they were Saul and I wanted to help you find her. He approached from behind and turned me around. You can still do that. He would have to be able to see her, and the place that sets the scene. These can be clues. I can help you control the sending more, and maybe you can get more information from it. I shoved him away, letting my anger rise and invigorate me in a way I hadn't been in a while. No, that isn't something you get to decide. I won't be your bait again. A flash of something, pain or anger, crossed his face. I wasn't proposing you be bait again. I'm only saying that you allowing the dreams to come through wasn't a waste. How do I stop them? Are you sure you want to? I narrowed my eyes and stepped up to him, poking him in the chest while looking up into his face. Tell me how the fuck to cut him off. Do you realize how long it's been since I had a good night's sleep? He held up his hands in surrender. I'll help any way I can. His proximity messed with my head, as did the way he smelled like ozone and bad decisions. I put distance between us and took a minute to compose myself. Once my heart rate settled down and I could speak without screeching at him, I met his eyes again. The way he looked at me made me feel like he knew everything that had just gone down in my mind, and how conflicted I'd become about everything having to do with him. For both our sakes, he didn't call me on it. I don't want Esteban in my head. But if Saul is doing the sending, and your sister is now a mage, how are you going to handle that? He shifted his shoulders and flexed his fingers, but his face remained neutral. I envied him that trick. I'll cross that bridge when I reach it, as you humans say. What do I say? His eyes darkened, and it was his turn to reach for the distance there, use it as a shield between us. They say, watch out for the trolls underneath. Well, fuck. I need a drink, I said, dropping into the armchair again. He stripped off his suit jacket and carefully hung it on a coat rack by the door. Then I supervised while he poured us a couple drinks and sat opposite me. If we really were friends, I would sling my feet up onto his lap and sip my drink in peace. But no, I would never be friends with this man. Not after everything we'd been through, and how much more we had to get done together. Are you okay, Zoey? He asked. I huffed and tucked my head back against the chair, staring at the crown molding while I drank. Fuck no, I'm not. But when I put Esteban's balls in a jar, I will be. Esteban had killed my parents and tried to kill us. He had to pay for everything he'd done. Or my life simply wouldn't be worth living. Chapter 5. After I'd drunk a couple of glasses of whiskey, I stood. Ever the gentleman, Finn stood as well, questions in his eyes. I smoothed the wrinkles from my dress, but jerked my hands down when I caught the soft smile on his lips. It's getting late. I should get home so I can do some of my client work before bed tonight. I thought you were staying here. That was a hard pass on so many levels. I'm fine, really. If someone could take me home, that would be great. No way I can get a taxi all the way back to my apartment. The crinkle in his forehead stacked up, but he remained silent a beat too long. Well, this was fun. I headed toward the office door. He caught the crook of my elbow in his fingers. Wait, please. I'm supposed to help you if you have another dream. We're working together again. Carefully, I extracted my arm from his grip. We are working together, but that doesn't mean I can't work with you from my home. I can't be comfortable here. The guards might not like it if I wander around in my underwear. His lips tightened and folded in, and I dragged my eyes up to clash with his. I won't comment on that statement, he said, but we are far more prepared here than at your home. I have weapons, training equipment, everything you could possibly need to do your job. I shifted to face him, hands on my hips. And what about your work? Is it transportable? Why can't you come to me for a change? I believe I spent the last 2 days wooing you into a new partnership at your apartment. I snorted. Okay, big guy, you survived about 4 hours total at my place. If you want to keep us together, you'll have to pack yourself up and bring your things to my house. I could practically see the wheels turning in his head. The light in his eyes shifted as he stared at me. It was almost disconcerting to watch him conclude I wasn't going to do things his way from now on. Can we sit and discuss this for a moment? He asked. I shrugged and resumed my seat in front of the desk. We can talk all you like, but tonight I'm going home to sleep in my own bed. Finn threaded his fingers together and walked around his desk. I understand you want to have some autonomy in our working relationship. And I want you to be comfortable working with me again. I can't guarantee things will be easier this time, but I promise to be more open and work together to make plans. I sat up, pressing my shoulders back, which started a dull ache in my ribs. His tone pissed me off. Placating, acquiescing, but only as far as what it would gain him. Well, Finn, I truly appreciate that. But I still want to go home tonight. This isn't about me bucking your reins. I simply prefer to sleep in my own bed. I need my space. He clutched the top of his desk chair, his knuckles whitening against the leather. Something fizzled in me at his stifled display of anger. Now we were getting somewhere. Maybe I could coax him into a raised voice, a stern scolding. A spanking. It's also safer here. Your landlord hands out keys to anyone who wanders through. I laughed. You seduced it out of him. Come on, I doubt there is a human alive who could resist your charm when you actually use it. His face contorted into a twist of confusion and frustration. Oh yes, I'd seen it 100 times on so many faces I could recognize it immediately. You met Esteban. He could do the same. Damn. I would need to talk to my landlord about his taste in men. Hell, what did that say about my own then? I waved at the chair opposite mine and put a little pander in my tone. Sit down and talk to me. Let's discuss a plan. That will make you feel like you have more control. He scowled so beautifully, but sat in front of me anyway. He took a moment to roll up his dress shirt sleeves before he spoke. I'm not a child throwing a fit because I didn't get what I wanted. Sure looks like that to me. I shrugged. We have no agreement stipulating I have to stay here, so I want to go home. I'm happy to discuss your ideas for controlling my dreams before I leave. Why did I suddenly feel like we'd switched places, him the moody dramatic one, me the rational pragmatist? As much as I was capable anyway. I crossed one leg over the other and winced as the ache in my side pinched sharply. Are you still in pain? He asked, studying me. Well, considering it takes 6 weeks or so for a broken rib to heal, I'd say, yes, I'm still in pain. The concern building in his tense shoulders and the tight grip of his hands was kind of touching. Did the doctors give you anything for it? Of course, I take it when I need it. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. We lapsed into silence, and I waited for him to lead the conversation. Him being the one between us more versed in magic, I expected him to start. I took a sip from the melted ice bourbon mix at the bottom of my glass. When I drained it, I pressed out of the chair. I'm going home if you have nothing to add. Sendings are a form of psychic communication. It establishes a connection between the two parties. It can be broken, of course, the same way you can block out my type of psychic infiltration. I sat again in the chair and faced him. Anything else? I might be able to use my own magic to sort of subconsciously activate your own powers. It's not something I've done before, but I'd be willing to try if you are. The idea of someone else freewheeling inside my mind didn't sit well with me. The entire concept of psychic infiltration gave me goosebumps and turned my stomach. He must have seen the reservation on my face. I promise I'll do nothing except what we agree, he said. It came back to trust. Did I trust him to keep his word? Did I trust him with my mind? My magic? To control my body? It hurt a little to admit, no, I didn't. Not yet, at least. I shook my head. I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable with anyone inside my head. Hell, I can barely stand to be in there myself sometimes. My attempt at levity didn't faze him. I leaned over despite the pain to meet his eyes more easily. We haven't been working together long. And most of the time, you have forced me to do things I didn't want to do. Then, being secretive about your plans and hiding things from me. After we both almost died, I promised myself I wasn't going on that shit show train again. Now I've agreed to work with you again, but it will be a true partnership. No secrets. No hiding things. No controlling my mind to make me do things. Understood? I can help with the pain. Make your body think it's not even there, he said. Sweet, but the man missed the point. It's okay. Pain and I are old friends. It'll pass. I don't like to see you hurting, he whispered, so softly I barely heard it. May I try just a healing spell? A simple thing to make you heal faster. It doesn't involve delving into my brain? He shook his head. I'll touch your wound and it'll heal faster. I spread my hands and rested them on the chair. Go for it. Nothing on earth could have prepared me for Finn to sink to his knees in front of me. I didn't know where to look, as he shifted up to place his hands one on either side of my waist. The only thing to do was pray he couldn't feel how out of control my heartbeat and breathing had become. He curled his fingers to the shape of me, and fixed his gaze between his hands. Straighten your spine a bit. I shifted in his direction, which caused me to lean forward, my barely existent chest almost in his face. He kept his expression neutral, but each exhale he made was so forceful it fanned up against my chin and collarbone. A warmth flooded through my middle like dipping my toes in a hot tub, a little tease of heat there and gone. He gracefully shifted to his feet and stood. How is that? I had to swallow the lump in my throat before I could answer. Better, thank you. Honestly, I didn't know if it was better. Adrenaline languidly flowed through me at the moment, and nothing hurt. He took his seat again and leveled his crystal gaze to mine, nothing there but friendly neutrality now. I understand you prefer no one do any sort of psychic magic for you. If you would allow, I could still be present while you're sleeping to see if I can intercept the psychic signal. Interrupt it and find the source. Is that possible? He lifted one shoulder slightly. Anything is possible with magic. It's only a matter of how. We'd circled back. That's fine with me, as long as it's at my place, I said. As if finally accepting I wasn't staying, he nodded. I'll get the captain. It took a second for his security leader to walk in. I had no idea how they communicated. Finn hadn't called out to him nor used the telephone. But I had to assume they had some way of talking to one another that I couldn't see. The captain arrived sporting the same menacing swagger I remembered, and aggression rolled off him in waves. He nodded to me. Miss Alex, nice to see you. I have to admit it surprised me, you know the difference between a stalactite and stalagmite. Captain, I said. I'm surprised you knew there was a difference. Finn cleared his throat. Arrange a team. I'll be staying at Zoey's home while we work on something together. No, the captain said. No. Finn echoed. We can't properly ensure your safety in that death trap of an apartment complex she lives in. Not to mention the media exposure if someone sees or hears something. No. You guys can work here. I stood. I'm going to wait in the car. The captain didn't move out of the way, and I wasn't in good enough shape to make him. Excuse me, I said. I'll let you boys arm wrestle, or thumb war, or whatever it is you guys use to make decisions around here. Finn snorted, but I didn't look at him. I locked my eyes on the not-so-friendly scowl of the captain. Why can't you stay here? It's far more secure, he said. Because I want to sleep in my own bed, in my own home. Our beds are better. I ambled a step forward, clutching my fists to filter some sense into my brain. It was hard to appear menacing in a sparkly dress, but I would give it a go. You don't know a single thing about my bed, so you can't possibly know yours are better. The beds here are recreations of clouds. Nothing beats them. I patted his shoulder a little harder than I meant to. Great, you sleep in them and I'll go home and sleep in my inferior one. His lip twitched, but I couldn't tell if it was the beginning of a smile or another scowl. Knowing our history, probably the latter. He ground his teeth and asked Finn, Is this an order, sir? I'm afraid so, Captain. She's quite insistent. I tried to convince her to stay. The captain looked at Finn over my shoulder. You could convince her. Don't punch the security man, I told myself. Run along, soldier boy. Hopefully, I won't see you later. I shifted around the captain and walked out into the hall. If any of the guards along the corridor heard our little tiff, they didn't acknowledge it. The SUV sat in front of the house and I climbed inside. I don't know who is coming along, but I assume at least Finn, I told the driver. He nodded in the rear view mirror, and I stared out the window at the rolling fields around Finn's home. This was a lot to process. Between the growing awareness of Finn, in ways I shouldn't be thinking about him, and the tension between us when I didn't do exactly what he expected, I didn't know how this would end. With my history badly, but I didn't want it to. I wanted to trust him. I wanted to be his friend. But I didn't know how to be. There would be a greater chance of me forming a friendship with a captain than Finn. Despite his clear dislike of me, I enjoyed our little spats. I waited for 20 minutes, and was about to climb out and demand they hurry when Finn exited the mansion, followed by several men with gear, who climbed into another vehicle I didn't even realize was parked behind us. He crossed in front of the car and then climbed in beside me on the opposite side. "Ready?" he asked. I glared and pressed the side of my head to the window. "I've been ready for, a half hour. You're worse than a woman when it comes to packing." It wasn't just packing. I spent most of that time convincing the captain we needed to do this. He is adamant about my safety, so don't be too hard on him. I traced a circle in the fog from my breath on the window. But he likes it when I poke him with a stick. Gives him something to wake up for in the morning. Finn huffed and faced out his window to peer into the darkness. The SUV pulled away, and I wrapped my arms around myself, chilled despite the heat in the car. Finn draped his suit jacket over my upper body, and because I was a paragon of chill, I froze up and didn't move until he stared back out his window. Then I curled into the coat, the scent of him wafting from the fabric. A stray honey-hued hair lay across the collar, but I didn't pull it off. I couldn't wait to get home and see how the captain reacted to the fact that all his men weren't going to fit inside my apartment. It's the little things that keep you going from day to day. We managed to get back to my apartment, and I went straight to bed, ignoring the fact that I had a rich fi in my living room. After all, tortured dreams were waiting for me. Chapter 6. It took me a moment to realize I'd fallen asleep. The mist parted around me, revealing the tall trees and the rock-strewn earth. A carpet of dead pine needles squished under my hands as I pushed to my feet. I pressed my bare feet into the needles and grumbled. Not very convenient for hiking. The blue silk of the dress I wore swirled around my bare toes and hugged my body, fanning out around the ankles in a mermaid train. The straps dug into my shoulders, and I adjusted my breasts into the built-in cups. My hair hung down to the middle of my back in a pin-straight blonde sheet. Even the pink-tipped ends were a little muted in this landscape of mist. I peered through the trees for a path or some clue on which way to go. Esteban or Saul must have a plan here. Dressing me up seemed to be a rich man's trick, so one point toward Esteban. If I used her brother as a measure, Saul would be pretty rich as well. I shuffled through the pine needles, thankful for the soft path under my feet, but I had to lift the bottom of the dress so I didn't trip over the hem. Birds chirped overhead, but the sound echoed eerily through the tree limbs. I hated this whole experience. Another case of being used by other people, of magic used against me, my free will stripped away. Maybe if I really had powers, I could keep this from happening again. As I wandered, I steadied my breathing and brought my focus inward, as the last yoga teacher I walked out on used to say. But I couldn't feel anything there. Not a flicker nor a spark, nor anything that might resemble magic. A rustle started around me, and I darted my gaze between the trees. I picked up a stick in my path, and held it in both hands like a baseball bat. It may be some kind of dream, but it didn't mean I wouldn't defend myself. The train of my dress twisted around my feet, so I had to slow my steps to account for the hindrance. If Finn magic ed something for me out there, I sure didn't feel it in here. I chuckled, maybe his contribution was the dress. I walked onward, unsure of my location or direction. But the temperature felt perfect against my skin, not too humid or dry, warm or cold. Like the world built itself around what would make me the most comfortable. Whispers started around me, and I held the bat up, ready for an attack from any angle. Nothing jumped out from between the trees. Nothing wiggled the branches. I reached out to the nearest towering pine and pressed my hand to the bark. The tree let out a groan, and I hopped away, dropping the stick, and stumbled into another tree. It made the same noise, and I stared up through the limbs. I mean, my favorite part of the Lord of the Rings series was when the Ents destroy Isengard, but I never wanted to meet a creature who could crush me beneath its rooty feet. I kept walking, this time faster as I clutched my dress up around my hips to give me better range of movement. The forest never seemed to end. It kept going, the soft needles laid out like a carpet leading me along. I hated being on this trail because clearly I was being led somewhere, and I had no choice. A clearing opened a few hundred yards in front of me, and I kept walking toward it. The mist parted, revealing a woman's back. She was sitting on a log perfectly situated in the empty space. I jogged the rest of the path until I circled around to face her. She wore the same purple ball gown as before, her bare toes painted the same shade as her dress. Her honey brown hair had been gathered in elaborate braids at her neck and hung around her shoulders. Her eyes were the same crystal-cut shade as her brother's, and the resemblance struck me all over again. I crouched near her right knee. "Saul, can you hear me?" She didn't answer but stared straight ahead through the trees. "Saul." I called again, louder this time. Again, nothing. She sat like a robot waiting to be switched on. I reached out to touch the back of her hand. My fingers passed through her hand and leg. I jerked back so fast I lost my balance and landed on my ass in the pine needles. "Shit," I whispered as I tilted over to my knees and then got to my feet. I brushed the needles off my dress and shook out the material. Saul never stirred. I wandered the perimeter of the clearing. The whispers had stopped, but I couldn't tell if that was a good thing or a bad thing. When I made it back to Saul, she stared off into the distance, still and silent. "You know, you bring me here, the least you could do is tell me why. If you're Saul or Esteban or whoever, I don't want to keep doing this. Some people actually need to get some sleep at night." She didn't twitch, and I took a moment to study her. Her lips were fuller than her brother's, her cheekbones a bit sharper. But just like him, her beauty stunned me. If she'd become a mage, it didn't affect her perfect phi appearance. I sat down in front of Saul, hiked up the dress around my hips, and crossed my legs underneath me. Maybe this was a meditation thing. I sucked so hard at meditation, but I would try anything to get out of this. I closed my eyes and cycled through a few deep breaths. Thoughts flitted in and out of my weird dream head, but nothing magical, nothing that would help at all. I folded myself over my legs to rest my forehead on the ground. "I just want out of this damn dream," I said on a groan. I leaned back and looked up at the wispy gray sky. "Finn," I yelled. "If you can hear me, please do whatever it is you're supposed to do. You are crammed into my shitty apartment right now for this very reason." Silence answered me. Outstanding. I glanced back at Saul. Not a twitch. Maybe Finn was doing something, and it disrupted the signal as he'd said. I stood, walked over to her, and pressed my hands on top of hers and closed my eyes. I envisioned a connection between us, a way to communicate, but I didn't feel that telltale tingle of magic, nor did she respond. This dream already felt longer than any other I'd endured so far. To be fair, I got bored easily. I scanned the clearing a few times and kept returning to Saul. But she hadn't moved an inch. How long was I going to be stuck here? Fucking hell. With Saul rigid as a robot, and Finn probably somewhere out there napping on my couch, I decided to speak to the only other creature in this place. I marched toward the nearest tree and pressed my hand to its rough bark. This time, it didn't elicit any noises like it did before. I closed my eyes, drew in a deep breath, and pushed my awareness toward the tree. Nothing happened. Should have seen that coming. It wasn't as if I had any other options, so I tried one more time. I curled my fingers into the bark of the rigid oak tree and simply said, "Hello." At first, nothing happened. But then a vibration started, a deep rumble like the tumble of boulders down a mountainside. The tree let out a long groan and seemed to stretch up toward the sky. Was that a hello? Should I keep my hand on the tree? My hands shook as I pulled them back from the tree and hugged them to my chest. The forest had gone silent again, and the trees seemed like their normal weird selves. What had Finn said about mage magic? He had spoken of it as if it were a perversion of phi magic, unnatural. If that were the case, I shouldn't be able to feel these trees, the kiss of ozone and mist on my skin. Damn it. The only thing this sending seemed to do was confuse me more. Not something I needed right now between the super hot Fi man I needed to avoid, and the crazy mage man who wanted me dead. A charmed life I led. I headed back towards Saul, carefully stepping across the field so I didn't trip. Not that it would matter. Because no one's here to see me. I shouted my thought aloud. Saul sat in the same position as before, straight-backed and ethereal. She looked like a statue brought to life. I studied her, leaning in closer, trying to catch if she was even breathing. Her mouth flopped open. I stumbled away, almost landing on my ass again in the pine needles. She started moving her mouth like she was speaking to someone, but no sound came out. I crouched lower so I could see her face at eye level to make out the shapes her lips formed, but I couldn't discern the words. She seemed to be speaking to someone. Her face was animated, her eyes bright and alert, and her hands waved as she spoke. I shook my head and threw my hands up. Sound on, Saul. Of course, she didn't answer me. She continued her conversation with another person I couldn't see. Were there ghosts here? I spun around, peering through the trees, trying to catch shapes in the darkness. Nothing moved, nothing shifted. Nothing was here except me and Robot Saul. I really had nothing else to do but sit there and stare at her. So I threw myself down on the ground, folded my legs up again, and watched as she spoke. Her shoulders were relaxed and her hands flowed effortlessly, until her entire body tightened up and went rigid. Then her chin tilted haughtily, so like her brother it made me wince. It was a little disconcerting to watch fear wash over a person without being able to hear the effects of it. Whoever she spoke to had scared her. I narrowed my eyes, bouncing my gaze from her lips up to her eyebrows and back, hoping I could find some word or gesture that would let me know how to help her. My heart told me this wasn't Esteban. While convincing, he never seemed to drop his air of superiority. And right now, Saul looked fragile. I didn't think an emotion like that was something Esteban could copy. She continued moving her lips and waving her arms again, but now her brows were tucked down, set in a determined way. Maybe she was trying to convince somebody of something. Saul, tell me how to help you. I didn't know if I was speaking to her, or this weird dream place, or Finn. I just hated that I couldn't help her. And I would feel the same way for any woman. Then her mouth turned in just the right way, so I recognized one word, watch. A watch. Had she dropped one for me to find? I dove for the pine needles, threading my fingers under their blanket, but nothing snagged against my hands, not even a stray pebble. I got to my feet and circled her log to look around for a watch, but nothing lay on the ground, nor was she wearing one. Maybe she'd meant for me to look at her. To see something. I spun back around in front of her and lined up our faces. She continued through her pantomime, and again I couldn't make out the words or any way to break through to her. Shit. Shit. Fucking shit. I really hoped I wasn't about to have to watch Finn's sister get murdered in front of me. Boy, would that be one hell of a conversation when I woke up. I didn't like this at all. Right now I wanted to open my eyes, snark at Finn, and have him stare back at me in his usual unbothered way. I rubbed my face, and then skimmed fingers up over my head to push my hair away. Wake up, I whispered to myself as I squeezed my eyelids tight together. Wake up. Nothing happened. Saul still carried on her invisible conversation. She'd relaxed a bit more, which boded well, but I still wanted out of here. I lay down on the ground in front of Saul, and stared up at the sky, ringed by the tree canopy in my peripheral vision. Then I closed my eyes and walked myself through relaxing. It was a song my mother had taught me as a child. Fingers, toes, knees and ears. A lullaby to relax each body part. It rarely failed to send me into a deep sleep. I figured if I could sleep here, maybe I would wake up in my world. I squeezed my eyes tighter and balled my fists, counter to the relaxing advice, and tried to will my mind to quiet. When that didn't work, I resumed my song, naming my body parts in my head as I traversed my entire frame. When I reached my face and ears, I slipped up. Drifting off in my own bed, into a proper sleep, was always soothing. This felt like slipping feet first into an oil well. In a way, it felt like a drug taking hold of my system, spitting me out the other side of a high I didn't want any part of. If I made it home, I knew one thing for sure. It was time for Finn to teach me how to do magic. At least the basics. Right now, my world spun, and the out-of-control feeling of it made me want to punch something to re-establish my dominance. I squeezed my eyes as I reached the edge of the oil slick, and the last image burned in as I finally went under. Chapter 7. I awoke with a jolt, and then a splitting pain down the center of my forehead. It took a few seconds of blinking and rubbing the spot to realize Finn hovered at the edge of my bed, clutching his forehead similarly. "Were you watching me sleep?" I asked. He took a few deep breaths before dropping his hand. I could tell something was wrong. "You were twitching and sort of whimpering while you were sleeping, so I tried to pull you out of it, but I couldn't reach you." I fisted the covers up around my hips, just in case. I didn't need him to see my sloth print sleep shorts. After what felt like an eternity in that dream world, being back in my skin seemed to be the strange place. "Are you okay?" Finn asked and plopped down on the edge of my bed. As always, he looked immaculate in a slim-cut black suit, the jacket open to reveal a white shirt and a gray pattern tie. His hair hung loose around his chin but had obviously been brushed back by his fingers a few times since he woke up. I shook my head. This time was different. Saul was there, but she didn't seem to be able to speak to me. I kept trying different things to get her to talk, but she wasn't responding. She just sat there, kind of like an animatronic robot waiting to be plugged in. I debated on telling him about the trees, and about how the forest seemed to be alive around me as I passed through it. Would it matter? Did that information help him figure out her location? I doubted it, since he still believed the Black Mage behind her appearance in my dreams. I rubbed some grit from my eyes and brushed back stray hairs around my face that had fallen out of my ponytail while I'd slept. Finn patted the bed covers and stood to button his jacket. "I'll go make some breakfast. Come out whenever you're ready." Once the door sat firmly shut between us, I climbed out of the bed, grabbed some clothes from my dresser and went into the bathroom to shower. The world seemed too bright and too big around me, like I stood in a bubble waiting for it to pop any moment. While I brushed my teeth, I thought about Saul and my short-lived hunt for the watch she mentioned. She'd said watch, but how could I know if she meant a wristwatch or if she wanted me to see something? I brushed my hair up into a bun. Because of the length of my hair, it would still be damp in the evening if I kept it up all day, but I didn't feel like fussing right now. I stuffed my legs into a pair of jeans and pulled on a t-shirt. Once I was ready, I took a deep breath and squared my shoulders. No use stalling. Finn, or the captain, would just come in my bedroom to hunt me down anyway. I exited out to my living room quietly, and then jerked to a stop as I surveyed the space. While I'd slept, Finn had completely rearranged. I ran a hand over the top of the bookshelf. No dust coated my fingers. The man had cleaned my apartment. On the good side, it looked about twice as big as it had before. On the downside, he'd cleaned my apartment and rearranged everything. I wasn't an organized person, at least not by many people's standards. It was the idea that Finn had touched all my personal possessions that ate at me. He stood in the kitchen at the stove, stirring some eggs in a skillet. Damn it. The man had cleaned my apartment. I should be angry at him, but yelling at the person about to feed me didn't feel like a grateful thing to do. I leaned on the kitchen door frame. "So busy night?" He waved the spatula toward the living room. "I should have asked permission, I apologize. I don't sleep and movement helps me stay focused." "I don't sleep." He tipped his gaze up to me before focusing on the eggs again. "No, I sleep the same as humans. It's just me who doesn't sleep. Not more than a few hours at a time anyway. Not since." By the way he broke off, I knew he meant Saul. Sometimes I forgot I wasn't the only person's life the Black Mage had destroyed. Finn plated the eggs and carried them to the small card table I usually used to organize files in my little dining room. Now he'd covered it with a lilac tablecloth, 2 napkins, 2 forks, and salt and pepper shakers. "What did you do with my paperwork?" I asked when I took the seat opposite him. He placed the food in front of me and waved at my desk. "Where the files live, in the file drawer, of course." He spoke as if I were adorable and knew nothing. Under normal circumstances, his tone would have grated on me, but I couldn't summon my usual ire. The eggs were delicious, of course. I dug in and alternated bites of eggs and toast he tossed on the plate. "Taste okay?" he asked. I peered at him over the end of my fork, still shoved in my mouth. Once I swallowed, I nodded. "Yes, they are great. Thank you." I am trying to figure out how I didn't hear you going all house flipper on my place while I slept. He shrugged as he stirred his food around his plate. I can be quiet when I want to be. It took me no more than 5 minutes to clear my plate and take it to the kitchen to rinse it off. Instead of washing, I stacked everything in the sink and returned to the table with a fresh cup of coffee. Damn. He even made better coffee than me. Are you ready? He asked. I appreciated him waiting to grill me until I'd put something in my stomach. Using the Snoopy print mug as a shield between us, I stared him down. Shoot. He slid his hand palm up across the table. May I? Oh. Asking me questions about my dreams weirded me out enough, but letting him inside my head, I didn't know if I could let him do it. What does it entail? I asked. He shifted in the seat and met my gaze directly. You picture what it is you want me to see, and I'll be able to see it in my own mind. No more, no less. Will you be able to read my thoughts? The corner of his mouth tipped up. Anything to hide? I put the mug down on the table and flipped him off. If I do, it's none of your business. He tilted his head to the side, studying me, the crystal in his irises catching what little sunlight my apartment received. I wonder what it's like inside your head. Is your inner monologue equally brash? Or do you play a part, and inside you're a lot softer than you appear on the outside? As usual, he'd hit a little too close to the mark for my comfort. I smiled one of my demented grins and batted my lashes. Same on the inside, same on the outside. I don't waste energy on playing a part for the sake of others. Like the gentleman part he played, he let it go. I promise not to encroach on anything you don't wish to show me. I won't enter your mind. All you have to do is push the thoughts you want me to see toward me. I'll receive them like an email. Easy. Easy, I echoed. There was absolutely nothing simple about giving someone else access to my mind. Showing him what I saw in my dreams might help more than describing what happened, though. I tightened my hand in his and closed my eyes. The soft mantle of magic folded around me, and I tried to keep my breathing even so he wouldn't sense my panic. But so far he kept his word. I didn't feel any mental pushes from him. I pictured the forest in mind and pushed it toward him. He hissed out loud and I jerked my hand away. What? Gently. That was like forcing too much laundry into a washing machine at once. Picture it and sort of float it my way. I can grab onto it and bring it to me. An exchange, if you will. Sorry, I mumbled. Not at all, he said and took my hand again. I pictured the dress, and the carpet of pine needles leading me to the forest. Then I gently willed it toward him. It winked out of my head and he said, more. Next, I pictured Soul's back as I found her on the log. He inhaled sharply. Shit. I didn't consider what seeing her would be like for him after everything he'd endured. Are you okay? I asked, eyes still closed. Yes, please continue. His voice remained steady, but his breathing pattern had picked up almost to match my own. Finally, I gave him the way she looked from the front, having her invisible conversation with someone I couldn't see. Like a lightning strike, his emotions filtered through our connection. Surprise. Fear. Hope. Panic. I pulled my hand back, hugging it to my chest, and opened my eyes. His stayed closed. He didn't acknowledge that exchange, so I didn't comment on it. Anything you notice? I asked. He shook his head and opened his eyes. I think I know that forest. We should go there and investigate. I have a helicopter, and we could be there in a few hours. I held up my hands. Wait a minute. I didn't sign on to join the mystery machine here. I understand you want to find your sister, but I don't think we should run off and trudge through some kind of sentient forest right now. She couldn't possibly be held there, with no bathroom, no food, no water. Then there is the obvious conclusion we need to discuss. Between breakfast and now, he somehow appeared older. His voice came out rough when he asked, "What is that?" Was he kidding me? That this might be one more big fancy trap to lure us in and finally finish us off. I don't know about you, but I have a lot of shoes to buy with my $1 million. His eyes softened. No, I have enough shoes. But I understand what you are saying. However, Saul wouldn't set us up like that. Saul might not, but what if she's not the same woman you knew? What if she is being forced by Esteban to create sendings to me? What if the sendings are Esteban wearing Soul's likeness? I could go on with 10 more scenarios where we end up 6 feet under. I needed unbiased third-party backup here, and I couldn't believe what I was about to say. Where's the captain? You think the captain would convince me out of going to that forest? I pulled my coffee toward me. No, but I think he prioritizes your well-being above anything else. A voice came from my couch, which I barely even noticed against the same wall as my door. I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said about me, the captain said, from his prone position on the couch. His boots rested on the armrest, and his hat had been laying on his face. How long had he been there? I raked my mind. Had he been there the entire time? I cleared my throat, covering my confusion. Don't get used to it. Being competent at your job doesn't mean we're BFFs now. He swung his legs over to the floor in one smooth motion as he stood. Don't worry, sweetheart, I don't carouse with bounty hunters. I pushed back my chair, standing up and glaring at the captain over Finn's shoulder. First, who says carouse, and second, what is that supposed to mean? Before he could answer, Finn stepped between us. A little professional courtesy between colleagues. I ground my teeth together and exhaled, then focused on Finn again. Back to my argument. Have you forgotten the last little trip we took to Esteban's territory? Finn rounded toward me and closed the distance between us. How many times are we going to have to review this? I promised I would approach our plans differently, and I am. This is me right now, discussing things with you. Reasonable Finn pissed me off the most. You have been discussing things with me, and you've been compromising. I see it, and I appreciate it. However, eventually, we are going to disagree, and you're going to run off and almost get me killed again. He took my hands in his. What promise do I have to make to ensure you trust me? I winced. He was trying to do this right. I had to give him that. I relented a little. It's more about me than it is about you. Mostly. Then tell me how to help you believe in me. Damn it. I wanted to trust him. Hell, I wanted to walk around and take everyone at face value, but too many people had shown me how easily trust could be twisted and used for manipulation. I shook my head. I'm sorry, I think it'll just take time. Time he had to offer. More than me, probably. He squeezed my hands gently and whispered, I have an idea. No, the captain barked from across the room, then closed the distance between us. He stopped right next to Finn and stared him down. Finn shook his head and met his eyes. Wait a minute. Are you two in each other's heads? I asked. Finn's gaze narrowed at the captain. You are not my keeper. You are my employee. If she accepts it, then you will abide. The captain's jaw tightened, and he flicked me a look lined with contempt. If he didn't like what Finn was getting to, I was even more interested. Finn shrugged the captain away and turned to me. I offer you an IUC random. The tension in the room stretched tight. Whatever he'd said was serious. Cool, I said. Tell me what it is first. The captain interrupted before Finn could explain. He offers you a great honor. You will share a bond. The IUC random is a vow. I blinked at the captain's scowl, and then tried to diffuse the moment between all of us. That's sweet, Finn, but I need at least a 2-carat rock to consider a man's hand in marriage. The captain cursed and stalked back across the room. Funny, Zoey, Finn said, no humor in his tone. I offer you more than marriage. I offer you my life, my magic, until we finish our work. You're what now? I tried to pull my hands from his, but he tightened his grip. If something happens to you, then you'll be able to tap into my own life force, my magic, to protect yourself. I don't want you to feel like I'm sacrificing you again. This way, you'll be protected no matter what happens. I shook my head and jerked my hands from his. Are you nuts? I don't even want my magic, so why would I want yours? And I have no interest in your life. You don't even know me. Why would you offer this to me? A show of trust. You don't trust me. A sadness weighed down his face, his shoulders. I do trust you. If I didn't, why would I be in your home, giving you my money, making this choice? I took his hands in mine again. Then show me why. Make me believe it. He didn't hesitate, but shot an image straight into my head like it zoomed across on a zipline. It was me at the Citadel, saving his life. Me dying. I sucked in a breath and slid back onto my chair to steady myself. The bastard had failed to tell me emotions came with the memories. As fast as the images and onslaught appeared, they dissipated. Fucking hell. He did trust me. The ability to protect myself against Esteban and his men wasn't something I should pass up. But I didn't understand his willingness to give so much to me when I held back from him. I stood and met his eyes head on. Fine. Do it. And then we'll try to find your forest. Harlan, Finn called out. The captain walked over and handed Finn one of the knives strapped to his forearm. I wrinkled my nose at Finn using the captain's first name. Considering this was the first time I'd heard Finn call him anything at all, it was too weird. It made sense though. If they shared some kind of mental connection, then he wouldn't need to call him aloud very often. Step forward, Zoey, Finn said. Sensing if I made one wisecrack the captain would take off my head, I kept my jokes to myself and did what Finn told me to do. He took my hand in his and made a shallow cut horizontally under the crease of my elbow. I hissed out a breath and watched him do the same to his own arm. Then he took his blood and mixed it with mine by pressing our flesh together. Magic swamped me, dragging me hard to my knees on the floor. He followed me down, grabbed my arm, and brought it to his lips. With one smooth swipe of his tongue, he cleaned away our mixed blood. I give you this IUC random, Zoey Salix, he said. My life and my magic bound to yours until the day you release me from this vow. His words eddied around me, pressing the magic in tighter to my body, to my face, my neck, my hair, my teeth, until I could feel them inside and outside and all around us. When he dropped my arm, the sensations dissipated, and I could draw a full breath again. Shit, I whispered. Finn helped me stand. I batted him away. I'm fine. From beside me, the captain leaned in to whisper in my ear. Don't make him regret that, or my face will be the last one you ever see. Chapter 8. I wish I'd discovered that I hate helicopters before I was flying at 10,000 feet. Finn seemed right at home flying the chopper and sitting amidst the beeping controls, knobs, and levers. The headset he'd clapped on my head dug into my skull, but it was the only way I could hear him over the roar of the engine. It was a little like I was flying through the sky strapped to a lawn chair, propelled by a high-speed balloon. I'd left my stomach somewhere above the skyscrapers we flew over. You look a little green. Finn's voice cut through the headset, static-laced and flat. Ah, thanks, you look pretty today too, I managed. With my eyes squeezed tight and my hands dug into the seat, it was all the smartass I could give him. My arm still burned from the cut he'd made and my head felt too tight, crammed with this extra presence. It wasn't his mind, we didn't share a mental connection, but I could feel something hovering at the edges waiting for me to assimilate it. He chuckled, and I ignored him. Once we landed, he would get my knees in his balls for putting me through this. I hadn't even wanted to go to the Forest of Doom to find his sister. Hell, it was likely a trap anyway. Finn kept ordering me to look out at the view, but every time he suggested it, I flipped him off, and then resumed my death grip on the harness-like seatbelt he'd strapped me into. Every so often I whispered, I hate you, into the headset, so he knew my opinion about our travel method hadn't changed. Honestly, he said, I'm an excellent flyer. You'd be in more danger riding in a car on the highway. That statement earned him another bird. That's just something people say to people like me, who don't like flying. If I fall out of this helicopter, I'm going to die. If I fall out of a moving vehicle, I'll likely be in a lot of pain, but my odds of survival are higher. You'd be a human pancake if you fell out of a moving vehicle, he pointed out. Well, I live to give the captain something to clean up. He laughed at that one, and I squeezed my eyelids tighter together. How did you learn to fly a helicopter anyway? Don't Fi have a thing about steel and machinery? He remained silent, so I risked a glance, and then promptly shut my eyes again, as the fog-strewn view outside his window threatened to bring up my breakfast. Were you a Vietnam fighter pilot? I asked. He didn't respond, so I continued prodding him. No, that would require a haircut. I thought about it for a few more seconds. Secret celebrity chauffeur, taking Marilyn and Elvis to all those places no one is really quite sure how they got into? That one earned me a snort from him, but still no answer to my question. Oh, I know. Former Secret Service piloting Marine One, until you had to leave before all the other boys realized you weren't quite like them. Of course, you're strong and capable in the practice ring, but out on the job you're always a tiny bit more together, a tiny bit faster. Nope, nothing. His face remained a stone wall I was determined to crack. Drug runner for the cartels? I kept my eyes open now just to watch his face for any micro-expressions. Magic smuggler from the great Canadian covens? The captain's sidekick during the Gulf War, and now he's your henchman because you saved his life and he owes you a debt for the rest of his? His eyebrows drew down, and then his face cleared a millisecond later. It wasn't the reason he could fly a helicopter, but it spoke to the casual relationship I witnessed between employer and employee. Interesting. A flash of the captain laying in blood-streaked mud, and Finn kneeling over him wreathed in light, bounced around the inside of my skull. Finn couldn't access my mind, but when he felt something strongly, he might accidentally shove it down the bond. I chose not to bring it to his attention. He had to know already, right? Rescuing snow bunnies when they get in too deep on their sun-dappled mountainside vacations? He cracked a slight smile on that one. I can do this all day. I can ignore you all day, he countered. You have a very active imagination. Ouch. For one, it was my job to consider all the ways a person could maim me in my pursuit of them. I'm very good at imagining my own death, and it sucks every time. Secondly, you're the one who dragged me out in this death machine on a field trip, which will probably leave us riddled with bullets or turned into walking zombies when Esteban catches us. I should have put no stupid plans in my contract. You haven't signed a contract. I snapped my fingers. Then we need to go back and sign that contract, and I need to make sure it has an addendum to never include helicopters. To that, he only shook his head. So tell me then, when did you save the captain's life? He sputtered, his knuckles going white on the steering controls. How did you? What? I didn't. I pointed toward my eyebrows. Yours are very expressive. A tell, if you will. Don't play poker unless you get that under control, or buy some oversized sunglasses. He straightened and regained his composure. It's not something I'm prepared to talk about. On a scale of 1 to 10, how quickly will the captain try to stab me if I bring it up with him? Finn gave another chuckle. Each one felt like winning something. I can say probably a 12, he said. The captain doesn't enjoy owing anyone a debt, or being reminded of his own mortality. Sweet. I'll be adding it to my annoy the captain rotation. He turned the death machine, angling us toward something, but I closed my eyes and gripped my harness. Oh, stop that. Please stop that. I didn't recognize the whine in my voice, and I didn't care. Oh, now you don't want to land, he said, his voice low and breathless in my ear with his laughter. I kept my eyes closed until I felt the jerk of the helicopter landing, and Finn removed my headphones. Get me out, I said, trying to figure out which buckle went where so I could unsnap myself. With a few deft motions, he got me out of the rigging, and I threw myself out of the helicopter onto the ground. He came around to my side and stared at me sitting in the grass. Wow, I finally found the one thing to bring Zoey Salix to her knees. I glared up at him. He reached down, and I took his fingers to allow him to pull me to my feet. Considering I had to go back up in that thing to get home, I decided not to bait Finn further. Instead, I fixed my gaze out onto the forest. We'd landed in a small clearing, which I had no idea how he saw from the sky. All around me were the same trees from my dream. Except now, the same creepy, weird feeling I experienced in my dream felt compounded. I shook my head and retreated toward the helicopter. No, I don't think I want to go in there. Finn smiled and waved at the trees. It's just a forest, Zoey. Oh, fuck you. Don't placate me. Hell is just a sauna, right? I know something is off here. I feel it, vibrating in my bones. It's like it's trying to speak to me. All traces of mirth were gone from his face now. I'm sorry. You're right. To mages, this is a sacred place. It's called the Forest of Shadows. You knew what this place was the whole time? I demanded. We're right back where we were before, with you knowing everything, and me knowing nothing. Just because I wasn't born into this world, doesn't mean I don't deserve to know. He held his hands up in surrender. I'm sorry, Zoey, truly. I was born to this world, and sometimes I forget how much I do know, and how much others don't. Forgive me. If he had tried to defend himself, I could have stayed angry. I waved at the trees. Let's go see if we can find something. But I'm not staying here a moment longer than necessary. Understood, he said. I took a step forward. On second thought, maybe I should stay here with the helicopter. This looks like a seedy neighborhood. I would hate for someone to steal it. His look told me he wasn't buying my shit. I crossed the clearing to stand beside him, and then he marched off into the trees. We walked in silence for a little while, with no signs of any other life present, not even the steady tweeting of birds in the branches. How do your dreams usually go? He asked as we walked. I refused to look at him as I answered. They usually start with me wandering around until I get frustrated. And then often I'll see a flash of color, Soul's dress. It always takes me a few minutes to find her, but when I do, she's often sitting on a log in the center of the clearing. He nodded. Then I guess we're looking for another clearing and a log. You are, I muttered. I'm looking for another way home. As we wandered farther into the woods, Finn studied every fallen pine cone, and I itched to make a run for it back to the helicopter. I don't know how long we walked. Long past snack time, that was for sure, but I refused to be the one to break and ask him if he brought any provisions with him. When the sunlight stopped twinkling through the tree branches, nervous butterflies began to flap in my belly. Surely, he didn't expect us to stay out here all night. I didn't care how much he paid me, I was not sleeping here. I know I've been saying I want to leave since we got here, I said, but I honestly think we should go. It's getting dark, and I don't want to see what comes out at night in a place like this. He glanced over at me, like he'd forgotten I was here. No, you're right. We should get going. Relief washed through me. I'd prepared myself for an argument. I didn't know if it scared me more or less that he agreed. Maybe he didn't know what came out at night here either. We turned around and started the trek back toward the helicopter. This time our pace was more determined. All the trees looked the same to me. I didn't know how he knew exactly where he had parked. His long legs ate up the distance. I scrambled to keep up, only because I wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. Color flashed in the trees just like in my dream, except this time it was red. I stopped mid-stride and let out a shuddered breath. When he realized I'd stopped, he rushed back. Are you all right? I pointed through the trees where I could still see the red flashing in and out of my vision. Usually it's purple. He gripped my upper arms and ducked his head down so he could meet my eyes. What's purple? Your sister's dress. This time I see red. He shifted to stand right next to me, to get a line on exactly what I saw. I focused on the color too. Not that I would tell him, but I felt safer with him by my side here. I knew without a doubt if a sudden fight broke out he would protect me, just as I would protect him. He stooped low to duck under some tree branches and head off toward the color. I followed only because I didn't want to be alone as dusk crept closer. We reached the tree, and Finn plucked a thick red ribbon from its branches. It fluttered in the breeze. I've never seen that before, I said. Finn stared at the ribbon pinched between his fingers. This was Soul's. How do you know? He held it out toward me, but I shook my head. When I didn't take it, he rolled it up carefully and stuffed it in his pocket. When we were children, she always wanted to wear ribbons like this in her hair. Our mother wouldn't let her, thinking red to be an obscene color for a child to wear. Of course, me being her big brother, I'd bring them to her and help her braid them in her hair. We'd always take them out, before we had to see her mother again, but it was something we shared. Another vision jammed into my head, him sitting behind a teenage girl threading a ribbon through her thick braid. Do you think she left it here for you? I asked. We started off back toward the helicopter. He didn't answer me until he'd buckled us both in and started the engine. I don't know. It could have been her. Or it could have been someone who took her memories and used them to try and lure me in. Sorrow poured off him in waves as we headed home. Instead of poking and prodding him, trying to cheer him up, I let him be. When we got close to the landing pad near my house, he dipped the helicopter sharply and jerked us around. I pressed my hand against the seat. What the fuck was that? Here I am being nice and letting you have your piece, and you pull that shit? His chuckle cut through the headset. That's for making me sleep on your couch. The second I got out of the helicopter and finished puking, he was so going to regret that. We landed quickly, thankfully with no more revenge tricks, and as the air went quiet, I let out a long exhale of relief. I'm so happy to be back on the ground. I think I'll wait to kill you until tomorrow. The captain strode across the landing pad and opened Finn's door. I jerked at the restraints and groaned in frustration. No, it's cool. Help the man who already knows how to get out of this death trap. Finn reached over and pushed a few button and clips on my harness, and the belt fell away from my shoulders. I threw myself out of the vehicle, this time staying upright. I bet she was a peach in the air, the captain said, as they both came around to my side. I didn't even have the energy to flip him off. Just take me home, please. I want to crawl into bed for a year and never look at another helicopter again. We made it down the stairs to ground level and climbed into Finn's black SUV. Any chance you'll agree to come to my house instead? I would love to sleep in my own bed, Finn said softly. I ducked down against the window, closed my eyes, and waved at him. Fine, but I'm not staying there for good. And tell Holly I want French toast for breakfast. At some point, Finn tucked a jacket around me. I woke bleary-eyed for a moment to tuck it under my chin. Mr. Wonka's erratic elevator driver? He said, "Go to sleep, Zoey." His hand pressed my hair away from my face, and then the world stayed dark. Chapter 9. I woke up at 5 a.m. from dreams that were not my own. I lay in the dark, staring up at the ceiling, thankfully a different ceiling than Finn had given me my previous stay. In the dream, there had been a wall of windows. So many windows, like a massive greenhouse. I hadn't seen one here. To be fair, I hadn't really explored Finn's estate. Mostly, I'd just seen a couple of bedrooms and the dining room. Something about the dream had felt sad, melancholy, and I sighed, realizing I wasn't going back to sleep. I threw back the covers, climbed out of bed, and slipped into a pair of sleep shorts lying on a chair near my bed. I kept thinking about that red ribbon, and how Finn had so carefully rolled it up and tucked it away from my sight. Before I fell asleep, I'd remembered a contact at the local police station who owed me a favor. I knew someone in the crime lab who might be able to do an analysis on the ribbon. The hard part might be getting Finn to part with it. Seeing as no one in their right mind should be up this early, I exited my room into the hallway. It was still dark. I wandered down a couple of the corridors, some of the lights for security outside shining through the windows. I kept walking until I reached a room with two massive double doors. I didn't know how I knew, but Finn slept on the other side. It would be super creepy to go in, I told myself, and yet that didn't stop me from cracking open one of the doors. I resolved to peek inside, sat my curiosity, and then get back out. I scanned for any details I could catch in the darkness, until my gaze slid across his bed. His long bare arm hung out over the edge which led up to his equally bare shoulder, and then my eyes clashed with Finn's crystal-cut gaze. "Busted," I whispered. He sat up in the bed and motioned for me to enter. I pushed the door open and wandered in so I could take in as much detail as possible. His room appeared more modern than the rest of the house, with various shades of gray, chrome, and deep dark wood. I stopped a couple of feet from his bed. "Can't sleep?" he asked. I climbed up on the end of his bed where the covers were still neatly tucked in, and shook my head. "I was thinking about your ribbon. If you let me have it, I can take it to be analyzed by a friend. Maybe she can get something out of it." He opened his bedside table drawer and pulled it out. For a moment, I wasn't sure he would hand it over, but then he carefully laid it between us on the semi-mussed covers. I picked it up. "I'll be careful with it. I promise." "I know you will," he said, his voice rough from sleep. "Try to get some more rest. Who knows what we'll face tomorrow." PSH. I climbed back off his bed and walked toward the door. The only thing I'm facing tomorrow is a caffeine coma, and too much of Holly's French toast. Night. In the morning, Finn gave no indication that I'd snuck into his room or saw him shirtless, thank you Jesus, and we went to see my friend Tegan at the station together. She took one look at us and shook her head. "No, not happening. The last time you asked me for a favor, I ended up getting cited for professional misconduct." I ducked toward Finn. "It wasn't my fault, she decided to use her taser on an unassuming bystander." "The bystander was about to club you with a broken bottle," Tegan said. I shrugged. "It happens. Anyway, I saved you from that werewolf that one time. You owe me." You mean that loose dog whose name is Josie and lives with my sister now? Yeah, I don't owe you shit. Finn snorted and hid it behind his hand. I glared between them, then faced off with her again. Come on, Teagues. It's nothing dangerous. I need something analyzed by the lab. Promise it won't blow up this time. She glared, and I pulled the ribbon from my pocket. Finn seemed to draw closer to follow it as I handed it over to her. A ribbon? She asked, staring between us like we might have the answer to the question she missed. Can you do it? I pressed, ignoring Finn's hulking presence next to me. Tegan huffed. Fine, I'll call you later if the lab tech gets anything. But speaking of favors, who's your friend? She hadn't bothered to moderate her tone, so I didn't either. I jerked my thumb to my right toward Finn. This one. My babysitter. How much does he charge an hour? I'll pay extra for him to put me to bed, Tegan said with a mischievous grin. Finn's eyebrows flickered upwards, but overall he seemed to take our banter well. We started to leave, but I added over my shoulder, tell the tech to be careful with that ribbon, please. Back outside the station, Finn stuffed his hands into black suit pants and stared up and down the street, as if women offered to jump into his bed on a regular basis. They probably did. I could have just compelled her to get the ribbon tested, Finn said. You wouldn't have had to go through that whole song and dance. I smiled and walked toward the parking garage where the captain waited for us. We enjoy that song and dance, trust me. And you being there helped sell it. Nothing Tegan loves more than a pretty face. Once we were safely nestled back into the captain's care in the SUV, he pulled away from the curb, my brain burning with questions. And the desire to call the captain by his first name, just to fuck with him. I shifted in the seat to face Finn and watched him closely. He seemed more real today, almost human. There were lines grooved into his forehead, and his eyes sported slight bags. Are you all right? I asked. It wasn't the first question I had for him, but it was the one that sprang out when I opened my mouth. He gave me a placating smile and mumbled, yes, of course, in that I have more money than Ben Affleck, so you have to stop talking to me sort of way. You just look different today. He turned to face me more fully, as I had him. Different, how? I studied him and leaned in closer. You almost look tired, human tired, not the woe is me I'm done with this world weary that you sometimes look. He cleared his throat and glanced toward the rear view mirror, no doubt locking eyes with the captain up there. I wasn't aware you were so well versed in my moods. I grinned. Don't let it go to your head. People are messy and complicated. Studying their emotional spectrum can help you figure out their patterns, their vices, their comforts. Once you know those things, you can figure out where anyone will be. I spun toward the front, speaking to the captain. For example, I bet when you've had a long day you work out. So insightful, wow, the captain said from the driver's seat, not even deigning to look my way. You do it after you consume a whole pint of the fattiest ice cream you can get your hands on, of course. Because that's what your mother used to do with you when she was upset. Which was always because your father was abusive, am I right? His jaw tightened and Finn warned, Zoey, don't. I sat back and glanced out the window. It's not rocket science or mind reading, it's psychology. Study someone long enough and you can get in their heads. Finn drew my attention back to him. What has all this studying told you about me? I smiled again, this time a little sadly because it was a problem I faced often enough too. Easy. You're lonely. Why else start a campaign to rid the world of someone like Esteban? He stole the only person who could love you unconditionally. They could say the same of you, he whispered. Of course. I've been lonely for a decade. No matter how many people I meet, no one will ever be able to fill that hole inside me. I realized what I'd shared a moment too late and glared his way. Is this Bond thing making me say all this stuff? No, it's called making friends. Sure. You make all your friends by sharing your deep emotional traumas with them in the intimacy of a backseat. He grinned at me. With heated leather, of course. Only the best way to go over deep-rooted emotional scars. I couldn't help but laugh. You know what, Finn? I like you. He sat back in the seat, staring out the passenger side window. I like you too, Zoey. I have since the day we met, and you fought me every step of the way. If you two are done jerking each other off back there, can someone tell me where we're headed? The captain said. Oh, come on, Captain, join us. You look like you could use a chance to get your rocks off. He locked eyes with me in the rear view mirror. Says the virgin. I went rigid in my seat. Excuse me. He pulled up to a red light and spun to face me. You don't think I made it my business to learn every single little thing about you before we brought you in to help? I don't trust anyone, especially a little girl who lives off what's left of her family's money and talks a way bigger game than she's got. Before even considering the ramifications, I reared back and punched him right in his perfect nose. Then I shoved out the door as the light shifted to green and crossed onto the sidewalk. Finn scrambled out after me, and I picked up my pace. It was a block before he caught up with me. Zoey, come on, you pushed him too. Of course, I said, still walking, my arms tucked under my chest to keep myself warm. He lay his coat over my shoulders and I hugged it around me. Are you okay? I nodded. I'm not mad. He pushed back. It's fine, I expect it, even more so from men who feel threatened by me. Threatened? Finn asked. Come on, I said, looking up at him while we walked. The captain has devoted his life to you. The man is in love with you. He thinks somehow I'm moving in on his territory. The crystal blue in Finn's eyes flashed, and then he glanced away toward the sidewalk. I wouldn't mention that in front of him. He might try to take your head off. And that's different from any other day, how? He inclined his head. Fair. You know he's in love with you? Finn shoved his hands into his pockets. A movement I noticed he did when he was trying to seem less beautiful, less assuming, less threatening. The captain and I have been together a very long time. We care for one another in our own ways. But yes, I know the depth of his feelings are different than mine. He just not your type, or? Finn snorted. You love to pry, don't you? Or I could wait until tonight, see if you have a hot, steamy dream about you both in bed. In fact, let's go with that plan. He halted on the sidewalk so fast, I had to turn around to go back to him. What did you say? He asked. What's wrong? I just mentioned you dreaming about it. It was a joke, relax. His fingers dug into my shoulders as he gripped me. What about my dreams? Can you see them? I think so. Last night I saw something about a greenhouse or windows maybe. I wasn't sure what it was. That was it, I promise. His forehead scrunched up and he released me to walk away. The SUV pulled up the second Finn hit the curb. We climbed inside, and both the captain and I refused to acknowledge each other. Straight home, Finn told him. They locked eyes and shared something in the mirror. Something neither of them thought to share with me. Fine. They could keep their secrets, and so could I. We made it back to the house in silence, and Finn all but dragged me inside and down a hallway, toward his office. I gritted my teeth, resisting the urge to pull away from his hold. As soon as we stepped into his office, he released me, and I crossed my arms, narrowing my eyes at him. If you don't tell me what's going on right now, I'm going to start getting out my knives, I snapped. I'm not some dog to be led around. Finn scanned his bookshelves and removed a red tome from between a complete set. The spine-read Magecraft. I staggered toward the shelf. You have these here and you said nothing? Finn scanned the pages. You are the one who's been denying the fact you at least possess some mage power. I was simply following your lead until you changed your mind. Instead of engaging me further, he ducked to read and then flipped the page. You're scaring me, I whispered, pulling his coat tighter around me. When he finished the second page, he snapped the book shut and pressed the end to his chin. Shit. Shit. Don't say shit. That can't be good. Not after we discussed your dreams. He placed the book on the edge of his desk and waved at the others. You're welcome to look at them. I grabbed the one, making him spout expletives. I want to know what's in this one that has you spooked. He faced out the window with his hands on his hips. I surged around his desk and put myself right in front of him, squeezing between the decorative table back there and his body. No, tell me what you're thinking. Don't shut me out. It took a minute for him to finally look down at me and answer. I think I did something bad, Zoey. Bad? Bad how? Not pay your parking tickets? Screw your male employee, who needs to take some vacation days and find a male stripper to cull his urges. What? As my nerves climbed, my rambling increased. He pressed his fingers against my lips and I fell silent. Then I cheered myself mentally for not striking out at him for touching me so intimately. I was mistaken when I made my oath to you, he said. Outrage must have already shown on my face because he shook his head. I don't think you're a mage, not in the way many know them. I think you're mage-born but also Fi-born too. What makes you say that? He chuckled. It was a sad sound. Because only other Fi can see into each other's dreams with a bond like ours. Chapter 10. Finn's words echoed in my brain and then he said my name, once, twice. It took a moment to clear my head enough to meet his eyes again. Yes. Are you okay? Did you know that you have Fi blood also? I shoved him away from me, needing distance, space, the truth. I stumbled out of his office, sure my face showed everything I tried to keep locked inside. With nothing to do but move, I jogged down the hall, going nowhere, and found myself in the sparring room. It seemed my psyche knew what I needed, even if I didn't. One of the punching bags wobbled on its hook, and I stared it down. Had I done that? I crossed the room and bracketed the bag with my hands to still it. I'd spent my entire life thinking I was human. After one terrible experience, I'd learned I was part mage and now, part Fi. Did it never occur to my parents I might need to know these things? Probably not, since they didn't expect to be slaughtered in our own home. They had thought they had time. Just like everyone else. I wrapped my arms around the bag, almost hugging it. You should buy it dinner, if you're going to feel it up. Finn's voice came from the stairwell leading into the large open space. I didn't apologize for pushing him, and yet he seemed to know I was sorry. Want to spar? Will that help? He asked. I shoved away from the bag and faced him. Right now, I might accidentally take your head off. He unbuttoned his dress shirt and stripped his tie off his neck. You could try. I doubt you would succeed. That sounds like a challenge, old man. Since I was dressed in my usual jeans and a t-shirt, I didn't need to change. I kicked my shoes toward the edge of the room and waited for him on one of the thick blue mats. He toed off his shoes at the edge, then met my eyes while he pulled his belt from its loops. Don't get any ideas. I just don't want the buckle to hurt you when I take you down. Not wanting to fan his ego further, I let his statement go as he met me in the center of the mat. The soft plastic material folded around our feet as we both took a fighting stance, one arm ready to block, the other ready to strike. I let him make the first charge. He swung out and instead of blocking the strike, I danced to the left out of his reach. Running already, he joked. Just helping you get a little cardio in. He circled around and tried to get behind me. As he braced on one leg, I crouched, swept, and took him to the mat. He landed flat and turned over onto his knees. I joined him, and we engaged another round of spinning and slipping back and forth. Instead of grabbing my arms and dragging me down, he tackled me flat on my back to the mat. We hit the mat hard and I locked my thighs around his waist to try and gain some control, or else, with his size, he could roll right over me. I squeezed my thighs tight and he groaned out an exhale. I really only came down here to see if you were all right, he said. Hearing news like that is a lot. What news? I said, jerking my hips to tip him off balance too much to make his next move. No such luck, not that I truly expected it given his experience. Nor did I expect him to drop the subject of my apparently muddled up heritage. He shoved off the mats, lifting me up and slamming me back down. It was enough to knock the wind out of me, and my legs slipped enough he could escape. Instead of waiting for him to take the lead, I struck out. I expected him to block the move, but he didn't, and my fist collided with his jaw. Pain rammed into my knuckles and I shouted, "Shit!" "Fuck," he muttered, rubbing his face. I shifted over onto my knees to look at his cheek. I thought you were going to block that. Well, I thought we were having a conversation. He stretched his jaw. I don't know if I should be terrified or aroused right now. My hand stung, and he pushed off the mats to walk over to the mini fridge in the corner of the room. He returned with 2 ice packs so we could both nurse our wounds. You ran away, he said. If there had been judgment in his tone, I might have slugged him again, but it was more of a question. If you haven't noticed, I have trouble with acting before I think things through. Really? I had no idea, he said, hugging the ice pack to his cheek. A stain of pink spilled out from its edges. From the cold or from my punch? Not looking at him, I continued. I had a happy childhood. Part of me knew, even from a young age, I was luckier than a lot of kids I grew up with. My parents loved me, and they loved each other. When I became a teenager, obviously, I didn't appreciate that as much as I should have. And like I do as an adult, I shoved them away, as far as I could. I peeked up at him under my lashes. What I'm trying to say is, I thought I knew my parents when I was a little girl. As a teen, when they died, I realized I didn't know much about them or myself, which is one reason their deaths hit me so hard. We all think we have more time. I kept my gaze on the ice pack over my knuckles, focusing on the cold burning into my skin as it soothed the ache. Parents hide things from their children all the time, he said. It's nothing new. If you knew nothing about some aspects of yourself, it's because they wanted to protect you. I snorted. A lot of help that did me. And how are their secrets helping me now? I can't hate them, and I feel so guilty every time I think about the less shiny parts of our lives. They're dead. They can't defend their actions. But I'm the one who has to live with them, and I can't either. His fingers trailed under my ponytail, and he cupped the back of my neck. They were cold from his ice pack, and I relaxed into his touch. Do you want to go another round? He asked. Do you? I countered. I won't promise not to hit you again. He clutched his chest in shock, mockingly. I would never dream of asking you to hold back on my account. We kept the cold compresses close at hand. When had things gotten so easy with him? So comfortable. After he slept on my couch. After the bond he made between us. I felt like I understood him a little better than I had when we first started working together. Then he'd been this magical creature, now he was just Finn. He snapped his fingers. Are you paying attention? I said go, but you didn't move. I shook myself back to the ring, the mats, the fight. Yes, sorry. I zoned out for a moment. Where were we? Have I won this fight yet? Not a chance, he said on the tail end of a chuckle, then lunged for me. I feinted to the left and then dove to the right. He landed flat on his belly on the mat. Faster than I anticipated, he rolled over just as I launched myself at him, his long legs wrapped around my back. Unlike him, I didn't have the strength to lift him off the ground and slam him hard enough to get him to release. I shoved my forearm into the meaty part of his thigh. His hold loosened enough to allow me to shove my bent knee over his thigh. Using momentum, I reached out, grabbed the collar of his t-shirt, and flipped myself over his leg. Even out of his guard, he recovered, coming back up on his knees before I could get him in a choke. Damn. I wanted to finish that, I said. Not a chance. He swatted out his arm, testing my balance. Little did he know, I trained with Hawk more times than I cared to remember, a man with zero balance and all bulk. I countered his parry with a shove straight to his abdomen. He toppled back onto his ass with a grunt. What the hell was that? You test my balance, I test yours. The captain would be appalled. His face shifted from open and smiling to inscrutable. He came at me again, this time catching hold of my wrist, dragging me into him. I tried to pry off his fingers, but he jerked me hard to the right. I went down on my back. Before he could make his next move, I wrapped my legs around his hips and then locked my ankles. He could take me up and slam me down, but it would be harder for him to escape. But he didn't. He stayed on the mat and stared down at me, his crystal eyes churning while he looked at me. Do you ever wish you had a different life? He asked, completely out of the blue. If this was a new tactic to throw me off and make me release him, he underestimated my need to win. I squeezed my legs around him tighter. No, because if I wished for a different life, it would cheapen the one I have, making the sacrifices and trials I've endured meaningless. He settled his hips against me almost casually. You don't wish you could take back the things you've lost, go a different route? He seemed to have zero idea how uncomfortable I was feeling with him pressed so intimately into me. Do I wish I could see my family again, the people that I've lost? Of course, but I also have to believe I've made the right choices in my life, that where I end up will make everything worth it. He smiled, the corners of his lips ratcheting up slowly, like clouds parting across the sun. Wow, who would have thought it? You're a closet optimist. Not an optimist, I grumbled. A pragmatist. It's much less work, and I get to wear sweatpants and hate the world sometimes. He scanned my features, looking for the truth, hunting for it between the lies I told and the jokes I lived behind. Sir. The captain's voice came from the stairwell leading into the training room. We have. I'll deal with it in a moment, Finn said, his tone sharp, but his eyes never left my face. The captain's footsteps on the stairs told me he'd gone, so I didn't feel the need to squirm, to hide, to run away from someone who might see me as less. Finn didn't look at me like that. He didn't look at me like he couldn't wait for me to screw up so he could rub it in my face. I hadn't realized how much I needed that confidence from someone, that show of faith. Do you need to go deal with that? I whispered. The tension between us shifted, morphing into something I couldn't even touch yet. He hung his head, finally dragging his eyes from mine. Probably. He'll only come back in a moment to interrupt again. I nodded and used his moment of stillness to launch up off the floor, flip him onto his back and slam his arm into an armbar. He wiggled under my legs as I tightened them across his torso, dragging his other side into my ass with my ankles and feet. After a second he tapped my hip and I released him. Not fair, he said. The chief says nothing in life is fair. Get used to it. I lay down on the mats and spread my limbs wide, sprawling out and enjoying the feeling of everything around me. Did I have a lot of questions about myself, and my past of course? Could I find all the answers in one day? Nope. He gripped my hand and hauled me to my feet before I was ready. I stumbled into him and he grabbed my hips to steady me. Our gazes clashed in that moment. His surprised, mine waited, and the entire world seemed to grind to a halt, filling the room with a bubble of silence. Shit. This wasn't something I could face either. Whatever was between Finn and I would need to wait, at least for my drama to catch up with my hormones. My phone that I'd thrown onto the floor rang out loudly, interrupting the moment, and he stepped away. He grabbed his clothing and belt from the floor. Instead of dressing there, he took his stuff and walked out of the training room without another word. Part of that alone felt like a victory. Finn wasn't someone I'd considered flappable, but his face as he left was confused, or bemused perhaps. I answered the phone and jolted as Tegan's voice cut through the speaker. I've got something for you. Chapter 11. I put Tegan on hold, then raced up the steps toward Finn's office. By the time I made it and pressed the phone back to my ear, Tegan was in mid-tirade about her boss and how he wouldn't let her take the detective exam. I made a few non-committal noises at her to keep her talking. When I walked into Finn's office, I found him and the captain whispering by his desk. The captain stopped talking the second his eyes slid over me entering the room. Without another word, he walked out, but not before delivering a glare I could feel in my toes. Oh yeah, we weren't going to be braiding each other's hair later. Finn turned toward me, his eyes expectant but guarded. Good. He wasn't ready to review what we'd faced in the sparring room either. It would make things easier for now. I cocked my phone toward him and then pressed it back to my ear. Tegan continued her assault on her boss's character, some of which was probably unfounded. No one who could eat a dozen donuts in under 5 minutes could be all bad. Tegan is on the phone, I told Finn. She says she might have something for us. He walked toward me and pressed in close. I backed away. Teague's okay, so what do you have? I asked. She stopped short in the middle of her sentence and then switched gears. I loved a woman who knew where her priorities were. The lab said they found some DNA on the ribbon and they... Finn cut in closer. What is she saying? I put my hand into his face and gently pushed him backward. Sorry Teagues, I missed what you said. Someone is being impatient. Oh, is your babysitter there? He was cute. Is he single? I snorted as he slapped my hand away from him. Yes, but he probably bites. Even better, she said. Tegan, back to the lab report. Oh right, sorry. Yes, they found DNA and trace bits of metal on the ribbon. All over it, like someone had been. Put it on speaker, Finn demanded, right in my other ear. I shoved him away. No, I'm not putting it on speaker because you're acting like a toddler. 1 minute and I'll tell you what she said. Tegan was still going. They couldn't figure out the composition of the metal, but they said they found traces of magic as well. They can test for that now? Tegan hemmed and hawed a little bit. Well, not for magic specifically, but there is a chemical composition that magic can leave on some fabrics. Looks like silk is one of them. Interesting. Thanks Teagues, I said. Can you email me the report? Finn jostled me again, trying to get to my phone as I hung up. He dropped his hands when I slipped it into my pocket. Are you going to be a good boy and relax while I tell you what she said? Because you need to calm down. His forehead drew in tight, and I resisted the urge to push his hair behind his ear to get it out of his face. She's my sister. You have to understand. The only family I have left. If there is some proof she still exists out there, then I want to hear it. And quickly. I threw myself into an armchair and curled my legs up underneath me. She said there was DNA, female, on the ribbon. Also trace amounts of metal and chemical composition, which suggest magic was used near the ribbon at some point. He sat across from me. Was that it? I dug the phone out and tossed it to him. You can call her back if you want to hear about it, but be prepared to offer up your phone number. She'll bribe it out of you for the information. Before I could take the phone back, he climbed out of the chair and headed toward the door. Where are you going? He'd already started buttoning the cuffs of his shirt. I'm going back to the station to get more information. Surely, if she sees how important it is, she'll help me without the running tableau. I surged to my feet and crossed the room. First of all, I take offense to that. I may be a smart ass, but that wasn't news to you when you brought me into this job. Second, she won't. She's my friend and worse than I am. And if you mind control her, I will walk out that door and never come back. He held his hands wide. What do you want me to do, Zoey? If my sister is alive, I need to know, and I need to find her. What we need to know is if Esteban has stolen her skin and used her likeness to get to us, or if it's really her in the dreams. Ascending is what she has been doing to me. How is that different from me seeing your dreams when you sleep? He turned away toward the bookshelves and ran his hand through his hair, mussing it with his fingers. It's different because you can't invade my mind through the dream. You'll never be able to get in, only watch from the outside. It was used between Phi to show psychic dreams to each other when necessary. And with humans breathing down our necks and killing us off one by one, it was very necessary. He sounded frustrated, tired, and more than a little bit over everything. I nudged the chair in his direction. Sit down and we can talk it out. This, coming from the queen of throwing things first, asking questions maybe later? His frustrated tone held a hint of amusement. But he came back over and sat in the chair. I took the one across from him again. Was this bond messing with me mentally? I'm not trying to keep anything from you. I scrolled through my phone to find my email and opened up the report Jack sent. Once it loaded, I handed him the phone and let him sit back and read. He returned my phone. It's as you say. Then what do you think we should do now? I put my hand on my chest and acted shocked. Are you asking me for a plan? I deserve that. I laughed. You super do. As for the plan, I don't have one yet, but be reasonable and sit here and talk it through with me. I'm sure we can come up with something that will suitably offend the captain in short order. After a few long seconds of silence, I pushed out of the chair. Wait, where are you going? He asked, mouth hanging open like he couldn't believe I'd had the gall to go upright. Coffee. It helps me think and endure long, tension-filled silences where I can feel the other parties yearning to make a run for it. I'll be right back. I crossed the hall and found the coffee cart just where it usually sat. With a smile, I pulled the handle of the giant carafe and filled 2 mugs of steaming deliciousness. Quickly, before Finn talked himself out of patience, I added some cream and sugar to mine. Then I carried the mugs back across the hall and handed him the black one. Once he settled and took a few sips, I leaned forward, cupping my mug between my palms. Tell me about Saul. When he didn't immediately protest or start speaking, I thought maybe I'd crossed some boundary. However, she'd been the one to hunker down in my dreams every night. She was a bright light, he began. Not like you and me. Before you protest, I know we exist in the darkness. She was kindness, love, and happiness. I wanted to believe people like that existed, but part of me wondered if he saw her through the rose-colored glasses of an older brother who missed his sister, who thought he'd failed to protect her, and now he needed to protect her memory. I kept my tone light, hoping not to have to drag information out of him. Anything else you remember about her? Did she have anything she was obsessed with? Hobbies? Favorite hiding spots? Boyfriends? His forehead bunched up, and he put the coffee on the edge of his desk. Then he turned his gaze to me. What are you asking me? I took a sip of my coffee and sat it on the table beside his. I just asked you what I'm asking you. I need information about your sister, and you're the only one alive who can tell me about her. Or, I could wait until I go to sleep and hope she visits me so we can play 20 questions. But why do you need to know? He asked, confusion clouding his features. I held out my hand to shake his. He just stared at it. Hi, I'm Zoey, a fucking bounty hunter, remember? I find people for a living. In fact, it's the very reason I'm sitting in this room with you right now. In order to find people, I have to get into their heads. But it's not as simple as that. I have to be them. If I do it right, no one can hide from me. I ventured a glance up into his eyes. The confusion was gone, replaced by faint amusement. What? I asked. He shook his head. You amaze me. I didn't even consider hiring you to find my sister. Well, to be fair, you thought she was dead before. As good as I think I am, I can't hunt down a corpse. He winced and I froze. I'm sorry. Sometimes I just say things. That was insensitive. Well, today is a historic day. Zoey Salix being both reasonable and apologetic. What is happening to you? Dare I ask if my presence is rubbing off on you? I flipped him off. Let's not go that far. I enjoy my job, and we just turned this magic puzzle hunt into something my brain can understand better, something my brain knows how to do well. I can focus on doing this thing, and you can focus on the magic aspects, and we can win. Win? Well, at the very least, give you some closure one way or another. If we happen to maim and dismember Esteban in the process, well, that's just icing on top of my already awesome cake. He pressed out of the chair and adjusted his cuffs. Come on, I'll let you see her room. Boy kept his dead sister's room the exact same? Oh man, he and I were going to have to talk about letting go of things. Especially as a creature with a far greater lifespan than a human. I followed him through the door and down the hallway, past the corridor that led down to the sparring mats. Nope, not letting my mind go there. He kept going until we reached a set of double doors, not unlike the ones that led to his room. When do I get to upgrade to 2 doors? I asked as he dug a key out of his pocket. He fitted it in the lock and pushed the door open. Do you even care about having 2 doors? No, but it seems like the cool kids get 2. He just shook his head and held the door open for me to enter. It was like walking into a time capsule of a young woman's life. Saul had been born in the 60s maybe, at least from what I could tell about the decor and the clothing left in the closet. I should clean this all out, he mused. Since he wasn't looking for a confirmation either way, I wandered her space. Sometimes, I could get a feel for people if I inhabited their favorite places long enough. But Saul had been missing so long there was nothing left of her here. A second desk sat against the wall, neatly lined with tiny boxes of gears and parts, fittings and metalworking equipment. What's this? I asked. He crossed the room and studied the desk. I wouldn't have noticed before, but for some reason, I could see the pain etched in the lines around his mouth, the way his shoulders hunched forward trying to ward off any physical attack. Saul enjoyed rebuilding antique clocks and watches. She built most of the clocks in the house. I stared around her room to find small gears and parts spread out amongst her belongings. Not too obvious, but obvious enough to know this was something important to her, something she would carry into adulthood. Wait. In the forest, when she couldn't speak to me, she mouthed something that I thought sounded like, watch. At the time, I wasn't able to discern if she had meant to look at something or a physical watch. Maybe I had my answer. I let Finn continue his study of the desk while I did another turn around the room. She was younger than I thought. Or maybe older, I don't know. Now I'm wondering when you were born, and what your room looked like from that era. His lips twitched as he turned back to me, but he said nothing. I'd peg him as older than my original estimate, if he wasn't crowing about it. I opened her bedside drawer and rifled through her things. A few letters, a notebook, some postcards. Nothing that would help me find the woman she was now. Nor the woman Esteban likely formed her into over years of abuse. Did she have any boyfriends at the time of her disappearance? I asked. Not that I recall. Dating back then was different, especially for Phi. We needed to hide what we were, and that's impossible during intimacy. How so? A flash of pink went up his neck, and I stepped forward. Are you blushing right now? He cleared his throat and went out into the hall. I followed, which allowed him to close and lock the door. We walked along the hallway, and I waited. No way I would miss his answer to this. Once we returned to his office and he shut the door behind us, he picked back up the conversation. When Fi are intimate, they sort of meld with their partner mentally. There are no secrets between them. It's personal, sacred, which is why many Fi don't take casual lovers. Okay, so she wasn't intimate, but did she have anyone close in her life? He thought about it and nodded. His name was Jeffrey. I'm pretty sure he was a human, but I can't recall off the top of my head. I smiled. Then our first stop is to go see old Jeff. Chapter 12. Turned out, according to the captain, Jeff died a few years ago. He was married to the same woman for 40 of those years, and was disgustingly, boringly human. We didn't even have to leave the house to find out all that excellent news. So Finn and I ended up back in his study, staring at each other. Me trying to pry out more details regarding his sister, him answering in vague, non-committal sentences. It was a long time ago, he said, standing to spin away from me and face the wall. Before you were born. Yes, I get it, I said. You guys are old. I'm an infant. I'm still the most qualified to help. The captain entered with his usual judgmental frown directed at me. I wouldn't go that far, Zoey. Well, besides the infant comment. I waved him up and down from my perch in the armchair. Oh, you're what, 10 years older than me max? Huge difference. I'll lump you in the ancient category with Finn. Get your tombstone prepared. It'll say, here lies Captain Douche. He didn't bother responding, but crossed the room to whisper to Finn, who nodded. What? I asked Finn. We should go back to the forest. I threw up my hands. Last time we came out with a ribbon after being there for hours. You think there's going to be anything else to find? Besides, it's getting dark. Afraid, Zoey? The captain asked. Of dying, absolutely, especially of being torn to shreds by fanged mage beasts, or whatever the mage equivalent of a scary creature is. Finn gripped the back of the other armchair and stared me down. Damn it, he was about to talk me into this dumb plan that had to be a bad idea. And a trap. Definitely a trap. I met his eyes head-on, ignoring the captain. Why do you want to go back there? What do you think we'll find? He shrugged. I honestly don't know. But I think we should keep going back until we do find something. It's the only lead we have to my sister. Yeah, provided by my weird mage dreams that may or may not be Esteban in disguise. A 50-50 shot then. I snorted. A 50-50 shot we get killed. When he licked his lips and a tiny grin sprouted at the corner of his mouth, I knew I was in trouble. Well, if we are headed into such dangerous territory, then I think we need some weapons. What? I blinked, sure my smile had turned dopey. Are these the weapons? The infamous, amazing weapons I was promised the last time my life was put in immediate danger? Those weapons. The very same, he said with a chuckle. Let me escort you to the armory. I groaned aloud and dropped my head back on the chair. I've never heard a more beautiful statement from a man's mouth. He ignored me and headed toward the door, so I hopped up and followed. The captain trailed behind me, but thankfully at a distance. As we approached a door down a random long hallway I would never be able to locate on my own, the captain called out, Are you sure about this? Shut it, Hiram, I said. Finn was just about to show me the goods. I heard him whisper to himself behind me. Hiram. Pretending I didn't know his first name would be way more fun than mocking him with his actual name. Finn unlocked the door, spread them wide, and led us into the room. I rushed toward a rack of neatly polished swords. Then my eye caught on a case of handguns, but before I could hurry over, I spotted a display of knives, all under glass and sparkling in decorative lighting. I lay myself across the glass counter, pressing my cheek to the icy surface. Leave me here. Just let me stay here, and if I die, just bury me in the floor. Finn chuckled from across the room. Anything calling out to you? I stood and leveled him a look. What are they supposed to say besides, here, let me give you a lady boner? He waved around the room. Some of these are normal weapons, but some are of Phi origin, and a few are mage-crafted blades. Magical weapons choose their wielders, something craftsmen learned a long time ago. So, do any call out for you? Can you feel any of them? As much as I wanted to laugh him off, I knew he was right. I'd read texts about weapons who'd chosen their masters. Mostly they were featured in historical accounts of battles and glory. I didn't recall any serving a bounty hunter with dubious parentage. Do you have any weapons who call your name? I asked him, curious about what kind of weapon would want to serve him and why I thought it would mean more to my opinion of him than what he'd told me himself. He smiled and walked across the room to a display of swords. At the top was a smooth, shiny katana with a white bone handle. At the top of the grip, a blood-red tie capped it off. This is Isolde. Like Tristan and Isolde. Did you name it, or did it tell you its name? He lifted it up so I could see it better. I received this weapon as a teenager. It was sheer luck it bonded to me. I'm the one who named it. I'd always been fascinated by that story. I studied it, sufficiently impressed. What does it feel like when it speaks to you? He shook his head. It's different for every weapon and every warrior. No blade will speak the same, just as no person will speak the same. Sounded about on par with what I'd learned of magic in the short time I'd been around it. Of course that makes perfect sense. This is serious. Is nothing sacred to you? The captain spoke from near the door where he'd been hovering since we arrived. Finn cast him a baleful look, and I outright glared. I wasn't joking. As someone new to magic, it makes perfect sense from what I've learned so far. Why don't you go yell at one of your soldier boys? The grown-ups are talking. His only response was a sharp narrowing of his eyes. Do you feel anything? Finn asked me again. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Other than the captain's death stare, I felt nothing. Does it just happen? I asked. Finn shrugged. It can happen when you get near a weapon. It can also happen when you touch one, or even when you're injured by one. As if the weapon needs to conquer you, to serve you. With reverence, he placed his sword back on the rack and faced me again. Well, even if nothing speaks to you, you'll still need weapons. Most of what I have is standard fare. You're welcome to grab anything you like. I glared at the captain. What? He's not going to make me qualify at the range first. Throw a few knives to ensure I don't accidentally spike you in the back with one? The man in question turned away to face out the door, and Finn huffed beside me. You two really need to get over this petty feud. It serves no one. Maybe if he didn't look at me like I was somehow less than him, than you, I might be able to, I said. Until then, I'll mock and goad him to my heart's content. Maybe one day we'll hit the mats and beat it out of each other. Finn just shook his head and wandered away to let me window shop. I braced my hands on the countertop and stared down at the knives on display. Beautiful butterfly knives, some illegal kit, even some gorgeous throwing knives. I would bet they were weighted perfectly, knowing Finn. After a second, he came over and laid two short swords along the countertop. What about these? Let me check with my fencing master. Oh wait, I don't have one. I pointed toward the guns. I know how to shoot and I know how to use knives. I can pick out a long one and call it a short sword if you like. He returned the swords and faced me, hands on his hips, consternation bending down his brow. How do you usually choose your weapons? How does anyone? I skirted the counter to look at another display of knives, perpendicular to the other. I pick them based on the job. Some nights you need a hot thermos and a knife. Sometimes you need something big and flashy you don't actually have to use. I go with my gut. The captain snorted and I ignored him, meeting Finn's sharp eyes. He'd been studying me since we walked into the room, and I hadn't figured out why. How do you choose yours? I asked him. He smiled and the captain spoke up. He doesn't, I do. Of course he did. Do you use them for him too? The captain tilted his head in mocking amusement. You've forgotten he has other talents that don't require the use of weapons. Right. The mind takeover thing. Wouldn't it be nice to just have the bad guy stab himself in the thigh for you? As I shifted closer to the guns, the scent of CLP wafted from the stand. I could taste the tang of steel in my mouth. One step down from the coppery metal of blood. Despite the allure of the guns, my fingers tingled in anticipation of latching on a sheath and sliding a shiny black blade home. I said, peering around the room. What is it? Finn asked, stepping closer, no doubt sensing the shift in the room. Same as me. It wasn't something I could explain. I could just feel the bite of a handle in my palm, and my reflection in the glass in front of me had changed. I could see the blades in the reflection. The weapons that were meant to be mine. Is there a knife almost wide like a machete in here? I asked. Black, not silver. Finn blinked rapidly a few times and studied me anew, his chest rising and falling faster. What? No? Yes? Should I phrase it in the form of a different question? He shook his head and knelt down in front of the knife case to reveal, hallelujah, more knives. It took him a moment to sift through all the boxes and knives already visible to the eye, but after a few seconds he pulled a large box from the case and sat it on the counter. Even the captain crept forward to get a look at what Finn had taken out. My knees hit the case and my fingers itched to open the box. The order pounded in my head, open the box. Open the box. Open the box. Finn flipped the clasp, threw back the lid, and stepped away as if a jack-in-the-box would launch itself at him. I had no such fear. The blades sang to me, not like a symphony or a drum, but like a heartbeat. A steady thump I could feel in my hands, under my skin, in my chest. Talk to me, Finn said. What do you feel? The captain hovered to my right, as I came around the display case to get a better look at the knives. They were beautiful, as long as my forearm, almost as wide and slick black like ice. What are they? Finn stayed back a few feet but answered. Black steel. Forged by mages, for mages. I glanced at him over my shoulder. For mages. He inclined his head. Take them out. See how they feel to you. Will I catch fire or start doing a chicken dance or something? His chuckle shot through me, waking things up, sweeping into nooks and crannies. No tricks, I promise. Touch them. Needing no further prompting, I reached into the box and gripped a knife in each hand. The second my skin met the hilts, it was as if a wire traveled through me, arcing around my shoulders down my other arm to the second knife. How does it feel? Finn asked. Cold. It feels cold. But also, a little like a possession. They've connected to me. I can feel them waiting and ready to draw blood, to defend me. Damn, I hope they don't make me wake up in the middle of the night and slaughter everyone. If they are mage-crafted, does that mean they will hurt the people around me? I trailed off, not wanting to discuss the rest of my personal history with the captain present. If they claimed you, then they can't hurt you, Finn said. Even if someone stole them and tried to cut you, they wouldn't be able to. I stared down at the shiny, sharp edges. That's handy. Someone tries to jack you, and they can't do anything with them. Finn turned to the back of the room and returned with a hip sheath. I let him attach and adjust it on me. Then I slid the knives into the leather pockets and waited. They still sang to me, yet another presence inside my head. I nodded my head as I assessed the sensation. Still feels weird but kinda cool. I like it. The captain rolled his eyes and Finn chuckled. Then the pair shot into action. Finn chose his sword, which he strapped across his back. He put knives against his forearms and a gun at the small of his back. I pointed to it. Good way to shoot yourself. Safety's on, of course. Of course, I said. I didn't see what the captain chose and I didn't care. So, back to the forest. Finn walked out of the room and I scrambled to follow him down the hall. It appeared we were just down from the sparring rooms in the basement. You know, it's probably still a trap, I said. The first time was tame, so we'd let down our guard and go back. Finn stopped short and spun to face me. Do you think everything's a trap? Obviously, yes. It's how I've kept myself alive this long. Because, eventually, everything is a trap. Finn huffed at me and continued his walk. The helicopter already sat running on his massive lawn. Shit. I didn't want to go back up in that thing. This time, the captain climbed into the driver's seat, and Finn slid into the back. They both sat waiting for me. Can I just stay here? I asked from outside the helicopter. You guys go ahead. Text me if you find something. Finn waved at me to join them. I sighed and ran toward the spinning death machine. As I approached, Finn scooted into the farther seat, and I took the one next to him. He handed me a pair of headphones, and I heard the captain's voice repeating some commands through the microphone. If this thing doesn't kill me, whatever is in that forest might, I said. Finn tipped his head toward me and gave me a smile. It set my insides fluttering so much I forgot to keep complaining. But nothing could stop the fear creeping along my spine. We were going back to the forest that haunted my dreams, and this time, I had a very bad feeling we wouldn't make it out alive. Chapter 13. The jumble in my belly became worse as we flew toward what I knew to be certain death. Did mages have premonition power? Because my nerves hummed with the thought that going to this forest was a terrible idea. I tried to express that opinion several times to the men, but they ignored me, same as they did every time I whined when the helicopter took a tilt in any direction that wasn't completely straight. The knives, however, provided some emotional support. I didn't expect to feel safer wearing them. It was as if, through their power, they reassured me they would get me through anything at all. Whether I turned out to be Phi-born, or Mage-born, or whatever mutt mix comes from that pairing, at least the knives thought I was mage enough to use them. It gave me a sense of pride, something I hadn't felt in a while. If I needed reassurance in my life this much, it might be time to get a cat. Or a dog. Maybe a goldfish. Could I get emotional support from a goldfish? The helicopter landed rather softly for the captain, who'd taken great joy in hitting every air pocket on the way to the forest. The man delighted in seeing how many shades of green I turned, before I actually puked. When we got out of here, if we got out of here, I was going to take it out of his hide. I didn't care if he was Finn's best friend or second in command or hell, boyfriend. None of it would matter when I showed him the business end of my taser B. Arthur. Oh yeah, I could feel the circle of deathly magic tightening around me, around us. Damn them for not listening to me. I'd spent the last half hour figuring out my seatbelt buckle, so I didn't have to wait for either of them to remove it. Once I freed myself and climbed out of the helicopter, the air hummed with menace. We were no longer alone in these woods. The darkness had already descended, and the captain handed out flashlights to each of us. I strapped mine to my belt and hopped on both feet, trying to stay warm. No one had thought to bring warm undergarments or hot chocolate. Finally, the fact that they were both ignoring me so hard got to me. Okay. I'd like you both to acknowledge that this is a bad idea and we are about to get hammered. I'm going to register in advance, I told you so. Noted, the captain grumbled, as he adjusted his weapons and then surveyed both Finn and me like we were kindergartners about to take a walk to the water fountain. We headed off into the trees, and I didn't know how I was the only one feeling the tension in the air. If they did, neither of them showed it. Maybe they had practice walking into traps and looking unconcerned about it. My fingers tingled, and I gripped the hilts of my knives, prepared to let them do all the magic they needed to keep me safe. As we continued down a path cut through the trees, I drew the knives out, holding them by my thighs, one in each hand, ready to strike out at a moment's notice. My heart pounded in my chest and adrenaline zinged around every vein in my body, making my limbs tremble. I'm just going to throw it out there, I said, forcing my voice to steady. Maybe we should get back on the helicopter and go home. No harm, no foul. Figure out an alternative plan that doesn't involve, well, death. I was a split second from making a run back on my own. Let them deal with this crap. I'd spent a lot of years honing my intuition. Ignoring it felt wrong. Lock it up, the captain growled, then stopped mid-path and crouched. I started to retort. Swarms of shadowy figures surged out from the trees. 50 of them. Perhaps mages. I stepped up to the first guy and struck out with one blade. It cut clean through him. He dropped without even an attempt to fight back. Magic blades. Right. Another guy launched at me from the right. I took him down as easily and disturbingly as the first one. Finn and the captain were fighting off several of our attackers each. I launched toward the back of one. He turned to jump at me, but I took him down too. No one used any magic, just muscle as we grappled and fought through the throng of henchmen. Finally, the last of the men fell, and amazingly all three of us were still standing. Bodies littered the ground, circles of them around each of us. That wasn't so bad, I said through panting breaths, then straightened and peered through the trees. I didn't hear any rustling, or any more bad guys lurking around. The captain circled around both of us, then dug through the nearest fallen goons' pockets. Do you think they brought their driver's licenses when they came to kill us? I asked, crouching down to study one of the goons' faces. Nope, didn't recognize him. Nor were there any signs he could do any magic or even tried. Would there be? Finn stood off to the side, looking over the group. That felt too easy. Like they were waiting for us, just to be taken down in minutes. They didn't even really put up a fight. Damn. Finn was right. I sheathed my knives and surveyed the scene. There had to be another kind of ambush waiting. This was just to lure us into thinking we were safe. Shit. I backed away from the group toward the helicopter. They want us here. Right here on this spot. Get away quick. To their credit, the men didn't ask questions. They turned and ran right along with me. A blazing light shot through the trees and landed on the pile of bodies. The ground, the bodies, the trees, everything in the vicinity caught fire in a flash of flame and heat. I ducked behind a tree that wasn't alight and waited for some of the fire to die down. Finn crouched behind a tree across from mine. Just as we exited our hiding place, shouting broke through the trees. Get ready, Finn yelled. This is the real fight. I shoved off the tree, drew my knives again, and prepared for another round. Bigger, beefier henchmen sprinted toward us, each holding weapons of their own. No doubt, some of them were magical, judging by the way they gleamed in the remaining firelight. I could be at home watching Criminal Minds. Holly could be making me brownies and hand-delivering them to my bedroom. I bounced on my feet like a boxer ramping up for a fight. Then I launched toward a sizable goon with a long sword. I caught his parry with the edges of both knives. But he was stronger. I jerked to the side, drawing the sword down and away from my soft, stabbable belly. He attacked again, swinging his sword at my head. I ducked low. He didn't have as good a reach by his feet, being extremely top-heavy. Time to work on your legs, dude, I advised, and sliced across his Achilles tendons. He fell with an agonizing scream. A flash of light illuminated the fight, and I caught sight of Finn taking a blow to the face so hard it drove him to the ground. Adrenaline shot through me and my world narrowed. I rushed across the clearing, bounding over fallen bodies to his side. The goon raised his sword for another strike. I hit first, sliding one blade through his back into his kidney. He dropped in a heap. Finn shook himself, and I offered my hand to help him climb to his feet. Ready? I asked, hoisting him up. Always, he whispered. He kissed the back of my hand, and I felt that even more than the adrenaline, deep down to my toes. Just as quickly, the sensation faded and we were back to fighting. The captain took on 3 men a few feet away. Damn, he was good. Finn launched toward a few more on the other side. One big dude sauntered toward me. He didn't carry a single weapon. Oh yeah, come for the girl, big guy, got something to prove? I told myself. He narrowed his eyes as if he heard me and continued his charge. I met him on the field and stopped. We both took a moment sizing each other up, and then he swung out. The bastard was faster than he had any right to be, being that size. His fist connected with my ear. I went down hard, hitting the other side of my head on the packed earth. One of the knives fell from my grip, and the other seemed to vibrate in my palm, as if drawing my attention to its fallen comrade. I reached out to grip the hilt of my missing knife. His giant boot kicked my midsection, and I couldn't do anything but try to draw breath into my ravaged lungs. He reared back to kick me again, and I barely rolled away in time to avoid it. My ribs screamed with each movement as I lumbered to my feet. I'd graduated from fractured to full-on broken now. Come on, big guy. I'm scrappier than I look, I managed to say, though breathing was so painful it brought tears to my eyes. He charged at me, intending to wrap his arms around me and take me down. I took 2 steps to the right and let him zoom past me into the nearest tree. He hugged it for a moment before spinning. From behind me, another pair of arms wrapped around me. I wiggled to get my elbow into his stomach, but he gripped me too tightly, squeezing my broken ribs. Pain nearly blinded me. Mentally, I reached out to anything I could grasp. An idea. Help. Surrender. My mind snagged onto something familiar, comforting. The connection between me and Finn. A lifeline. I tugged at it, not sure what or how to wield his power or mine nor how they worked together. I simply grabbed everything I could and shoved it toward the goon advancing on me. He stopped mid-motion and then dropped over dead between breaths. The goon holding me reached out to drag his knife across my throat. I shoved that terrible power at him too. His arms fell away, as he folded over to the ground like a rag doll. I heard my name, but my vision wavered, and I couldn't see who shouted it or where it came from. I no longer controlled the magic, it rode my body, using it as a vessel. Nothing would stand in my way as long as I embraced it. The seductiveness of it surprised me. I wanted to give in, let it take me. While it lived there, nothing could hurt me. The pain ebbed, and bodies piled up around me as they charged and fell where they attempted to attack. My name was shouted again, this time with more urgency. Finn? Was that his name? Yes. I could see him in my mind, all cheekbones and soft honey-colored hair. A man who meant something to me, more than I'd admitted to him or myself. The magic sputtered in my chest like a candle exposed to a strong breeze. Then it went out, along with all the light in the clearing. The flashlights we'd long ago dropped, the fire from the first ambush, even the new torches the second round of attackers brought with them. Silence pressed in around us and my knees shook. Where was I? Oh, the forest. Finally, the wobble turned into something more and I collapsed onto the hard ground, the jar of it shooting through me, lighting up all the injuries I'd sustained. Some I remembered and some I didn't. My ribs certainly, but not the gash in my side. Someone had gotten a knife in before they'd fallen to my magical barrier. Damn it. What was the slick heat rolling down my belly? I fell over onto my side and lay in the wet grass, holding the wound. It was blood. This was not the way I wanted to go. I looked around, trying to catch sight of Finn, but I couldn't see him amidst the piles of bodies. Nor did I spot the captain. Nothing moved in the shadows, not even a breeze rustling the trees. I vaguely mourned the loss of my knives, somewhere in the grass by the big goon. I lay there and stared at the individual blades of grass, wondering how long it would take for me to finally die. There were regrets, of course. I should have kissed Finn when we were sparring. I'd wanted to, and I'd chickened out. I hadn't wanted him to see my feelings for him. Fingers danced up my side, but I couldn't make out who was touching me, or why. Then the entire world went dark. Chapter 14. Somehow, between taking gut shots to recently fractured ribs and then passing out, my day had taken a turn for the worse. The captain's face swam in and out of my vision. He hovered a foot from my face, so close I could see the scars on his cheek. They looked like he'd taken burning gunpowder to that sensitive flesh. There was a cut above his dough-brown eyes, right through one of his eyebrows. There was a dreamlike quality to everything around me, but I was pretty sure I was awake. And in a lot of pain. He still looked ruggedly handsome in a weird way. Like he might take my spleen and sell it on the black market, but also like he'd ensure I at least got anesthesia first. A nice criminal, a kind-hearted bad guy. I blinked a few times, my vision focusing so that the captain's face became clearer. I searched for those touchstones I'd latched onto in my semi-conscious state, the scars, his eyes. Yup, same guy. Not a dream captain mocking me into another trap we might all traipse into and then die from. I groaned out loud and shut my eyes. A sharp slap right across my cheek jolted me, and all my sore muscles tightened. The bastard slapped me. Before he could do it again, I reached out and smacked him hard across the face. Well, as hard as I could muster with a pain shooting through every nerve ending my body possessed. What was that for? He grumbled. I was trying to make sure you stay awake. You likely have a concussion, and keeping you awake is the safest way to ensure you don't die from a brain bleed or something. I focused on breathing in and out a few times before I answered him. You slapped me first. Seemed fair. Besides, you can't exactly strike back right now. I think my gallbladder is in the mud somewhere. Everything hurts. Don't move. I'm doing some stitches here. I'm not gonna lie. When it heals, the scar isn't going to be pretty. I snorted and pain shot through me. Chicks dig scars, right? He continued working. So they say. Don't move, so I don't do an even worse job than I already am. And exactly where did you get your medical degree, sir? He shook his head, ducking down to nudge the flashlight with his elbow. Even with your guts falling out, you've got jokes. Why am I not surprised? Pain tugged near his fingers. It had to be the needle going into my skin. Thankfully, I couldn't see it. For some reason, I assumed it would hurt more to watch. How's Finn? I asked, trying to catch sight of him without moving any more than necessary. Something like a hum escaped the captain. He's passed out up above your head, a few feet away. I think he'll be okay. Your wound was a little more grave, plus I have bad news. Oh, more bad news? Cool. I winced at another sharp jab. You'll have to do me when I finish here. What, now you choose to hit on me? I don't think I'm up for a roll in the hay with you, Captain. He shook his head. The flashlight slid away. Finally, something I could do. I grasped it with shaking fingers and lifted it as high as possible to give him more of a view. Thanks, but don't worry. You're not my type. What's your type then? I asked, keeping the conversation going. It helped distract me from the pain a little. Pretty much anyone with a penis. Ah, that cleared things up. I'd wondered, considering I could see how he felt about Finn. Oh well, we have similar taste then. He snorted. You have no idea how right you are. Neither of us were going to touch that one. For now, we seem to have a truce built around mutual survival. I could agree to that without argument for once. He slid the needle into my skin again, and I focused on keeping still. The urge to pull away from the pain was hard to resist. I concentrated on breathing in and out, careful to keep the inhale shallow so I wouldn't mess up his work. Next time I ask if we can go home, can we just do that? I asked. He chuckled and then winced himself. I wondered how long it would take you to get your "I told you so" in. I got that in earlier, I sputtered. This one was just a follow-up. He lay a couple of small pieces of tape across the wound and sat back. All right, my turn. Are you able to do it, or should I glue it and wait until I can get to a hospital? I huffed. Glue was an option. Damn. I would have chosen that one. Not for you. You were getting stitches whether you wanted them or not. Maybe glue too. We'll see what it looks like once you sit up. With both hands, he clasped mine and gently pulled me to sitting. I hissed out a breath and closed my eyes against it all, breathing heavily even though I did nothing more than haul my body weight forward. Okay. Your turn, I guess, I whispered. He handed me a curved needle, already threaded with a thick, glossing black thread. Then he scooted forward so I could reach him without having to stretch myself forward. A long slice cut down his side, almost under his armpit. I helped push his shirt up onto his shoulder and then eyed the red seeping line. This is going to hurt, I said, poising the sharp point against his flesh. He angled the flashlight, and I dug the needle into one side of his skin, underneath, and then through the other side. It tugged, the needle not slipping easily but catching tight. I had to pinch the flesh to slide the needle cleanly with each pass. He didn't so much as flinch while I sewed his skin. I'm sorry that I'm not great at this, I said. You'll likely have a worse scar than you gave me. When he took the needle back and slipped it into his field kit, exhaustion weighed his shoulders down, but his jaw held the same stubborn angle it always did. Like he didn't know how to rest, even if he were offered the chance. What happened to Finn? I asked. He met my eyes, his height making it so he gazed down at me. While he glared, I gently pulled his shirt back down his shoulder and helped him slip his arm inside the hole. You didn't feel it, he asked. What? Shit. I did something wrong, didn't I? He slipped his kit into his cargo pocket. The etched lines around his eyes gave way to something else. Pity. Guilt? When he met my eyes again, they were softer, less guarded. It wasn't your fault. I know that, and when he wakes up, he'll know that too. I dug my fingers into his forearm. Just tell me what I did, please. You were about to die, he said, and you yanked on the bond you had with Finn. You took too much too fast, and it caused a whiplash, like a wave slamming against a boat and then rebounding back outward. You took out everything, including us. I hung my head into my hands even though the motion burned through both my sides. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I only reached out and latched onto anything I could find. The magic was there, waiting, and I used it. He patted my arm gently, the nicest gesture he'd made toward me since we met. Don't worry about it. We're alive for now, but we need to wake Finn and get him out of here. Regroup at home and come up with another plan. Maybe listen to my insights this time? He narrowed his eyes and then he climbed to his feet, as if I hadn't sewn his skin together. He put the flashlight in his mouth and reached down to lift me up. Do I have to? Can I just crawl over to him? He huffed. Crawling will hurt more, trust me. Just make it quick and the pain will come and go before you realize it's there. Yeah, right. Who are you trying to fool? I let him drag me up, and the flash of pain poured through every nerve ending. I let out a stream of curses and limped toward Finn. We crouched on one side of him, and then I listed over onto my ass and stayed down. The captain checked the pulse at Finn's wrist and let out a sigh of relief. Finn must be stable enough. My shoulders relaxed a little. The captain took his time searching for wounds, but only found a few scratches on Finn's calves. Why won't he wake up if he's all right? I asked. The captain glanced my way from under his brows. I leaned in. Do you know what to do here? How can I give the magic back and help him? The captain gently took my hands and placed one on top of Finn's forehead and the other over his sternum. Finn's heavily beating heart comforted me. Anger at myself for the way I'd been stumbling around not learning when I should have been, followed. Focus on these 2 points and sort of nuzzle your magic back into him. It'll go because the bond is a two-way street. I glanced up and searched his gaze. Could he have blocked me from doing this? Did he let me take everything? The way the captain's gaze slid away from mine told me everything I needed to know. Why would Finn let me do this if he could have stopped it? I took a long breath and closed my eyes. Pain swamped me, but I shoved it back and pinpointed that tether between us I had noticed earlier. It hummed there, the same as it had before, but where it had been bright and shining earlier, now it stretched gray and fallow. As gently as I could, I slid magic down the line. As it traveled, the tether brightened and lit up between us. The urge to throw it all back nudged my brain, but I feared hurting him, so I continued as slowly and steadily as possible. You're doing great, Zoey. Keep doing that. You're almost there, the captain whispered. It took time to put back enough for Finn's eyes to flutter. When they shot open, I jerked my hands away. His arms flapped out, and the captain and I both jumped up to ease him back down. He fought, thrashed between us, until fresh blood seeped down my stitches, and I knew I would have to endure another round under the captain's embroidery skills. Finn, calm down, the captain said, his voice even and strong. That calm poured over Finn, and he dropped his arms but kept his hands tightly bound in each of our grasps. Are you okay? He asked, shifting his gaze between us. We both nodded, and he let out a shuddered exhale and sank back onto the ground. I pressed his hair back from his forehead and eased a tiny bit more magic into him. No, it's okay. He nudged me away. The captain helped him to his feet, then used both his hands to pull me up too. We stood in a circle and surveyed the bodies and the fire. I spotted the glint of the fire across my black steel blades on the ground nearby, and went to retrieve them. It took me 3 tries to dip down and grab them. Then I shoved them back in the sheaths. I would clean them later when breathing didn't hurt so much. Can either of you fly in this condition? I asked, waving at them. The captain shook his head. I already called for a ride. They will be here soon. It'll suck, but we'll ride back, and the doctor will be waiting when we get to the house. How much do you pay that guy to visit and deal with suspicious wounds? I mused out loud. Neither of them answered. Instead of lingering near the mounds of dead goons, we hobbled back toward the helicopter, then past it toward the outskirts of the forest. Hopefully, a road would help. No doubt that the captain would have a plan for vehicles not being able to reach us in the thick of the trees. We were a sad group, the captain and I limping. Finn rubbed his head with his hand back and forth. Eventually, my side ached too much for me to continue. I stopped in the path and the men glanced back and halted. Just give me a moment. I'll catch up. I waved them on, but of course neither of them listened to me. I pressed my hand into my side, my shirt sticking to the wound uncomfortably. The extra support made it a bit easier to breathe while I walked. I took another step and exhaled. It hurt a bit less. I caught up with the guys and continued walking with them. We made it another few hundred feet, until we met the edge of a gravel road. Convenient, I said and stared down either side of the road. No headlights, no lights at all. The heavy weight of the forest had dissipated when my feet hit the gravel, so I stepped into it and sighed. Will the ride be here soon? The captain nodded. They took off at the same time as we did, as backup. Shouldn't be too far away now. Would I have to moderate my life around how magic affected me now? Could I block it? I glanced up at Finn, who looked anywhere but at me. That conversation would have to wait until all of us had a little recovery time. We waited for a half-hour until I almost dropped onto the side of the road, just to get some relief from the ache in my side. Headlights appeared in the distance, then one of Finn's many black SUVs pulled to a stop in front of Finn and we all piled inside. The driver came around and shut my door. The captain and Finn managed theirs. I hated looking weak in front of anyone, especially people I'd started to become close to. Even more so Finn. I tipped my head against the window and stared out at the trees as they passed the window. Once the trees disappeared, I finally relaxed somewhat. It would be hours before we reached the house, and right now, a helicopter might not be such a bad idea. No matter how I shifted, I couldn't find a comfortable position. "Do you want some morphine?" the captain asked from the front seat. Neither of them took it, so I shook my head. "I'm good. I'll be fine. Just make him drive fast." The captain and I were in a bad way, and Finn seemed furious at me. I wasn't sure what was worse, the pain in my body or the ache in my heart. How was I going to survive the blows that just kept coming? Chapter 15. If someone looked up the word tense in the dictionary, there would be a picture of the inside of our SUV. The captain sat up front in the passenger seat, hunched to the side toward the window. He was almost as hurt as I was. My posture was similar. I basically lay canted toward the window. In any other circumstances, I would have leaned on Finn, let him take my weight and some pressure off the sloppy stitches the captain had given me. Not that I could complain, since they were currently holding my insides on the inside. He'd had a couple of shots of antibiotics in his field kit, so that was currently working its way through my system now too, but I would have to top up and see a proper doctor once we reached civilization again. Every time I closed my eyes longer than a couple of blinks, the captain barked at me to wake the hell up and keep it together. Finn had erected a major "don't even look at me" sign once we got into the car. I didn't know what he was upset about, but considering my pain level, one didn't have the brainpower to process his hurt feelings. He didn't seem to want to clear the air, so for right now, fuck him and the horse, I'm glad we didn't have to ride home on. The captain yelled at me again. "Wake up, Zoey. If you don't stay awake, I'm going to drag you into my lap and yell into your ear for the next hour until we make it back to the manor." I grumbled what I thought was a fuck you, but he didn't hear me, and I didn't have the energy to yell. Finn shuffled on his side of the car, knocking his head on the window, and then cursed. "Are you okay?" I asked. He didn't answer and I shook my head. Why did I even bother? Men were such babies when their pride took a hit. "Well, if you bump your head again, we might need to line your side of the car with a pool noodle to keep you safe," I said. "I'm not in the mood, Zoey," he said, his voice low and gravel-laden. I shifted to look at him, even though every single inch I moved rocked pain through me. No one is ever in the mood for me. I stopped taking it personally a long time ago. But that doesn't tell me what crawled up your ass. "No," he said. "No what?" He refused to look at me, continuing to stare out the window. "No, we aren't going to talk about this right now?" I asked. "Or did you mean, no, I'm going to hurt your feelings, and even though I'm livid with you, I don't want to say something either of us will regret?" He didn't get to blame any failings he possessed on me, especially when I told him over and over we shouldn't have walked into that forest. Damn it. I wanted to rage and throw things, but thanks to the fucking ambush we had in the woods, I could barely move for fear of fucking dying. I glared at him. "When I can stand up straight again, I'm going to kick your ass. No mats, no stupid sparring. I'm going to straight up punch you in your too proud chin." "Keep it civil, boys and girls," the captain said from the front seat. Finn twisted around to face me, fire in his eyes. "I'm proud." This was the first time I'd truly seen him angry, and of course he directed it my way. It was only a matter of time. It always was with the people in my life. Instead of answering him, I lay my face against the frosty glass and closed my eyes. This time, the captain didn't shout at me. I dozed in and out until the SUV finally stopped outside Finn's house. I stared at the door handle and then the driveway through the window. Even the thought of moving shot pain through my system. I considered it for too long. Finn opened the door, and I whimpered as I fell out the door. Finn caught me easily, lifted me into his arms and carried me toward the manor. We ended up on separate gurneys in his office. The doctor bustled around the room, readying an IV and a tray of instruments. Finn stood off to the side, eyeing both me and the captain, laid side by side in matching blue hospital gowns. The doctor looked at me first, declared my stitches adequate, then wrapped my ribs in a thick gauze and tucked me under a warming blanket. "Is this necessary?" I asked, lifting the reflective material toward him. He narrowed his beady eyes at me. His mustache twitched. "While your teeth are chattering, yes." I also warmed the IV. "Lay back and let it work." I huffed but did as instructed, ignoring Finn's presence when he hovered closer and closer. He stepped up to my side and stared down at me. Some irritation had leached from his features, but there was still a hard set to his jaw I didn't like. "Feeling better?" he asked. "I think that doctor slipped some painkillers into that IV as well," I said, my words slipping as my focus did on his face. Finn clutched my hand to his chest. "You could have gotten yourself killed. All of us killed. What were you thinking?" I blinked a few times at him. "Are you really confronting me, while I'm doped up and can't defend myself? Maybe for once you'll listen when you can't drop a wisecrack." I slowly sat up, but he pressed me back down. When my back reached the gurney again, I slapped his hand away. "No, that's not fair." "Life isn't fair, princess. Deal with it. What were you thinking, sucking all that magic into you? I'm surprised you didn't overload yourself and drop dead on the spot." Anger cut through some of the brain fog. Well, if someone had taken the time to explain this vow he made to me, then maybe I wouldn't have. You can't just throw car keys at a person and tell them to drive on the highway. Especially when they are screaming at you they don't want to be there in the first place. He dropped my hand, then crossed the distance to the front of his desk. "You signed up for this, agreed to help me. I didn't force you into the helicopter. All mages are the same, taking more than they need, grabbing whatever they can get." The medicine had taken full effect and my brain felt like a foggy car window, but I refused to listen to him berate me while I lay flat on my back. Especially about something I couldn't control. I ripped the IV out of my arm. He shouted, darting forward and seized the line in my arm to keep me still. "I won't lay here and let you yell at me while I'm doped up. I am incapable of doing anything about it and it's not fair or kind," I said, shoving him away from me. He stumbled into the instrument cart, and the captain's voice lashed out in the room. "Knock it off, you two. You're adults for fuck's sake." Finn reset the tools, and I drew my bleeding arm into my chest. When he finished, he came over and tried to push me back down, but I refused to let him. I shifted to the side of the gurney and tugged the hospital gown closed. I still wore underwear under it, but I didn't want to give the captain a flash of that either. Not that he would appreciate it anyway. "You need to rest," Finn said. "You need to go the hell away and stop badgering me while I'm half naked and wounded. You can yell at me afterward. I'll still be here in your service under your supervision," I grumbled. I climbed off the table and my legs gave out from underneath me. Finn, of course, was there to gather me into his arms. I wanted to shove him away, but I didn't have the strength to stand, let alone push his arms from around my hips. When I finally got my feet under me, I turned to the doctor. "Can you find me some clothes, please?" Finn glared at me the entire time, but eventually a soldier brought me some clothing. I made Finn turn around while I dressed and then sat back on the gurney. The doctor came over, and I allowed him to put the IV back in. "Finn," I called. He turned, guilt set into his jaw and shoulders. I felt braver now that I was dressed and I lifted my chin. "If you want to yell at me, now is the time. But you only get this one chance. Then I'm leaving." He stepped forward until his hip bumped the table. "Leaving?" I straightened the line of the IV, eyeing how long it would take to finish so I could walk out the door. "Yes, leaving. I'm not a child and I'm not here for you to scold when you feel like it. You can register your disapproval at my actions and help me correct them, but you will not treat me like a baby in need of reprimand." He dragged in a long, slow breath. "When you collapsed tonight, and me as well, I thought you died. It scared me more than I can even admit aloud. I apologize for lashing out at you." His face actually appeared contrite. As much as I wanted to believe him, my pride had taken a hit, especially since he chose to yell at me in front of the doctor and the captain. My face heated, thinking of how they were listening even now as he explained his actions. Next time, maybe give me the damn instruction manual. He nudged the table, and I reached out to keep my balance. Next time, he asked. I shook my head. It was a figure of speech. I'm going home tonight. I need some time to think about things and consider some stuff. Like how much I want to climb onto your lap and learn what your lips taste like. I eyed the IV. What did he put in this thing? I'll accompany you, Finn said. No, obviously with you there, I won't get any thinking done. Besides, you need rest too, and you'll do it better in your own bed. He leaned in to whisper only to me. But I don't want you to leave. I let him take my hand again. I know you don't. Which is part of why I should go. We stared into each other's eyes for a long moment. I visually traced the pattern of crystals in his irises, and then glanced down at my lap. Can you hand me my phone, please? I left it on your desk. He retrieved it and pressed it between my palms, covering them with his own. Carefully, I extricated my hands and opened my phone. After a few presses of buttons, I'd sent him back the latest check he sent. His eyebrows were nudged together, and he stared down at me in open-mouthed shock. Why did you do that? You're disappointed in my performance, that's clear enough. Zoey, please. I told you I overreacted because I was scared, he said, then crouched down to look up at me instead of towering over me. Damn it. I wanted to take it back. The words, the actions, the payment. I wished we could start the day over again. I dug in too deep to back out now, though. I glanced over my shoulder. Captain, can you take me home? He glanced between Finn and me. Nope, sorry. Gotta stay prone. Doctor's orders. You should do it too. Rest, sleep on it, rethink things in the morning. Of course, he was on Finn's side. I'd completely imagined the connection we created as we had sewn each other up. I see, well, thank you. I'll find my own way home then, I said, and dropped to the floor next to Finn. He steadied me, and I pulled away. The captain spoke up. You're being unreasonable. Let the man apologize, and then lay down and take your medicine. I'm sure Holly would love to cook something for you. I shook my head. I'm good. It's time I got back to my own life. I'm not having visions anymore, and you know where the Black Mage is going to be to take care of him. I want to get back to my life. Finn sputtered and stood again. You don't mean that. You still want revenge on him as much as I do. Not at this moment. Right now, I just felt exhausted. No, I want to sleep. That's it. Just sleep undisturbed. I could tell Finn wanted to keep asking me to stay with him. It made it easier that he didn't, though. There were only so many times a woman could turn down something she actually wanted. He moved so I could squeeze between him and the gurney, then I hobbled out the door. When I made it outside, an SUV sat on the driveway, a soldier in the driver's seat. He rolled the window down and I poked my head in. Are you taking me home? Yes. Hop in. I climbed in the back, careful of my wounds, and lay across the back seat. At this point, if we got into an accident, maybe it would just put me out of my misery. Before the car even made it to the end of the driveway, I missed Finn. The small smiles he gave me when he thought I wasn't looking. The way he watched my every move, as if memorizing them to think about later. I knew he didn't hate me, and I knew I didn't hate him, but damn, I didn't like him right now. The soldier helped me into my apartment, and then insisted on staying outside to guard me. I told him to go about 10 times, and then even wrote it on a piece of paper and held it up to the window. Of course, he didn't leave. I stared at my phone and waited for Finn to text me, but he didn't. I climbed into bed, and thought maybe I should have had him do some healing on me before I stormed out of his house. The magic I'd felt earlier was still there, and I tugged it gently, like sliding a thread through the eye of the needle. It was enough to ease some of the ache in my body, to allow me to sleep. It comforted me knowing Finn was on the other end of it. Chapter 16. At least in my dreams, the pain couldn't get to me. But when I opened my eyes, I was flat on my back in the forest again. Fuck. If I never saw this place again, it would still be too soon. I hated every tree, every murky shoot of light between the branches. The scent of blood hung in the air, metallic and thick. That was new. Maybe Saul decided to add a little flavor to our meetings. They were getting a little one note, after all. I sat up and marveled at the use of my ab muscles, without the residual pain and grunting. I didn't see her anywhere, or anyone else for that matter. At least she hadn't brought the goons along with the pools of blood in the pine needles. As usual, the forest lay silent, the gray light barely shining between the thick branches. I got to my feet and brushed the pine needles off my jeans. Some clung to my t-shirt, but I left them since hopefully I wouldn't be here long. Instead of my usual wandering pace, I marched along the path, hunting for the flashes of color that would herald Soul's arrival. I enjoyed the exercise burn in my legs. I wasn't going to get at home for a while. Even here, the bond forged by Finn's vow gripped my gut. Would he sever the connection now? Could he? I wasn't sure of anything regarding the vow and his bond. And I felt even less comfortable with its presence after what happened with Finn last night. Why did he keep throwing me in the deep end, expecting me to swim like an Olympic athlete? As a bounty hunter, I had more knowledge than the regular mortal, but all this magic stuff might as well be geometry. Give me a quiz on werewolf shifting patterns, and I would nail it. But not one on magic. Especially not phi magic. A thick fog rolled across the ground, obscuring my feet, the pine needles, the roots of the trees. I finally reached the clearing, the usual one Saul met me in. The log sat in the middle of the ring of trees, and today I took the seat, waiting for her. Let her stand this time. I drummed my fingers against my legs and began to grow impatient. How long did she expect me to wait? It wasn't as if I could pull myself out of this dream anyway. I hadn't been able to yet. I plucked the bond between Finn and me, and felt it register with him on the other end. Could I bring him here? Let him see his sister? Would it fix what we'd shredded in a few brief hours with harried nerves and lies? I closed my eyes and focused on Finn and the bond between us. It flashed bright in my mind's eye, and then I felt him. I opened my eyes and spotted him between the trees across the clearing. He appeared murky, like the dappled light in this place, a ghost between the tree trunks. A flash of red passed between us. I looked up to find Saul standing over me. Her hair hung past her knees, the red dress she wore fitted to her body, a train pooling around her feet. I stared past her at Finn, who'd crouched down in the brush. He made eye contact with me and placed his finger over his lips. Instead of acknowledging him, I jerked my eyes back to Saul. You rang? Her grin flitted and then disappeared. Something is different with you. She circled me and then stopped again, right in front of me. Yes, something is different. As was she. Her tone had taken an edge, and her dress had gone from demure fairy princess to siren between visits. Finn's sister or not, she tested my patience. I crossed my arms over my chest and glared at her. Can I help you with something? You keep calling and yet nothing is ever achieved with these visits except my lack of sleep. Saul folded herself onto the log gracefully in front of me, a feat in that dress of hers. I studied her carefully. To be fair, we hadn't known each other long, so the change in her might be a mood swing for all I knew. And yet my gut, my intuition told me this wasn't. But what it didn't tell me was if Saul sat in front of me, or something else entirely. I caught Finn's eyes over her shoulder. He'd closed off his emotions from me, and wore a mask of indifference. It almost hurt to look at him. I focused back on Saul. I'm done with these games. Can you tell me what you want so I can get some rest? I don't know if you noticed the bloodbath on the way into the grove, but some of that is definitely mine. Her features twisted into a mock look of concern and then cleared almost as quickly. I want to know what you've done with my brother. I didn't look at him. I've done nothing to him, I said. He's actually the only one that didn't need to be stitched back up. She leaned in, her crystal eyes gleaming. No, I mean, have you fucked him yet? Realization dawned. Ah, Esteban, it's good to see you again. He is Saul, sat back on the pine needles and giggled a demented laugh. I wondered how long it would take you to realize your mistake. My mistake? Do you have Saul or not? Is this her body, or are you using some poor woman to try and lure Finn into your disgusting game? She braced her hands behind her, jutting her small breasts forward, and stared me down. Why are you so concerned with a woman you've never met? A woman who means nothing to you. A woman even your Finn would sacrifice you to save between heartbeats. It was my turn to get into the game, to draw him out. I leaned forward and braced my forearms on my knees. Why are you so concerned with my sex life? I cast my gaze down her body and then met Soul's eyes again. Are you offering? I'm not super into women, but the skin you wore last time, Esteban, I could definitely get into. Is that your type then? Her soft voice asked. Masculine, rugged, dark. I shrugged. When it comes to plain old sex, I don't really have a type. It's more about how the person makes me feel. Admitting that truth didn't cost me anything. What I wanted to know was why he cared so much about who I did or didn't sleep with. He'd pressed me at the party too that night, which felt like ages ago. And what does your fairy prince make you feel? The question wasn't asked with guile but sincerity. He definitely had an interest. I refused to look at Finn, who I could still sense standing behind Saul. Like my skin might catch on fire with one look. Like he knew exactly how to touch me, to make me ignite even more. I pasted on a grin. He makes me feel wanted. For who I am, not for who he wants me to be, or for whatever power my blood holds. She blinked a few times and cocked her head to the side. Wanted. How novel. Is that what human women desire in a mate? To be coddled. I'm as human as you are, or so everyone keeps telling me. Saul studied me closer. You're not human, no, but you're also not fully mage. You've learned that too, correct? Finn and I hadn't discussed my supposed phi side, but what I wanted to know was how Esteban knew that fact about me. It may be true, but I'm not in a place to analyze that right now. You won't leave me alone long enough to let me consider my own path. She smiled and popped back over so she hunched across her folded legs. You may not have considered your future, but I have. Join me and I'll give your boyfriend back his sister. I'll leave them in peace. And me? What fate do you have planned in that dark brain for me? Join me, come to my home, rule by my side, and you can do anything you want. Anything at all will be yours. I batted my lashes and clutched my chest. Are you proposing? Seems a bit crass in someone else's skin, while in a dream. Why don't you show up yourself in your own body and ask me then? So you can try to kill me? I'm not an idiot, Zoey. I dropped the act and met Soul's eyes head on. A nasty grin I'd learned from Hawk spread across my lips. And neither am I. You want me for some dark end, that I believe. But I know damn well a person in absolute power would never share it with someone else. Why would you, especially if my own power is some kind of threat to you? My mind rolled as my enemy studied me. He pretended as if he wanted me for a relationship. Sex? Not that I would consider such a thing, but what did he get out of it? My submission? Finn's embarrassment if he stole the woman Finn wanted? Was this fight more about them than about me? More to consider once I got out of this weird sending. First, I needed to learn if he really had Saul, if he'd ever had her. Do you want to make a deal? I asked him. The bond between Finn and me twisted, as if he warned me not to do this. Soul's eyes sparked and he smiled, a genuine smile, not the sickly sexy thing he'd been trying to feign. What did you have in mind, half-breed? A truth for a truth. I'll ask you a question and you answer it honestly, and I'll do the same for you, I said. Could I trust him to actually tell the truth? Absolutely not. But maybe I'd get lucky. Maybe he had some honor left in him. Your question, Saul prompted. Are you holding Saul, Finn's sister, prisoner? She blinked slowly and watched me carefully. I do not hold her prisoner, no, she said. Which absolutely told me that either she had escaped, died, or stayed with him in some capacity. Your turn, I said, dreading what awful question he would think up. Are you really a virgin? Fucking hell. Why was he so obsessed with who I was or wasn't sleeping with? Not that it's any of your business, but if you mean sexual contact of any kind, then no, I'm not a virgin. You lie, Saul spat at me. I can feel the innocence in you. I rolled my eyes. Why do you ask if you already know the answer? And like me, you weren't specific enough. Have I had intercourse with anyone, like his penis in my vagina? Then no. Have I fooled around? Yes. With Finn, he demanded. Sorry, our deal was for one question. Thanks for playing. I smiled and leaned back on the log, stretching a little. I see. This isn't about me at all. Do you have a thing for Finn and you're jealous? Saul surged to her feet, and I could see Esteban beneath the surface now. I would tear that fairy limb from limb. Especially if he touched you. I kept my lips together and watched the outrage play across his features. Then as quickly as he exploded, he settled again, still standing. I think we should leave it there for now, he said. I'm not the one in charge of this rodeo. You're the one who keeps waking me up in the middle of the night. Maybe next time you want to throw a hissy fit about who gets between my thighs, you keep it on the inside like everyone else and let me have my sleep. Saul leaned in and hissed in my face. I did the first thing that popped in my head and hissed back. Fuck him and his mind games. I was done with them all. Then pain flooded my body, as did the chill in my bedroom, and the realization that I stared up into the captain's ghost-like face. He chanted under his breath like he was creating a spell. Can I help you? I squeaked out. He stopped chanting and looked down at me. Zoey. His voice sounded far away, like coming from the end of a long tunnel. I had to focus on it, and even shutting my eyes to listen stole strength I didn't have to spare. Captain, what do you want? I thought I made myself clear. Right now, I want to lie here and die in peace. No magic, no sendings, nothing in my brain that's not my own. Even as I said it, I could feel the bond bright and shining between Finn and me. I couldn't see him like I did in my dream, but I felt his steady presence on the other end of the thread that connected us. Healing magic had been flowing down the bond while I slept. Even now, even after walking out on him, Finn wanted to help me. Was the dream real too? Had I drawn Finn into it, or was it my imagination wanting him there as an anchor? Zoey, the captain said, his voice more urgent this time. I realized I'd dozed off again and blinked my eyes open to see him still hovering over me, hazy and out of focus. Are you listening, Zoey? Please help me. We need you. The urgency in his voice drew me fully to consciousness. I sat up, wincing and aching in every muscle which twitched as I rolled over. Captain, what do you need? As you can see, I'm not exactly in fighting form at the moment. You have an entire battalion of well-trained guards at your house. Can't they help you? Not with this. I can't trust them anymore. Someone has been spying for the Black Mage. I discovered it tonight. Oh shit. Me too. No one should have known about my virginity, or that I was more than a standard bounty hunter. You want me to catch your traitor? That's easy enough done when it's daylight and I'm not actually dying. Zoey, please. I don't have time, he said. I need you to find Finn. He and I share a connection, but it's nothing like the vow you and he share. Please tell me where he is. I spun back to look at his ghostly self. Why can't you find him? Isn't he at his house with you right now? Did I leave him in the woods with a fake Saul? Damn it. Chapter 17. I eyed the captain's spectral form. What's happening right now, by the way? How are you contacting me like this? His form wavered. No doubt whatever he did taxed his strength. Like me, he needed to recover. It's not something I advertise, but I'm also a mage. Born like you, not created like the Black Mage. Born. I whispered. That matters. Of course it does. You've not taken anyone's magic, their life, to bolster your own power. Neither have I. Once a mage crosses that barrier, he or she becomes something else, someone else. I work hard to maintain the lines of my power and keep it in check. Ideally, I don't do any magic, but seeing as this was an emergency, I made an exception. I hung my head. Tell me what you want me to do and I will so I can go back to sleep. Find Finn. Use your bond and locate him. Instead of arguing, as was my first instinct with him, I closed my eyes and focused on the bond stretched tight between us. I followed it, trailing my consciousness down its length to find our missing Phi. But on the other side stood a door. Finn had hidden himself behind it to keep me out. I blinked my eyes open and stared up at the captain, trying to hide the hurt in my chest at him cutting me off. I don't know where he is. He's blocking me. I'll come. Give me a little time and I'll be there. He nodded and his form wavered and disappeared. I quickly dressed, noting my wounds looked weeks through healing, not just a few hours. Everything still hurt, but I grabbed my black steel knives and slipped them into their sheaths on the outside of my thighs and walked out the door. A black SUV sat on the curb, one of the captain's guards inside. Was this the traitor? If I climbed inside, would he take me to Finn's? Or to the Black Mage? I climbed into the back of the car and snapped my seatbelt on. Take me to Finn's. He pulled away without a word. Only one way to find out how this would end. I settled into the seat to wait. When we arrived at Finn's home, I wasn't sure if I felt relief or disappointment. With the end in sight, I just wanted to finish things up and get back to my bed. One way or another. The driver barely got out of the car before I charged into the house. The captain met me inside the door, and we marched straight to his office. I half expected Finn to be sitting behind his desk, staring out the window. Obviously, he wasn't. I faced the captain. When was the last time you saw him? When you left, he followed you to the door, and that was it. I tried to speak to him, but he went into his room and refused to see anyone. Guilt raked down my insides and read furious lines. Well, don't you two have a mental thing? Can't you see where he is? He paced in front of the doors. It's only in person. Now I wish it weren't, but he's never gone off like this before. Distress weighed across his shoulders, dragging them down as he continued his frantic walk. Can I do anything to bring down the door he put up? Get through it somehow? I assume you know a lot more about magic than I do. He waved his arms like he wanted to say a lot more than he was about to. I do know more magic than you, but as I said, I refuse to do it. I grabbed him and forced him to face me. You might, but I don't. Tell me what to do and I'll do it if it means saving him. He stared down at me, his jaw set tight, worry etched in every line of his face. Whatever the captain felt for me, he loved Finn. Really loved him. And whatever fear he harbored for magic, his love for Finn outweighed that exponentially. Tell me what to do, I whispered, seizing his face between my hands. Show me, write it down, anything. Just let me help him. He nodded slowly. Fine. I'll show you and I'll help you, but I can't join you. He trapped my hands against his cheeks and closed his eyes. I was dragged down into a spiral until I stood outside the door Finn had erected between us over the bond. The captain controlled my movements, and I threw my mental barriers wide open and let him rifle through everything in my head. He drew a dagger out of my dream self's thigh holster, and then raised it to hover over my outstretched hand. It won't work, I whispered through my head. It can't cut me. His voice echoed through me. Yes, but as someone possessed, you're not you, and these knives can hurt you if you're not in control of your own body and mind. He made the smallest cut on my index finger and pressed the blood into the door. Now call to him, he said. His presence snapped out of me, and I was left standing in front of the door, bloody fingers touching it. Finn, I said. Could he even hear me? Finn. I know we left things in a weird place, but please, open back up. Let me in so we can help you. Let us save you for once. The door shuddered. Not enough. The captain's voice shouted inside my head, anger lacing his tone. I huffed and looked around the dark void. Give me a minute, for fuck's sake. I'm not exactly great at sharing my feelings. Once I felt him leave me again, I resettled in front of the door. Okay, you bastard. If I have to tell you how I feel, then obviously you haven't been paying attention. I'm sorry I stormed out last night, but I got scared, okay? I'm terrified of who I am, of what I'm becoming. I'm scared of how I feel when I'm near you and what kind of person you're turning me into. I let out a breath and pictured Finn there instead of the door. I'm not a friendly person. Hell, I'm a downright bitch on most days, but you make me feel like that's okay. You make me feel like I don't need to be anything but who I really am. Let me be that person now and help you. The door shuddered again, harder. A crack shot up through the middle and the door splintered, falling to the ground in pieces. I rushed into Finn's mind, looking through his eyes, and stared up at the murky tree branches of the forest of shadows. I jerked back to reality with a gasp, and doubled over with guilt and pain. He's in the forest. I think I left him there. When I went home, I had a dream, I told the captain, still hunched over my knees even though it hurt so badly. I drew him into it so he could see Saul, try to catch something I wasn't able. When I left, I thought he left. But he's still there. The captain hauled me upright and shook me. No, he took the helicopter. Whatever you showed him made him go to that place, but he went physically on his own. I've already called another one. Let's go get him. We headed out to the lawn where a helicopter already sat waiting. This time, I climbed inside without any delay or argument. The captain buckled me in, tossed a pair of headphones into my lap, and then took off. Once I'd adjusted the straps and put the headphones on, I peered over at him. He no longer looked scared, and determination hardened his face. "How did you and Finn meet?" I asked. His sideways glare told me I was an idiot for asking such a personal question, but I wasn't taking it. "I just let you shuffle my brain like an Uno deck. If I want to know how you masturbate right now, you're going to tell me." Another glare, but he settled his shoulders back. "Classy, Zoey. But fine. Finn and I met years and years ago, before you were even born. He was hunting for the Black Mage even then, and I was one of his guards." "Esteban's?" "That's not his name, but yes, I was guarding one of his summer homes. Not the one he went to often, but enough that I'd be able to give up his location if someone got me. And Finn did. He tortured me for information. Of course, I'm a stubborn bastard and didn't break. But while he questioned me, I saw a lot more than he thought. It forged a mental connection between us, accidentally. After that, I tried to help him bring down my former boss, and here we are." I flopped my mouth open. "You worked for that maniac? How could you?" "Don't get all righteous indignation on me, kid. The Black Mage has always been evil, but I didn't know the depths of it until Finn showed me. All I knew was the job paid well, and I didn't have to do much. I was young and wanted to travel. It gave me that, and money for whatever I needed." My mental picture of the captain had fundamentally shifted. Not that I thought he would betray Finn, but that he knew a lot more about this world than even me. Until a few days ago, I'd only considered him an overpriced guard dog meant to scare people away. "Why did you agree to work for Finn?" he asked me. "Money," I said. "To be fair, as you well know, he didn't give me much of a choice to begin with. Do you know why that is?" He squeezed his mouth shut and stared straight out at the darkness beyond the helicopter window. "You keep his secrets and he keeps yours, I assume," I said. "What about your mage power? What can it do?" He sputtered at first, then took in a deep breath I could hear through his mic. "Mage power isn't the same as Phi power. Mage power grows what you feed it. I feed mine nothing, so it does nothing." "What do you mean, feed it?" More information both he and Finn kept from me. Mages are all over the world. Born ones and made ones. They become experts in their fields, devoted to them. Whatever you choose to channel yourself into is what your magic will manifest as. You've been an excellent bounty hunter since the day you earned your license, correct? You either have a perfect record or nearly perfect. The man knew I'd never had sex before. I would bet every considerable penny in my bank account that he knew exactly what my trapping rate was. That is your magic. It feeds, it grows, it assists in those things you excel at. Those things you really focus on cultivating. And Phi power? He huffed like I disturbed him with my barrage of questions. Phi power is inherited. They are given gifts at birth, and that's it. They can't grow or change the same way mages can. What did that mean about a mix of Phi and mage born? Did I have inherited powers lurking inside me that I'd yet to tap into? What if I hurt someone because I didn't know how to wield them correctly? A comforting thought as we flew 10,000 feet in the air to bring home our friend. This entire ordeal had taught me I'd only begun with magic. No more running, no more pretending it didn't exist. After this, if we saved Finn, I would make him teach me everything he knew. If he refused, I would find someone who would. We flew in silence and I dozed, the link between Finn and I growing weightier the closer we came to the forest. "Wake up," the captain shouted over the headset. I jerked upright and then remembered where I was. My stomach did a neat somersault, and I focused on not throwing up. "We're here, but something is wrong. There's a force field over the landing area. I can't bring the helicopter down," he said, his tone clipped and angry. Of course they knew we were coming. Besides, Finn's helicopter was parked in our usual spot, and we weren't exactly going to be able to perch right on top of him. "What do we do?" I asked. "You jump down, and I'll go set this old girl down and race back to you." He said it like the idea of jumping out of a helicopter was the obvious course of action. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not jumping out of this thing. I gripped the harness tight against me, as if it would protect me from him tossing me out into the dark. He turned to look at me and shook his head. "Well, if you've learned how to fly in the past day and want to take over, then I'll gladly jump out." Fuck. Fuck. Fuckity fuck. I would not be able to talk my way out of this, and even if I did, it still left Finn down there in danger, without backup. I released the belt and stood up, cursing the entire time. Tell me what to do. Believe it or not, I've never jumped out of a helicopter before. He pressed some buttons and then climbed out of his seat. I protested, but he grabbed a harness and motioned at me to climb into it. Once he buckled me in, he strapped it to a line on the door of the helicopter. Just go down. Use this. He wrapped my fingers around a control switch. When you get to the bottom, just unsnap yourself and I'll go land. He didn't bother asking me to wait for him to return. We both knew I wouldn't listen anyway. I stood on the edge of the helicopter and stared at the dark ground below. Shit. I huffed out a few exhales, trying to focus on not puking, and then let myself fall back over the lip of the door. The line held. I didn't budge until I squeezed the control and descended slowly. As long as I didn't look down, I would be okay. That was the mantra I clung to until my boots hit the soft pine needle-strewn forest floor. My still healing body screamed in protest at all the ways I'd tensed on my descent. I let the line go and covered my ears while the captain pulled up and away from me. Behind me, a voice in the dark spoke. Zoey, my dear, we've been waiting for you. Chapter 18. Hands clamped around my shoulders and arms. I crouched, drew my knives, and slashed backwards across any thigh within reaching distance. Blood spurted around me. The screams of the men echoed in my ears as they fell. I didn't know how many. They toppled over each other, heaped around me. I spun around. Anyone else want to touch me without my permission? Another goon stepped up and balanced on either foot like we were about to throw down. I waved my knife at him. You know, I'm recovering from an injury. Do you think you can come to me, make it a little easier for me? The goon sidestepped his fallen brethren and charged at me. I twisted out of the way, setting a flame of pain up my ribs. He doubled back, and I parried his knife thrust with my blade. You fucking suck. Is it too much to ask you to die in peace? He swiped out with another knife. I plunged my blade into the space between his neck and shoulders. He crumpled, and I pulled my knife free from him. I stepped over the heap of fallen men and faced the voice I'd heard in the dark. Come out, I called. Esteban exited the edge of the forest, dressed in a gray suit and black button-down. You do make for a good show, little one, he said. I tightened my grip on the blades and pointed one toward his chest. Stop where you are. No closer. To my surprise, he actually halted. He took up a relaxed stance, hands clasped in front of him. No weapons in sight. A beefy mage who had to be related to the one I'd faced the night before came running from the shadows. He tackled me to the ground. My back hit hard. One of my knives spun away into the pine needles. He launched a fist toward my face. I blocked him with my forearm and then used the other knife to jam it straight up under his ribs. He shuddered above me and then slid off to the side. Adrenaline pumped through me, and my hands shook as I rolled over to get up. Once I'd retrieved my knife, I lumbered all the way upright, cursing Finn, Esteban, and the captain. Anytime you dick, I thought toward the captain. Jump out of a helicopter, Zoey. Fight all these bad guys while I park the car, Zoey, I mumbled to myself and faced Esteban again. He hadn't flinched from his spot. Where's Finn? I asked, sure he could hear the exhaustion in my voice. He motioned with his fingers and 5 guards marched forward from the shadows, dragging Finn behind them. They threw him onto the ground face first and he didn't move. Carry the unconscious man and save the day, I continued my murmuring tirade. I sheathed one knife and kept the other one at the ready. Can we just skip the mind games and get to the point where you tell me what you want? A scream ripped through the air and across the clearing as more guards dragged forward a struggling woman. Her hair hung around her in a massive tangle. I would recognize her anywhere. Saul, I whispered. You ask me what I want, Zoey. I am here because I want to know what you want, Esteban said. I hung my head for a second and then looked up at him again. Me. I just want to take my friend home and go to bed. Come with me. I'll give you the grandest bed you've ever lain in. I shook my head. Hard pass on that. I like my bed at home just fine. I also have a no controlling psychopath in my bed policy, and I have no doubt any bed you'd give me would mean I'd have to welcome you into it as well. The grin which split his lips told me everything I needed to know. Yeah, that's what I thought. Again, a hard pass. Thank you for the offer, but I'm just going to take my friend to his house, and then go home to my own bed. If you think it would be cool, I'll take his sister too. Then we can all leave here and no more of your henchmen have to die. I bet that life insurance payout is getting pricey. Finn twitched on the ground, but I kept my relief to myself, maintained my tired, indifferent facade to Esteban. I simply needed to buy enough time for the captain to get back. Esteban inclined his head and gave a little shrug. If that's what you wish. We'll keep on like this until you change your mind. I palmed my other knife just as two mages closed in behind me. Damn it. One grabbed my wrists and the other seized my head. I couldn't shake them off. A spike of pain shot down through my brain like someone put a nail gun to my forehead. I screamed and dropped to my knees. The mages followed me down, still holding me tight between them. Each of my knives slipped from my fingers, and another mage stepped up to take one of them. I watched through a haze of tears while he inspected the knife and then brought it to my throat. The mage standing behind me and pressing his hands against my head was in my mind. He tightened his grip and my body went limp between them. I had zero control over anything as pain raked through me. You can't have me, I forced out between my gritted teeth, so you ensure I'm broken so no one else can? Esteban crouched in front of me. If that's what it takes, so be it. His gaze scanned across my face. Tears rolled down my cheeks, a red haze seeped across my vision. The bastard was the kind of villain who enjoyed watching someone die, seeing the light leave someone's eyes. Offer still stands, he said, whispering as if sharing a secret. Fuck. You, I said, blood spitting out from my lips. He leaned in close, his lips only an inch from mine. That's what I'm trying to do, Zoey. I thought that was pretty obvious. Come to my bed and I'll spare your friends for now. I had nothing left in me to speak, so I hoped my hatred of him showed in my eyes. Darkness closed in at the edges of my vision, and then something pinged in my chest. Finn's magic I'd completely forgotten about since I arrived. I dragged my eyes to his prone form, the surrounding guards not noticing the twitch of his fingers into the dirt. Unlike last time, I didn't throw myself open to the magic. I tugged it and let it flow into me. Then I twisted it into something sharp enough to cut, to wound, and jabbed it right into the mind of the mage clutching my skull. He screamed and reared away from me. The other mage tightened his grip, as Esteban stood and took a couple steps back. The one with my knife struck out to slice it across my throat, but it felt as if someone gently ran their finger across my skin. He pulled the blade away and stared down at its edge. I focused on the blade. It shook in the mage's hand, then swung toward him and split his neck open. The mage hit the ground hard, taking the one holding me down with him. Esteban blinked out of existence. When faced with someone who could actually fight back, of course he ran. I stumbled to my feet, my head still ringing, my vision going in and out. Instead of making it to Finn, I dropped again to my knees and fell forward. It was just going to take a minute here until I got my sea legs back. The mage I hadn't killed finally extricated himself from the others and stalked toward me. I held my arms up to fend him off, but as he raised his knife to strike, a sword came through the mage. That made things easier. I settled back onto the ground, looking up at the trees. The captain's face swam above mine and I waved at him to get away. He reached down and dragged me up. No napping on the job. Let's get the hell out of here. I clutched his shoulders and focused on keeping myself upright. For the record, I already killed those guys. You were just on cleanup duty. Yeah, your badass status is still in full effect. We'll never speak of this again, he said, dragging me toward Finn, who still lay on the ground. A pack of mages sprinted from the forest and tackled us both to the ground. We grappled with them, separating to fight our own battles. One of the mages climbed on top of me and punched me in the face. Not cool, I said through a mouthful of blood. I reached up and dug my thumbs into his eyes, at the same time ramming my knee between his thighs. He let out an unholy screech and toppled off me. I took his own knife and jammed it into his throat. His blood coated my hand, and I wiped it onto his shirt. I knew I should feel something for each of these lives taken, and yet, I couldn't summon anything more than the blanket of exhaustion I'd been cloaked in since the day before. When could I just lay down and rest? Before I could take a step to help the captain, the world spun around me and I landed on my back again. This time I'd done it to myself. Pain shot down my side and I clutched at my ribs to find sticky, fresh blood seeping from a wound I hadn't noticed during all the fighting. My eyes drifted closed and I let myself sink into the ground. Finn's magic washed over me again, banking some agony climbing through my body. I feared touching his magic though. I wouldn't turn Finn against me again for making the wrong decision like I had last time we were here. Someone's gruff voice cut through the darkness. Damn it, Zoey. Heal yourself. You aren't dying like this. I said. That's not even a word. I know you've got some jokes left in there. Come on, yell at me, the captain said, his voice hoarse and tired. Can't, I managed. Sleepy. He slapped me hard, and it dragged me partially from the darkness, so I could see his face coming in and out of my vision. Come on, he said. Use the bond to heal some of this mess. You can use it. You won't hurt him again. Finn, I whimpered. Yes, that's right, Finn. His magic can help you, the captain said, covering my wounds with his hands to try to stop the bleeding, seeking out the worst of them to focus on. Finn's magic called me, and this time I let it flash through me and fill me up, head to toe. Some of the pain ebbed. The captain sat back and heaved a sigh. Damn it. You scared the hell out of me. Next time, use the tools we've given you and don't be so stubborn. I sat up in the grass, my body a maze of cuts and bruises, half-healed and aching. Yeah, well, the last time I used his magic, things didn't exactly go as planned. I couldn't risk us all by taking too much. So you take none at all. What kind of logic is that? He asked, standing to reach down and pull me up. Can you stop yelling at me? I'm tired. I want to go home. Where did Esteban go? He was here and then he disappeared, I said, holding my hands out so I didn't touch any of the blood coating me. That caught his interest. What did he want? Did he tell you? Oh yeah, we had a nice little chat. He basically wants me. He made it pretty clear he wants me in his bed. But I assume once he has me, he plans to steal my power and eat it like he does everyone else's magic, I said. Pretty insightful for someone half dead. So this isn't about Finn. I shook my head and held my arms open. Your guess is as good as mine. It seems personal though. They have a history, and I think some of the appeal is taking something he thinks belongs to Finn. A voice spoke up from behind me. Oh, how right you are, little one. The captain and I both spun to find Esteban clutching Finn's unconscious form, a knife in the other hand poised at his throat. Esteban, I said, let him go and I'll go with you. You think I trust anything you say? I wish I could believe you, but you'll try to kill me the moment I lose my grip on you. The captain chuckled and took a step to the side. Trust me, you'll slaughter her for her mouth alone, 5 minutes in. I don't know how I've put up with her this long. I shrugged. He's not wrong. Lesser men have wanted to. Esteban eyed us both, tightening his hold on the knife. A line of blood appeared above it on Finn's skin. Well, looks like we're at an impasse then. You don't trust me and I don't trust you. Isn't that where we've always been? I lifted an eyebrow at the Black Mage. The captain took one more step, and I made my own move to draw Esteban's gaze. I continued talking. We can talk about this. See if an agreement can be made. He stepped back, dragging Finn with him. I tugged on the magic, trying to see if I could wake him up, get him to fight back. Finn's fingers flicked barely but nothing else. How do we do this? I asked. You hand Finn to the captain unharmed and I'll let you take me. The captain cut his hand in the air toward me and whispered. Zoey, stop it. This won't go the way you think it will. Magic shoved me back and I stumbled. As I fell, the captain launched himself toward Finn and the Black Mage. I hit the ground hard and my head slammed back. For the second time, the boughs of the forest of shadows heralded me into darkness. Chapter 19. I opened my eyes to warm sunshine splayed across my skin. No pain, no blood. Just glorious heat. I blinked against the light to find Finn leaning over me, his face only inches from mine. He lay alongside me and propped himself on one arm so he could stare down into my face. His honey-brown hair reflected the light on glinting strands. Even his eyes looked deeper, bluer here. Am I dead? Is this heaven? I asked. Finn cupped my face and brushed his thumb along my cheek. No, Zoey. This isn't heaven and you're not dead. Just dreaming. I looked around and then back at him. He wore a white shirt like in an old-fashioned movie, all billowing sleeves and open to show his wide, solid chest. As much as I'd want to, I don't have dreams like this, I said. He smiled at me. This isn't your dream. It's mine. I peered down at my body. Not naked, thank goodness, but wearing a filmy gauzy thing. Sand coated my feet and calves. You dream of us half naked on the beach? That's interesting. I mean, maybe you agree we both need a vacation after this. He ran his thumb over my lips from Cupid's bow to chin. Shish, it's almost time to wake up. Don't ruin the few moments of peace we both have left. For once, I listened to him. I let the sun bolster me from the long couple of days we'd endured, and I let myself look at Finn. Just look at him. He was so beautiful, my chest ached. It's time, Zoey. You know what to do, he whispered and leaned down like he was about to kiss me. Everything in me yearned for the brush of lips I anticipated. But just as his lips would have finally touched mine, the actual world rushed back in. I flailed around me until my vision adjusted from the blinding sunlight to full dark. We were still in the forest. Finn lay on the ground, his throat cut ear to ear, and Esteban held the captain with his magic, squeezing the life out of him. I crawled across the ground, trying to stay low and unseen. It wasn't mine to use when Finn needed it more, but I tucked some of his magic around me, hoping to hide from Esteban as I hurried to Finn's side. He lay in a pool of blood, his skin going white. I could see the man who leaned over me on the beach. His easy smile, the shine in his hair. I wouldn't lose him like this. I put my hands over the wound and shoved everything I had into him. My magic, my life, anything and everything I forced into his body. Then I prayed. I whispered for him to heal and asked anyone, any god, any mage, any fairy, to hear me and help Finn. My vision darkened at the edges, and I pulled back. The wound had closed over to one clean scar across his neck. I slapped his face and shook him, but he didn't wake up. Frantically, I ran my fingers over his throat to catch a pulse. It was there, faint and barely fluttering, but it was there. I lay my face down on his bloody chest and sobbed out a sigh of relief. The captain struggled against Esteban's hold. He had the captain in a chokehold. I surged up, pushing off Finn to stand behind Esteban. He didn't see me until it was too late. I got a hold of his neck and yanked him backward. The captain's body came flying at me and toppled me to the blood-soaked earth. I moved to shove him off me, but he grasped my hands. I peered up into the captain's eyes, but behind them, Esteban looked out. Not good. He held me down and pressed his pelvis into mine, grinding at me in a way that made the bile rise from my stomach. Fuck off with that shit. I dragged my hips upward, trying to dislodge his grip and his balance, but it didn't work. With more force than necessary, he kept me pinned down. Fight him, I whispered. The captain was still in there somewhere. Finn needs you. I kept him alive for now, but he needs you. The captain jerked his eyes up to Finn, switching back to the captain's dark brown gaze. Then his eyes shifted back, as Esteban reasserted his control. Nice try, Zoey, but it will take more than a weak mage to keep me out of his head. I was born to wear people like clothing. I'll enjoy removing this one's entrails while you watch. I snorted. Cool. If you've been watching me, you should know there isn't any love lost between him and me. I only came here with him tonight because it was my job. If he died, no one would miss him except maybe Finn. You think your little mind games will work on me, little one? I was born playing these games. So what should I do? Have him remove your limbs below the knee to keep you from running again? Your hands so you can no longer fight back? Oh, don't worry. I'll leave the parts of you I want for myself intact. You don't need limbs to be fucked. I shoved at him with all my strength, but he just laughed. I snarled into his face. You're disgusting. Did you run out of women who actually want you? Even your insults to my manhood won't work. I know what you are, girl, and I have a use for you. I'll get you with child, and use you for my own personal magic machine. I froze underneath him and bile rose in my throat. Are you saying you plan to use me as breeding stock, so you can sacrifice your own children to strengthen your power? Is there no limit to which you will sink? He leaned in and I jerked my face to the side. His breath fanned across my cheeks and mouth, and it was enough to make me gag. No, he hissed. There is nothing I wouldn't do for power, and if you were a true mage, the same would be said for you. We could create a partnership. Share the magic our children would bestow on us. I spat at him and he reared back finally. He released a hand to wipe my spit away. I headbutted him as hard as I could in the nose. Part of me felt bad for hurting the captain, but he would understand. I would be belly deep on a dagger if our situations were reversed. He stretched out to grab my arm while blood streamed out of his broken nose. I used his off-balance position to buck him off me and slip away. He popped to his feet. Now where were we? I asked, standing up to fight. Oh yeah, you can go fuck yourself. Saul shouted my name. Zoey. She reappeared again across the field, her hands bound behind her, tied to her legs like a deer ready for the slaughter. I didn't make it one step toward her before the captain grabbed the back of my collar and slammed me into the ground. I reached out and caught hold of the knife tucked into the captain's boot. He missed it, so I grabbed the hilt and brought the knife down into the top of his foot. He crumpled with a shout. I told you I didn't care about hurting him, I said, spinning out of his grasp to stand again. What is it with men and never listening when a woman speaks? You hear only what you want to hear, never the truth. He laughed and spit out a wad of blood onto the ground. It's not that we don't listen, he said. It's that we don't fucking care. I rolled my eyes and darted around him, hoping to keep him off balance and on the defense. You couldn't have just been a bad guy, I said. You had to be a misogynistic pig bad guy to boot. I'm going to enjoy killing you. He didn't look concerned, and that worried me. Killing me in someone else's skin only pushes me back into my own. You won't kill me. You will kill this man though. I'll simply hop back into my own body and go about my day. Yes, please keep bragging about your abilities. Keep telling me your plan like a Scooby-Doo villain. I made another circle around him and slashed out with a knife. He barely dodged it, and I caught the captain across his chest. There would be time to feel guilty about it later. While I loved a good bad guy spills his secrets moment, I would not be able to hold out much longer. The wound in my side had been steadily dripping blood since I gave everything in me to Finn. Which, upon reflection, might have been a bad idea considered he still hadn't woken up to help here. The captain struck his fist at the side of my face. I went down hard and stayed there a moment dazed. He leaned over me and pointed the knife under my chin. Don't move or I'll gut you. I'll hook you up to an IV and use your body like a breeding machine. Then I won't have to deal with your mouth as a consequence of keeping you alive. If this guy didn't stop threatening to rape me and use me to breed his babies, I was going to rip off his limbs, in the captain's body or not. I tried to push off the ground but my arms gave out and I collapsed. Something sang through me. It took me a moment of hazy focus to realize it was the bond between Finn and me. It shimmered and flexed inside me, soaking in the magic and life force I'd shoved into it. Then Finn sat up with a gasp of air, clutching his throat. The captain spotted him at the same time I did. Finn couldn't protect himself yet. I launched myself at the captain from the ground and took him down. Finn scrambled to his feet somewhere behind. The captain got me around the neck and squeezed, then he pulled the gun from his thigh holster. Come any closer and I'll blow her head off, he yelled at Finn. Well, Finn looked like shit. I probably looked just as good. He walked toward us, dragging a sword in his hand. Isolde. It drew a line through the pine needles and dirt as he lumbered toward us. Let her go, he said, his voice only a whisper. Esteban laughed. Oh sure, I'll just let her go and you can take me prisoner and end this entire bloody campaign. Shall I? God, you're a dick, I said, struggling in his hold. He bit my earlobe hard and whispered fiercely. I know you're eager to have me, but please don't make me shoot you by accident. Or your lover. I didn't waste a breath telling him again that Finn and I weren't lovers. He'd obviously gotten it into his head and let it run free in his imagination. His legs wobbled around my hips and his calves held my own locked tight with his. He used my body as a shield. The only good spot to hit would be part of his wider torso he exposed from behind me. I calculated the odds of me getting stabbed at the same time if Finn struck, and they were pretty high. But Finn didn't make a move. He crouched down onto the ground in front of us, using the sword shoved into the ground as a crutch. You don't want to kill her, he said. You've spent some time coming up with these plans. If you kill her now, you'll have to find another baby factory to force into submission. I groaned. Don't say baby factory. Gross. Shut up, Esteban said against my ear. Women don't get issued opinions in my household. You must learn that before I bless you with my seed. I gagged at the thought. Finn made eye contact with me, so many questions in his eyes. One rang out above the rest. Can you free yourself? As much as I hated the idea of someone in my mind, I had to admit during battle, it would come in handy. Finn continued his casual lean on the sword and eyed us. What about my captain? Are you going to release him? When I'm done with this body, I'll kill him. He is a mage, after all. One of my kind, not yours. I tried to jerk away from him, but he pressed the gun tighter to my temple. Now pet, settle down. Finn struck, the sword pointed right under the captain's chin. He'd moved faster than even I could see. The captain Esteban didn't loosen his hold on me, and when I squirmed, he only tightened his grip. The crazy bastard was playing a game of chicken using someone else's body. Not cool. Well, it seems we are at an impasse, the captain said. Finn nodded. Release the girl and we can settle this between us. To my surprise, he did. As I scrambled away, he extended the gun toward Finn. At this range, they would both kill each other, or at the very least mortally wound each other. Could Finn withstand a gunshot to the head? I had no more magic or life force to offer up. My body screamed at me from every nerve ending that I'd already given him too much. Like men then, Esteban said. They circled each other, both arms steady and poised to strike at any moment. If I jumped in now, either I would die, or one of them might make a misstep and kill the other or themselves. Shit. I sat on the sidelines like a helpless damsel, and I resented it with all my goddamned might. Finn's arm shook the tiniest bit. He barely had the strength to stand upright, let alone hold a man at sword point indefinitely. I looked around, grasping to find something to do, something to use. Whatever it took to save him. When I glanced back up at them, the captain turned the gun to his own chin and fired. The sound echoed through the clearing, leaving my ears ringing. The captain fell where he stood. Chapter 20. I should have moved faster. But with my wounds and the magic loss, I could barely crawl, let alone run. I should have tried. Me not getting to my feet and rushing over to the captain when Finn did, is what got me caught all over again. Several goons charged out of the tree line and dragged me to my feet. One bound my mouth and covered my eyes with duct tape, and several men held me tight between them, caging me in with their bodies. I couldn't kick out, or run or maim them in any satisfying way at least. Esteban's disgusting true form had zoomed right back into his body. He swaggered up and joined the goons holding me in the center of the clearing. They dragged someone else up to stand next to me. I caught the faint scent of apples. Her hair grazed against my arm. They hadn't taken Saul out of here. She'd just been bound up to keep her quiet while the fighting ensued. Without sight, I focused on as many sounds as I could catch. The faint beat of the goon's heart as he held me tight against his chest. The rustle of Saul's hair caught in the movements of those around us. I listened for Finn to see me, to approach, to save us. "Oh, fairy boy," Esteban called sing-song. And that was when I saw it. A watch. A pocket watch, actually. Hanging from his jacket pocket. I have no idea how I could see it, with my eyes bound, but for some reason the image was clear in my head. Was someone projecting the watch into my mind? I heard the faint crunch of Finn's boots on the pine needles as he approached. Somewhere, the sound of dripping sent a shiver down my spine. "Let them go," Finn said, his voice still weak from surviving his own slaughter. The air stirred between us as Esteban moved and talked. "Oh, I don't think so, but I'll give you a little present. Choose one to stay and one to go. I know which I would pick if I were in your position, but I'll leave you to your choice." "I won't choose," Finn said. Esteban ripped my tape blindfold off, the one over my mouth jerking free too, and shoved me toward Finn. Before I could make a run for it, one of his henchmen dragged me back into his embrace. "Not your beloved little sister. Surely she's the one you want?" Esteban asked. He lifted the ends of Sol's hair, which hung limp, obscuring her features. The dress she wore was torn and stained, her pale feet bare on the brown needles. She wasn't the real Sol. Esteban was using this woman as a decoy. I opened my mouth to scream at Finn, to warn him, but the henchman slapped his hand over my mouth and squeezed so tight, I thought he would pop my jaw out of its socket. Instead, I tried to call out to him through the bond, but it lay dark and taxed between us. "Look at me," I yelled in my head. His eyes stayed glued to Saul. "Choose now," Esteban shouted. "Or I'll kill them both." Finally, Finn answered, weakly. "Zoey. I'll take Zoey." Esteban eyed both me and the faux Saul. His jaw clenched and a muscle in his jaw ticked as though he was annoyed. Then he sighed. "I'm a man of my word. Release her." Once the henchman released me and stepped back, the entire party of them disappeared. Even the dead bodies the captain and I took out vanished. Finn rushed back across the field to kneel next to the captain. I staggered over and knelt down beside them both. "Is he still alive?" He didn't answer, only applied pressure to the wound under the captain's chin. It didn't look like he would survive. Almost his entire face had been blown off. "I need to get him medical help. We need to make a run for the helicopter and get out of here in case Esteban comes back," Finn said, his tone all business even in a whisper. I nodded and looked around at the blood-soaked ground. Not that I could find anything that might help us. "Tell me what to do and I'll do it." "Nothing. You can't do anything. I'll carry him. Just follow behind and keep up." I took offense at how helpless he made me sound, but I did as he asked and stumbled after them toward the helicopter Finn had ridden in on. Once we were all buckled in, Finn took off and sped toward the city. He spoke into the radio and advised his ground crew to prepare the doctor for trauma work for all of us. The man on the other end advised the doctor wasn't available. Finn squeezed the handset so tight it squeaked in his palm. "I don't give a fuck if the doctor is busy. Get him there, or another doctor. Kidnap one, pay one, I don't care, just be ready when we land." My heart ached watching him. The captain sacrificing himself to save Finn had to be eating out his insides with guilt. I reached out to soothe him, but he shrugged me off, refusing to even look my way. "The captain will need help first. My wounds can wait when we land," I said. His only response was a grunt of acknowledgement. When had I been reduced to a grunt like that? "Finn, are you okay?" "Do I fucking look okay, Zoey? My friend is dying right now, and I can't make this machine go any faster, to get us there any quicker." Choosing to give him a little latitude with his tone because of his injuries and his grief over the captain, I let his response go. "We know his games now," I said. "We'll go back and find him once we all get a chance to rest up." "And how long do you think that will take?" he asked sharply, like it was my fault we were in this mess. Maybe my wounds were making me delusional, but he sounded angry at me. "What is happening right now? Are you mad at me?" "Oh, I am livid with you. What were you both thinking coming out there? Now he's dying and you." "I what? Say it. Got him killed? Cost you what? Oh, I see. I cost you your sister. Is that what you think? By trying to save you, I lost you, Saul, for good." His jaw tightened, which was a feat, since he seemed to be grinding his teeth together to keep himself in control. I stared straight out the window into the darkness. He didn't know the woman they brought to the clearing wasn't his sister. The Black Mage wanted him to choose me, so that he would resent the choice later. And if he didn't choose me, well, he wouldn't have won that way either. My side hurt and my head. Every part of my body from my toes to my eyebrows ached like I'd jammed myself between two cars crashing. I glanced over at Finn, who avoided looking at me. Anger surged up to match the pain. "You're an idiot. You are the one who came out here on your own with no backup." "That's because my backup was laid out on their asses from our last fight." He made it sound as if the captain and I had collaborated and taken some kind of sabbatical, while we should have been jumping into another fight. "Wow, so you went off on your own because he and I were still healing from our last fight, and now you're blaming us for coming to save you. How the hell do you walk around with that ego? It must be compensating for the size of your balls." He threw the radio handset at the windshield, and it cracked outward from the point of impact. Thankfully, it didn't shatter, and he could still fly us. Otherwise, I didn't know what would happen. Fear of falling out into the dark night at 10,000 feet made me keep my mouth closed. One more attack on its structure and the machine might fail. I would rather die under the Black Mage's knife than broken on the ground from a long fall. I clutched at my seatbelt as every ripple of air, every turbulent current sent me a new test of will. When we landed on the lawn of his house, I jerked at my restraints until I freed myself and flung my abused body out of the contraption to the ground. Soldiers were already awaiting our arrival, and they lifted me onto a stretcher. Shock had set in and my entire body quaked so much I couldn't have stood on my own if I tried. The captain came next on another stretcher. Finn stayed by his side as the soldiers marched us all into the house. Finn had almost gotten me killed several times in the last few days. I wanted my money back, and to never see the bastard again. The soldiers put me in a room off the main hallway, somewhere. Doctors or nurses shouted as they tended to the captain. I needed him to survive, if only to punch him later for being such an idiot. It was a while before someone came to tend my wounds. They slid an IV into my arm and then stitched up the knife slashes along my side. Someone else wrapped my head with gauze and glued together a massive gash in the back of it. After they wrapped and prodded me for what felt like an eternity, a female nurse sponged me down and put me in blood-free clothes. I didn't know whose they were, but I was grateful to be out of the crusty material. "How is he?" I asked one of the women as she fluttered around me. "The man you came in with." I nodded. "Please tell me." She soothed me to lie back down. I didn't even realize I'd jacked myself off the table to get her attention. "He's going to live. He missed by a lot, and the bullet went clean through up into his mouth. He needs surgery to fix everything in there, but he'll be fine." Who needed surgery when you had magic on your side? No doubt the moment the doctors left, Finn would use his abilities to heal his friend. The fight for control over his body must have been what kept the captain from truly blowing off his own head. Would Finn heal me too? Something told me I was on my own from now on. I settled back onto the covers of the bed and stared up at the ceiling. A heart rate monitor ticked away beside me. Even though I felt betrayed by what Finn had said to me on the ride, I still longed for him to come and see me. I reached in and touched the bond between us, but it felt jagged on the other side. Like he'd ripped the plug out of the wall. Not only did he blame me for all of this, but he'd also abandoned me now too. The time we spent together, whatever I thought had been building between us, obviously had meant more to me than it had to him. I'd learned this lesson hard, and I would come back stronger for it. I dashed away a few tears as they crawled down my cheek. Fuck him and his magic and his money. I didn't need any of them. If he thought he could use and discard me at his convenience, he would be learning a lesson the hard way too. Zoey Salix made her own way in the world, and no one would stand in the way of her goals. I would go after the Black Mage myself. Now that I knew what he wanted from me, it would be easy enough to bait him. And after I killed him, I would spike his head to Finn's driveway in one final fuck you. Besides, I had an ace in the hole even Finn didn't know about. When the Black Mage had held me prisoner, I'd stolen his pocket watch. And the magic wafting off it told me it wasn't an ordinary timepiece. It would be my key to bringing the Black Mage down. The end. Book 3 is available now, download here.